Chapter 1, White Dove Fishing. In the darkness, there was a soft chewing sound. The young figure is lying on an adult corpse biting. Under the messy black hair, there are a pair of breathtaking scarlet pupils, with innocence but indifference. Children don't understand anything, don't know how to speak, because they understand a few simple words taught by their parents. They have already forgotten in the past few years, and they don't understand moral concepts, because their parents are dead before they can teach. A child is more like a beast, with only the only idea of survival in his heart. He doesn't understand anything else, nor does he need to understand it, because in this of the weak and the strong, the only thing he knows about survival is the truth. Survival is the supreme truth. The only truth. The body of the ghoul killed by the investigator was still in place, and the child was for nothing. He dug out 3 bites of hebeo and ate 2 bites into his stomach, even though he had just eaten before that. In the 9th district, search officers kill countless ghoul species every day. At the beginning, they will bring the corpses back to the branch, dig out their packs and make their weapon coink. Over time, the mediocre ones. There are too many species, and they don't even bother to clean up the corpses. It is precisely because of this that the child can often fill up his stomach by picking up leeks. Otherwise, how could he survive to the present with his weak strength? Most of the same kind of ghoul are grown ups. No matter how mediocre they are, he can't be killed by a child, and humans, he dare not provoke them, because the nose of an investigator is as sensitive as a dog. Once an extremely hungry child couldn't help but shoot at humans, and the consequence was that before he had time to eat a bite, he was chased by 2 investigators for a day and a night. Being able to persist for a day and a night before being overtaken is due to the child's talented and detached speed, but when he was hungry, he couldn't keep up his physical strength after all. Calling the ground is not working. In the end, if it weren't for the energy shield from the voice in his head, the child would have been killed. Beiju is no more kind than the canyon. Even children, they are also merciless. A burst of warm trickle rushed from the abdomen to the whole body, and the child squinted comfortably. His scarlet pupils gradually disappeared, turning into human eyes with white and black pupils, with innocent light shining in them. The corpse of the ghoul can make him stronger. This was discovered by the child a year ago. It was the first time he had picked up the corpse of a ghoul. A child without any moral values would not care if it was a corpse of the same kind. He did not miss it. After eating it, he found that his body became warm, and a tingling sensation wandered around his body. After a long time, he would just stop eating. A keen discovery, I am stronger. Although he couldn't figure out what was going on, he could intuitively tell him to eat as many corpses of the same kind as possible so that he could grow up at a faster rate. Through sharing together again and again, the child finally discovers that every ghoul's body has a hebeo, and only this hebeo is full of energy that can make him stronger, and the meat in other places has very little energy, so by now, the child already knows how to dig out the hebeo of the ghoul species and eat it in the stomach first. Ding! Absorb energy. 5 o'clock. Ignoring the voice in his head, the child took a vigilant look around. He was standing slowly on the corpse, his black eyes instantly transformed into scarlet eyes, and his innocent little face became hideous. Although he couldn't see anything, his keen intuition like a beast told him that there was danger. Papa, Papa! Applause and footsteps came from deeper in the darkness at the same time, and they got closer and closer. Unexpectedly, I just caught a small fish. It's just that this seems to be a smart-looking fish. The strange sound of yin and yang penetrated into the child's ears, making him feel uncomfortable instinctively, frowning slightly, staring coldly at the 2 people who appeared in front of him. They are all wearing white trench coats and carrying white suitcases. One of them is tall and strong, with a small head and piercing eyes, while the person talking next to him has long grey hair, a slightly camel back, and his eyes with a sneer. Staring at the child coldly. Good for Shinohara, since it's just a small fish, let me do it. The white-haired man stared straight at the child, as if staring at his own prey. His tone was cold and cruel. "Mao, move faster." Yuaki Shinohara hesitated to speak, and finally sighed and waved in response. He knew in his heart that Wusu, who had just lost his wife, had become a bit distorted. He hated the ghoul species to the extreme. During the time he was partnering with him, he could see Wusu doing various things every time. The methods cruelly tortured the ghoul species, and finally let the ghoul species die in pain. If it's other ghouls, Shinohara can turn a blind eye. After all, he is a ghoul who feeds on humans. No matter how cruel he treats him, he won't feel wrong, but the child in front of him is innocent but rare in his eyes. It made him feel unbearable. "Don't worry, I will treat this little fish well. Anyway, after this time I go back, Shinohara will be promoted to special class, right? I really envy. After all, I have just been promoted to second class." With a light press in Mato's hand, the suitcase in his hand opened sharply, and a long whip-shaped koink appeared in his hand, saying envy, but his expression did not show the slightest envy. He has no interest in positions and rights. The only thing he wants to do, and will do his best, is to kill the ghouls, kill all the ghouls in the world, the most important of which is to kill them by himself. That damn, one-eyed owl. Every time he thinks about it, his heart still feels aching pain. His such excellent and beautiful wife is bitten beyond recognition by that owl. He cannot forgive, and absolutely cannot forgive in this life. "Come on, Xiaoyu. Let me see how long you can last, and let me hear your howling." There was a bitter cold in his eyes, and Mahato laughed sickly, and the long whip in his hand slammed forward and pointed directly at the child's head. Snapped. The child leaped back gently, the long whip fell into the air, hit the ground with a soft noise, and a trace of cracks appeared on the ground that was drawn. The child was indifferent, his scarlet eyes stared at Mato tightly, his thin body bowed slightly, his small hands blocked in front of him, his fingers spread out into claws, as if he was highly guarded. A child does not know what fear is, so he will not be afraid. He only knows one thing: he must live. And if you want to survive, you must escape the pursuit of these two men, because his instinct tells him that he is not the opponent of these two men. Even if one-on-one, he can't beat the white-haired man in front of him. Since he knew he couldn't fight, he certainly wouldn't entangle them stupidly. Waiting for an opportunity to escape is the best choice, but it is not easy to get rid of Beju's chasing and killing easily. Hoob. Real family didn't understand what it meant to be merciful, so he pulled the whip in his hand and pointed it at the child's head again, as if it was an extremely interesting thing to see the child's head cut off. Without any thinking, the child's body was instinctively short. The long whip brushed his head and used it. A strong wind blew his hair and swayed frantically, but the child was not affected by anything, his eyes still staring at the real household. Because the child doesn't understand anything, he does everything by intuition, and his beastly intuition has never failed him. He has escaped the crisis again and again and has survived until now. At this moment, the trembling skin on his whole body told the child that his current situation is extremely dangerous. Chapter 2, Escape. Yo xi, Xiao Yuer, the response is good, then hurry up next. Hurry up! Hurry up! In the deepest part of the alley, Mato yelled sickly, but the movements of his hands were not slow at all. He waved his whip very quickly again and again, greeting the child every time. Swish! The child was expressionless, and even though the whip danced wildly, he just stared at Manto coldly, his body continuously jumping, using the surrounding walls and trash cans to avoid the whip's attack. Otherwise, it will die. Hey! Before the voice of Manto's words fell, there was a slight tearing sound again, and the child's body slammed heavily against the wall, and then fell to the ground fiercely. After all, the strength gap between the two sides was huge. Even though the child was extremely fast, he still couldn't dodge the storm-like attacks of real households, and was finally hit by a long whip in his abdomen and flew away fiercely. Tick! Ignoring the pain of the child quickly got up, and did not reach out to cover his stomach, letting the blood drip to the ground, and in the next second, he saw the long strip of wound on the child's stomach healed quickly. He is completely healed between the two breaths, and no traces can be seen. What an amazing ability to regenerate! However, it makes me even more excited. Little fish, let's continue to play happily. Mato's face sighed as usual for the child's regenerative ability, but he didn't pay attention to it, because no matter how terrifying the child's talent, he was sure that he would be able to kill this little cannon today. A ghoul who has no future, no matter how terrifying the talent, what is terrible? Hey! The child remained silent, but there was a mass of red on the back waist. Suddenly, a bright red heza came out. It was longer than the child's body, but only 1 meter and 5 meters, and it was so small that it seemed light. It will break with a light touch. The child is only 9 years old after all, and is undernourished for a long time. He is less than 1.3 meters tall. It was only recently that he was lucky enough to eat 2 or 3 ghoul hebas, which added a little strength. Otherwise, the child might even have one in the hands of Mano. Can't hold on to the trick. Relatively speaking, in the state of a child, he can still have scales longer than his body, extremely agile speed, coupled with amazing resilience. This child's talent is simply terrifying. If you can have enough time to grow up, you will definitely be a ghoul to make search officers a headache in the future. The premise is that he can get rid of the immediate crisis. Lin He? What an amazing talent! It's a pity, this just adds a reason why you must die. Shinohara has been standing behind watching the battle silently, but Mato was irritated by the child's behavior even more madly. He hated the ghoul, but he hated the powerful ghoul even more, because his wife was killed by the most powerful one-eyed owl. Dead, and the child in front of him has the potential to grow into an owl. Call! The long whip mingled with the strong wind hit the child's front door, but Kazuko behind the child flashed past, and instantly stood in front of him. Crack! Dense cracks surfaced on the surface of Kazuko, and they broke completely without being able to hold on for a second, turning into cells and disappearing into the air. This is a one-sided battle. But in the face of such a desperate situation, the child still does not see the panic. Of course, it is not that he is fearless, he just doesn't understand what panic is. Can't beat, still can't beat, instinct began to remind children that they must escape here as soon as possible. But the child did not retreat without a sigh, and rushed towards Mato. He once again tried hard to drill out a Kazuko from his back, swaying in his back. Ha ha ha, I just like you, a little fish like you overwhelmingly. Mato smiled without anger, and while speaking, he waved his arms and slammed the whip at the child. His eyes became brighter and brighter, as if he had seen the child's body cut in half. Boom! Crack! 2 short sounds sounded almost at the same time. The child who leaped into the air controlled Hezi and slammed into the long whip, but it was smashed in an instant. The long whip was slammed on the child, and the blood splashed. Damn it! Cunning little fish! But there was no joy on Mato's face. Instead, he yelled angrily and hurried to pursue him. It turned out that although the child was hit by a long whip, he was not torn in half as Maha had imagined. Instead, he jumped over the wall next to him with the help of the whip and fled far away, as if he was on his body. Dao's scars didn't seem to affect him in any way. A child who is accustomed to living in has almost always been numb to the pain when he is numb to the pain. How can he delay his escape because of his injury? Injury, pain, and flight are things that children have long been accustomed to. Da-da-da. The sound of rapid footsteps sounded between the abandoned houses. The child seemed to run aimlessly, but actually relied on his own intuition, shuttled between the lanes, with his young body, exerted a great deal own advantage. Hateful! Seeing the child agilely get into the small hole under the wall, he disappeared in a blink of an eye, and couldn't help but yelled angrily again. After chasing for an hour, how could it be possible to give up the prey in front of you? Manto patrolled for a week, and went deep into the lane to continue chasing after him. Shinohara looked at the distant figure of Mato, but silently stopped. For some reason, Shinohara's instinct told him that Mato could not kill the child anyway. What a terrible child! Shinohara couldn't help but made such an evaluation. Faced with an enemy much stronger than himself, he can always remain calm, advance as a retreat, and escape with the power of the enemy's attack. If the opponent is an adult, Shinohara would not think too much, but the facts are. Yes, the other party is just a young child. While the human child was still innocent and naive at school, this ghoul child was already able to escape under the chase of a second-class investigator. Shinohara's keen instinct for combat surprised Shinohara. Originally Shinohara thought that Manto could easily deal with the child, so he did not pay much attention to it, but when he discovered the terrible potential of this child, he had already escaped, even if he was about to be promoted to a special investigator. Shinohara can't catch up with an agile young ghoul in this extremely complicated environment. What's more, in this darkness, there are more adult ghoul species. If one is not careful, even Shinohara is in danger of death. After all, there are not a few powerful ghoul species in the 9 districts. It would be dangerous to attack in groups. Thinking of this, Shinohara's expression couldn't help becoming more solemn, as if he had sensed something. He hurriedly chased him in the direction of Mabe. Meiho, you can't have an accident. Chapter 3, Introduce the monarch into the urn, for collection. Damn little fish, come out obediently, you can't escape. The numbing and disgusting voice echoed in the darkness, accompanied by the sound of Mato's leather shoes stepping on the ground, slowly and steady. As a senior investigator, especially after the death of his wife, Mato's strength has also been explosively increased due to stimulation, and he has learned to use the cunning nature of human beings to deal with the extremely good quality ghoul. At the same time, Mato was also a person with extremely keen intuition. As the pursuit penetrated more and more, his heart also felt a little uneasy, as if there was a huge danger waiting for him in front of him. Intuition tells Mahu that he should give up and turn around and leave is the best choice, but he can't do it. He couldn't help but watch as a nasty little ghoul can leave safely after playing with him. In particular, this ghoul still has great potential. In the future, he may grow into the ghoul he hates the most. It is even more unlikely that Maehu will let him go. Even if he will pay for it, he will do not hesitate. The child squatted on a high wall in the distance. The darkness covered his figure. His black pupils stared at the figure of Manto indifferently. He raised his right hand slightly, and threw the stone in his hand fiercely. Snapped! The stone hit the ground, and Mato easily heard the sound of the stone roaring, and without any accident, avoided the child's attack. But when Mato looked in the direction of the flying stones, he only saw the child's back, as if mocking. Oh? Is it really purposeful? Mato's pupils shrunk slightly and his face looked thoughtful. Although the current real family is far from being as mature as in the future, he is not stupid. He chased the child deeper and deeper, and naturally noticed the growing sense of crisis in his heart. He knew that this child was deliberately tempting himself. Continue to pursue in depth. However, Mato defined the child as a cunning ghoul in his heart, but he didn't know that the child's behavior was purely because his beastly intuition was induced in the dark. However, no matter what life is in danger in front of him, Mato couldn't tolerate himself giving up, so he chased after him again without hesitation, as if he would never give up if he didn't kill the child. As a result, the two began a tug-of-war again. The child ran away in the front, and Mei chased in the rear. The two people's position became more and more remote, more and more deserted, and the blood-colored soil exuded a scalp-numbing atmosphere. Oh? It's Beiji? It's so courageous to break into the land of the Lord Demon Eater alone. I am impatient. In the dark, the scarlet light flashed, and the slight murmur faded in the air. And Mado's expression became more solemn at this time. He knew that the kid had broken into the land of Ghoul with him. In this world of ghouls, although most of them are solitary ghouls, or small groups of 2 or 3 people, there are not a few ghouls who are both powerful and ambitious, and they tend to subdue many of their subordinates. And establish your own organization, divide your own territory. Such forces, even Beiju dare not easily provoke, because often in an organization, there must be a large number of ghoul species, unless a large number of Beiju is assembled to initiate a war, otherwise, it is just a group of 2 white people. Dove team, even the special investigators dare not provoke it easily. But at this time, Mato was lured into by the kid. The cold sweat slipped from Mato's forehead. Even though he hated the ghouls, he was self-aware. He still thought that one day he could kill the one-eyed owl, and how could he allow himself to die under the siege of a group of garbage ghouls? The child was nowhere to be seen, but Mato was tense and stood there, not daring to relax his vigilance at all. The dangerous breath in the air told him that he had been surrounded by ghouls. Even if Mahu is only a second-class investigator, he has the strength of a first-class investigator. He is not afraid even if he is an S-level cannon, but the hero can't stand a lot of people, even if it's just a cannon who doesn't even have the A-level strength. If dozens of groups attack, his situation is also precarious. What's more, in such an organization, there must be a lot of A-level ghouls, and their leader must have reached S-grade or above, otherwise, no ghoul will obey the leadership of the district A-level ghoul. Day. As if it were very subtle footsteps, and as if it was some signal, after a scream, countless red lights suddenly lit up around Mato. The red light in pairs was extremely permeable, but Mato knew clearly in his heart, at this time, he was embarrassed on all sides. Where did the white dove come from? I actually dared to make trouble in the land of Lord Ogre, and I was impatient? Or, do you know that Lord Ogre was hungry and offered himself as dessert? Ha 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 ha. With mocking words drifting into Mato's ears, a sturdy male slowly walked out of the darkness, staring at Mato with a joking smile. Hey, the dregs dare to yell in front of me? What demon eaters, but an S-grade ghoul. The words of the ghoul in front of me undoubtedly provide a lot of information for real users, demon? After thinking about it carefully, Mato quickly thought of the demon-eating materials, but it was only an S-level ghoul, a small group built with a group of A-level or even a group of inaccessible ghouls, if it weren't for the 9-zone environment. In particular, CCG has long eliminated this garbage group. In the periphery of the 9th district, in addition to the countless wandering solitary ghouls, there are also several ghoul groups, and this demon-eater group is just a small inconspicuous group. If it is not for rashly attacking the demon-eater group, it may cause with the rebound of other groups in the 9th district. How can this devastating group exist until now? Hey! I even dared to insult our Lord Demon Eater, it's just looking for death. Give it to me. Tear up this white dove, and offer him as a dessert to Lord Demon Eater. After hearing Mato's words, the ghoul who was still the lead with a smile suddenly changed his face and angrily pointed at Mato's orders. Yes. The surrounding ghouls responded one after another, and suddenly, a group of figures sprang out of the darkness, and one after another, they pounced on the Wusu who was surrounded by the center point. Hey! Mato sneered, and slammed the suitcase in his hand, and a blood-red whip whizzed out, instantly sweeping the 4 ghoul who approached him first. Puff! The red blood splashed out, dyeing Mato's white coat red, and the 4 ghouls who approached him fell to the ground one after another, and a terrible wound appeared on their neck or head with a single blow. Snapped! The death of the 4 ghouls did not stop Mato, and he waved his long whip again, and the blood whip like a viper swooped out with a whirl, and instantly exploded the head of the ghoul in front of him, and his brain shot. It's snowing in Guangdong, please collect it. Chapter 4, Demon Group, Seeking Collection. Hey! Mato moved quickly, and the long whip in his hand was extremely flexible, turning into shadows to protect himself from the wind, and all the ghoul who approached him were knocked into the air. Due to the large number of ghoul species, Mayho can only try to protect himself from being hit, so he can only take away the ghoul who is besieging him instead of killing him. Otherwise, when he kills the ghoul in the gap, it is very likely to be hit by the rest of the ghoul. In that case, he will undoubtedly die. Ghoul injured can also rely on his own regenerative ability to quickly recover, but the human body is much more fragile in comparison. Once the isolated and helpless real household is injured, he must be greeted by death. Hu! Mato danced the whip impermeably, and no ghoul could break through his defense, but he knew in his heart that if this continued, he would soon run out of energy and be killed. However, facing the dilemma at this moment, he had no other way, because he had not easily killed the power of this group of ghouls at this time. The strength of the first-class investigator, normally speaking, can compete with the S-level ghoul, but it is also difficult to kill. If they are besieged by the ghoul, even if the number is only a dozen, it is extremely dangerous. Strictly speaking, the strength of human beings is extremely different from the strength of the ghoul. For example, first-class investigators can even kill the S-grade ghoul in a one-to-one situation, because humans have the advantage of resourcefulness. It is easier to play this advantage heads up. However, if one singles out a group of influential ghoul species, it will be difficult for human ingenuity to function and can easily be besieged to death, while the S-rank ghoul species can easily crush a group of influential ghoul species by relying on their strength. Don't look at Guntaro Amen in the anime. It's like cutting melons and vegetables and killing a large group of ghouls. After all, he is the second male, born with a bug aura. If he were replaced by another investigator, he would have been grouped a long time ago. Beaten to death. Therefore, search officers are usually a 2-by-1 combination, so that they can take care of each other, and can also be supported by high-level search officers when encountering a siege crisis, so that low-level search officers can send out help signals to reduce searches. The death rate of officials. But now, the real household alone is just a chronic death. The wheezing sounds became more and more frequent, and Mato could clearly feel that his physical strength was losing rapidly, and his hand movements began to become dull. Puff! The blood splattered again, but this time, it was Mato who was rubbed in his arm by a ghoul. It's awful. Mato's face was solemn, his brows furrowed, and he secretly cried out for his situation. He was wounded, and he was infinitely close to death. Give me all the actions. A little white dove can still make you linger for so long. Do you want to go back and enjoy the punishment of Lord Demon? From beginning to end, the leader who was watching the show with his hands in his arms urged impatiently. Originally, he thought he could easily kill this white dove based on quantity alone, but he also lost several of his subordinates to his carelessness. Going back, I don't know if Lord Demon Eater will blame him, but now this damned white dove still has it. Being able to hold on for so long made him impatient for a long time. Being urged by the leading ghoul, the ghoul who besieged Mito shuddered and accelerated their offensive. After wave without stopping, Manto suddenly felt the pressure increased, like a boat in a storm. At any time it is possible to be overwhelmed by huge waves. Puff! What? A sad scream suddenly sounded, but Manto's face showed joy. Mayho, I'm here. It doesn't matter you, right? Shinohara's voice sounded, and Mato fought hard to fend off the two ghouls in front of him and turned to look. He just saw Shinohara slaying from the outside with a black knife, as if he was slicing melons and vegetables. The ghoul who hadn't reacted to his name, walked in his direction. I'm fine, it's fine if you come, let's get rid of all the dregs together. Shinohara's arrival undoubtedly made Mato see the dawn of survival, and he immediately shouted with a smile, but his ugly face was as ugly as ever even when he laughed. Well, I have sent a signal for help, as long as I hold on for a while, there will be follow-up support. Shinohara's face was still dignified, not as relaxed as Manto's. What's the matter with Shinohara? Just ask for help for these ghouls. Shinohara's answer was beyond Mato's expectation, and Mato asked in a puzzled manner. He seemed to have noticed something unusual. According to the latest information from the 9 district branch of the day before yesterday, this Demon Eater group is not as weak as it appears. Now these are just the bottom members of the Demon Eater group. The real high-level people seem to be hidden deep. I am afraid that the two of us alone cannot deal with this group. After Shinohara and Mato met, the two leaned back and faced forward, and the two sides fell into a confrontation stage. Shinohara's explanation also made Mato understand the reason for this, and his expression became more serious. Sure enough, it is CCG, the intelligence is really amazing. It seems that today can only let you stay here forever. When the leader who had been watching the show heard Shinohara's words, his face finally changed, and his hands on his chest also slowly let go, and he assumed a fighting posture. Just because you want to keep us? I'm afraid you don't have this ability yet. Shinohara replied lightly, bending his legs, and then he ejected fiercely, rushing to the leader, the sharp blade pointed at his forehead. Hey! Don't confuse me with this rubbish, you will pay the price if you underestimate me. The leading ghoul smiled coldly, and the right shoulder Kako surged, and instantly condensed into a green armor to stand in front of him. Clang! Puff! 2 consecutive voices sounded almost at the same time. Shinohara stopped in front of the leader ghoul in hand with a big knife. The big knife was pushed up to block his jiahi, and then he swiped down diagonally, creating a terrifying gap. It was printed on that ghoul's face, and the plasma burst out. Spike! The ghouls around saw that they were leading the moment, and they couldn't help but inhaled a breath of cold air, and their feet moved back 2 steps in horror. This is the strength of the special class. The leading ghoul is only A grade, and if he goes all out, he can still support Shinohara's a few more moves, but he is self-righteous, and this has caused him to be killed before he even shows his strength. Therefore, if you don't die, you won't die. Don't underestimate your enemies at any time, otherwise, you will die. New book for collection. Chapter 5, Support Team, for collection. What? Run away! A scream of screams rang out under the night sky, and a strong smell of blood filled the air. One after another, Ghoul was beheaded under the joint hands of Shinohara and Mato. Only a few of them were lucky enough to escape. It only took less than 10 minutes from Shinohara's arrival to the beheading of nearly 20 cannon species. This shows how terrifying the strength of the special investigators is. But in fact, the ghouls that Shinohara and Mato have jointly killed are just uninfluenced. If they are replaced by A-grade ghouls, I am afraid that their battle will be much harder, and death and injury are inevitable. It's just rubbish. Mato shook the scarlet whip in his hand and said in disgust as he looked at the corpses all over the floor. Don't let your guard down, Manto. These are just appetizers, the real drama has just begun. Compared with Mato, Shino is much more cautious, and his eyes are not relaxed at all to observe the surrounding situation. Shinohara knew very well that these ghouls are just the little guys in the Demon Eater group, and the real high-level personnel have not yet appeared. Oh, the leading ghoul who was dropped in seconds just now may be considered a member of the high level. Papa. As expected, he is the guy called the indomitable Shinohara. Both his strength and experience are extraordinary. Accompanied by gentle applause, a male voice full of evil sounded abruptly. Shinohara and Mato hurriedly looked at the source of the sound, only to see the originally empty abandoned roof. I don't know when a strong ghoul species appeared. The bright red hair seemed to be blood-stained, and the rugged Chinese character with a playful smile on his face, wearing a large black windbreaker, looking down at the two Shinohara condescendingly, his eyes were extremely scarlet. And behind that person, there were dozens of ghouls standing silently, the same eyes exuding a terrifying red light. The scarlet skull coat seemed to be their symbol, and almost every ghoul had a fascinating appearance. Uncomfortable breath. You're the S-level ghoul who is known as the Demon Eater, right? Unexpectedly, the branch's intelligence is correct. As expected, your subordinates hide a powerful force. Shinohara stared tightly at the leading ghoul, his eyes wrinkled slightly, and the hand holding the broadsword intensified unconsciously. After seeing the demon eater with his own eyes, Shinohara has accurately sensed through his breath that the strength of this demon eater is extraordinary, and it has been infinitely close to the SS-grade ghoul. Otherwise, how could the A-grade ghoul behind him willingly become his subordinate? It seems that today will be a tough fight. Shinohara thought so. Beep beep. At this moment, the sound of the car came from far away and quickly approached. Shinohara and the devils both turned their heads and saw a truck coming fast, with the word CCG painted on the body. Obviously, it was the small CCG unit that came to support after receiving the signal from Shinohara. Shinobara Junma, are we here late? The vehicle stopped not far from Shinohara and the others, and several white figures quickly jumped off the truck and asked as they walked towards Shinohara and the others. Very timely support. Ueda first wait. Seeing the support finally arrived, Shinohara's face, who had been frowning, finally showed a smile, looking at the leader who took the lead and said, Ueda Hanyu, the first-class investigator, is a promising investigator that Shinohara is optimistic about. Soon after Shinohara will be officially promoted to Special Search Officer, then the successor of the 9 districts will undoubtedly fall in Ueda body. The situation in the 9 districts is very complicated, and the manpower is also very tight, so in addition to the quasi-special class Shinohara, there are also many senior first-class investigators, and many second-class and third-class investigators. And this time Shinohara's request for help, the small unit that came to support was Ueda's subordinates. In addition to himself as a first-class investigator, there was another first-class deputy as the deputy captain, and the official members were 2 second-class and 3 third-class search officers, as well as 20 soldiers with considerable combat experience in the reserve. This squad is already quite a powerful force in the 9 districts, but compared with the Demon Eater group in front of them, the outcome is only 50 to 50. It is hard to say who will survive to the end. Hehe, I didn't expect you to have support. Are you completely prepared to take action against us? It's just that, based on your people, do you look down on me a little bit? Seeing the arrival of Ueda and others, the Eater sneered angrily. In the eyes of Demon Eater, Beiju suddenly broke into his territory, nothing more than intending to attack him, wanting to destroy him, because such things happen almost every day in the 9 districts. That's why he didn't expect that Beiju's arrival was completely drawn by man-made disasters, and he was still a child who didn't understand anything. If the Eater knew the reason, he would vomit blood out of anger, right? He worked so hard to create the Demon Eater group and endured it for so long, just to accumulate strength and wait for one day to become the master of the 9 districts, but now his plan has been easily destroyed by a child. Stop talking nonsense, you all deserve to die. Go to scum. With the support, Mato undoubtedly had the confidence. At this time, he could no longer resist the hatred in his heart. He stretched out his hand to the gun from a soldier and squeezed the trigger fiercely at the ogre. Puff puff. Naturally, bullets could not hit the devils so easily. After being avoided, they shot into the bricks of the roof, splashing smoke and dust on the ground, and then, the cannon on the roof moved and jumped from the roof. Then, like a wolf, it rushed to the investigators. The battle begins. All the soldiers stepped back to support, and the search officer teamed up to fight. Shinohara quickly issued the battle order, and the big knife in his hand slashed towards the demon at the forefront without hesitation. The battle between CCG and Ghoul officially kicked off. There is one quasi-special class on the CCG side, and there are 3 first class, 2 second class, 3 third class, and 20 soldiers. In the Demon Eater group, there are 1 S-level Ghoul, 7 A-level, and 12 close to A-level. In terms of combat effectiveness alone, the CCG side seems to be at a disadvantage, but after the battle officially started, the CCG side easily blocked the first round of Ghoul's attack with excellent cooperation. Then two teams supported each other and even followed the Ghouls are playing up and down. Bang! Bang! At the center of the battle between Shinohara and the Demon Eater was astonishing. The speed of the two sides was dazzling, and the collision between Koink and Uhi gave bright sparks. And when the two sides were fighting in full swing, in the abandoned house not far away, a pair of black eyes were staring at the battlefield quietly, and the sound of breathing was invisible. If Mato saw this young figure, he would immediately yell at sly little fish in irritation. New book for collection. Chapter 6, Leak Picker on the Battlefield. On the outskirts of the 9 districts, a battle between humans and ghoul species was underway, and casualties had already begun shortly after the battle began. With their excellent cooperation and combat plan, CCG's investigators succeeded in killing one after another. At the same time, the powerful cannons can often kill 1 or 2 investigators by surprise. The battle between Shinohara and the Demon Eater is still fierce. From the state of view, Shinohara has begun to gasp, and seems to be physically exhausted, but no matter how hard the Demon Eater works, his attack can be blocked by Shinohara, which makes the Demon Eater embarrassed. Endlessly, but also secretly surprised Shinohara's amazing strength in his heart. The instigator who caused this battle was hiding in a dark corner not far away, watching the drama quietly. The child didn't understand how enchanting he was to lead this battle to others. He just followed his instincts purely, as if the beast would naturally lead the enemy into a stronger one when it was injured and fleeing. The same in enemy territory. The kid who had been hiding saw that Mato hadn't pursued him. He had already planned to leave quietly, but the smell of blood in the air attracted him again, and the corpse of the Kenyan on the ground made his eyes sparkle. His instinct told him that he must find a way to get those corpses, because those corpses have a great effect on him. Of course, the children who have been together have also vaguely understood that eating the ghoul can quickly increase his strength, so that he will live less difficultly. As a result, the child lurked again, relying on his enchanting talent to hide his aura perfectly, even if the Demon Eater who was the same kind of ghoul could not find the child hiding not far away. With the passage of time, the battle became more and more fierce, and the Devil's group suffered heavy losses. At this time, only 5 A-level ghouls were still struggling to support them, and the remaining ghouls had been successfully killed. The loss on the CCG side was not small. Nearly half of the 20 soldiers died, and the 3 third-class investigators also died too, making Ueda first class angrily. As the two sides moved quickly during the battle, their battlefield slowly drifted away. In the end, the corpses of several ghoul species were far away from the battlefield. Hey! Without hesitation, the figure of the child who had been lurking for a long time flew and rushed towards the corpses quickly, but his slender hands were like sharp knives, pierced into the corpses with a sneer, and then pulled it hard. He took out the hebeo that he planted. Following the same procedure, in less than 10 seconds, the child searched all the bags in the 5 corpses, and then quickly returned to his hiding place. Goo! The child held a hebeo and took a small bite, his throat moved slightly, and he swallowed it into his stomach with a grunt. The warm sensation spread all over his body, causing the child to squint comfortably. The child no longer hesitated. Although the movements were very slight, the speed was not slow at all. In 3 to 5 seconds, he finished a hebun and continued to eat the next hebun, as if his little belly was a bottomless hole filled with dissatisfaction. In less than a minute, the child had eaten 5 hepatic bags into his stomach, and a warm current surged over the child's body. Under the skin that started to turn red, small snakes were visible to the naked eye. Wandering walking, what follows is the increasing power that the child feels. Power. Even if the child is ignorant, he is deeply infatuated with it. The body is constantly absorbing RC cells, quickly strengthening the child's young body. The thin arms can already see the small muscles, the body seems to have grown a bit taller, and the eyes are more energetic and more agile. The most intuitive feeling of the child is that he has greater strength and faster speed. Pouch. He tentatively stretched out his linhe. The child turned his head and saw two small snake-like red linhe were dancing mischievously. Although still slender and fragile, the addition of one represents the child's further strength. Up. The child who tasted the sweetness turned his gaze to the battlefield again. The battle there was still going on. The ghoul was retreating steadily and was struggling to resist the offensive of CCG, but CCG was also exhausted. After all, human physical strength is also a major weakness. The child's gaze fell on the two killed A-level ghouls, and his greedy eyes were a little hesitant. The child's instinct told him that those two corpses could give him more power, but they were too close to the battlefield. Even if he is faster now, he can't be sure that he will not be discovered. So the child was hesitating. Despite the immense desire in his heart, he still quietly waited for the opportunity, like a beast waiting for its prey. Wow! The child moved again, except that his target was not the two A-grade ghoul corpses, but the remaining ghoul corpses. Although those low-strength ghoul corpses are no longer so attractive to children, children don't know what waste is, he only knows that it's useful for him. As a result, such a funny scene appeared on the battlefield where CCG and the Demon Eater group were fighting for life and death, but there was a small cannon picking up leaks, secretly digging out all the packs, and then eating after hiding quietly. Into the stomach to digest and absorb, strengthen yourself little by little. The original child could not even beat the influential ghoul species. The reason why he was able to hold a few moves in the hands of Mato was that on the one hand, Mei was not serious at all, and on the other hand, it was because the child was talented and at an abnormal speed. Quick, the instinct of fighting is amazing. But now, I have eaten more than a dozen hebeos one after another. Although they are all very powerful ghoul hebeos, they can accumulate less and more. The strength of the child has also risen rapidly, and he is already close to the A-level strength. Although the strength of A-level is only the bottom in the world of ghoul. Once again, the unsatisfied child turned his gaze on the two A-class corpses again, and now he has a greater certainty. Swish! The child's figure moved quickly, and with the help of the terrain, his tiny figure was hard to be found, quietly approaching the two corpses little by little. It's near. Closer. The child's eyes became brighter, staring at the two corpses firmly, and the saliva in his mouth also accelerated the secretion, as if it were some tempting food. At the same time, the corner of his eye did not forget to be alert to the battlefield situation to prevent himself from being discovered. Puff! When the child came to one of the corpses, he finally no longer hesitated. The powerful force allowed the child's hand to easily penetrate the skin of the corpse, and he was easily dug out from it. Gudong! After swallowing, the child stared eagerly at the hebeo in his hand, and finally couldn't help but feel the pleasure of gaining strength. He bit down fiercely, and then quickly ate the whole hebeo into his stomach. However, the crisis also happened. Chapter 7, Give Up. On the battlefield outside the 9th district, the battle between CCG and the Demon Eater group was in full swing, but a sudden accident interrupted their battle. The two sides stopped the battle at the same time, looking in the same direction. Full of surprise. In the clearing in the distance, a thin figure was standing there, with blood still on his hands. The fleshy foam on the corner of his mouth indicated that he had just eaten something, and the corpse of the canyon at his feet told everyone without a doubt. People, what he eats is the cannon, or the hep package of the cannon. Originally, he was only planning to secretly eat the hebeo of the A-class candid corpse and then sneaked away, but the ignorant child caused an accident because of this, which caused him to become even more dangerous in the future. Because he didn't hold back his heart's desire, he ate hebeo's child on the spot, and the RC cells that were so large for him suddenly turned into a torrent of torrents that impacted his whole body, and he broke through the bottleneck in an instant, easily. Become an A-level ghoul. The child had eaten more than a dozen hebeos before, and his strength was already very close to the A-level. Now that he ate the A-grade Hebeos, he broke through on the spot of course. But embarrassingly, after the breakthrough, the child couldn't adapt to his sudden increase in strength, and his aura could no longer be hidden. The sudden outbreak of the aura of A-grade Ghoul suddenly attracted everyone's attention, and they turned their heads to look towards his position. A thief is bound to be at a loss when exposed to the sun suddenly, but the child is different. He looks at everyone blankly, with innocent eyes, because he has no idea what happened. Cunning little fish, you dare to show up unexpectedly. It was Wusu, of course, who uttered the scolding the first time, and saw that he was pointing at the child angrily. If it weren't for a strong opponent in front of him, I'm afraid he would have rushed to the child long ago. After a hard pursuit, the child was taken into the Demon Eater's lair, which led to a great battle. How can Mahamai not be angry? How can he not be angry? Although Shinohara did not speak, he was surprised. Shinohara, who has exceptional strength, can naturally see the changes before and after the child. In just 2 or 3 hours, his strength has undergone a leapfrog change, sure enough. Just like his evaluation, evildoer. Where did that little guy come from? At this moment, the eater also asked in surprise, but this sentence made the expressions of Shinohara and Mato freeze. Nanny? Isn't that kid yours? Shinohara couldn't help the doubts in his heart immediately, and asked on the spot. Humph, how could my demon eater accept a child as a subordinate? Shinohara, are you insulting me? Hearing this, the demon eater was immediately embarrassed and yelled at Shinohara angrily when he pointed at the child. Baga! We came here after chasing that child. You said he was not yours, what a joke. Mato couldn't help it anymore, yelling with uncertainty on his face. At this time, everyone was stunned. Shinohara and Mato have always assumed that the child is a member of the Demon Eater group. Otherwise, how could the child deliberately lure them here? The rest of the CCG people have always thought that this is a war against the Devil's group, but it doesn't seem to be the case at this time. The Devils felt even more innocent. They stayed on their own turf and were suddenly attacked by CCG. They thought it was against themselves, but now they find that a child caused the disaster. The demons are all angry. Little guy, who are you? Now, Shinohara has finally sorted out the clues. From start to finish, they were self-righteous. The child never said which side he was, but at a young age he knew how to cause trouble. This scheming was shocking. Who knows, the child just glanced at him faintly, did not answer his question, turned and ran away with a scream. After being promoted to A level, the child whose strength has soared, and his speed soared. With all his strength, he disappeared between the abandoned houses in the blink of an eye and disappeared. Unexpectedly, everyone who didn't expect the child to flee, they were all stunned at the same place, not knowing how to react. Damn it! Don't try to run away. Manto, who has a deep resentment for children, reacted the fastest, regardless of the strong opponent in front of him, chasing up in the direction of the disappearance of the child. Meiho! Forget it, I can't catch up anymore. Shinohara stopped Mato from chasing him in time, staring at the direction the child was leaving, and said thoughtfully. Damn it! Don't let me see you again, next time, I will never let you go. Shinohara knew what Shinohara meant, so he yelled angrily and stopped. Afterwards, the atmosphere on the battlefield became serious again, and the two sides confronted each other, but they couldn't fight anymore. Originally, both sides are already at the end of the battle. The Demon Eater group is not strong enough and is losing ground. However, the CCG is also exhausted, and it is easy to be counter-killed. It is because of the suffocation that can continue to fight. But after the fight was interrupted by the child's uproar, both sides no longer have the fighting spirit, but now both sides are waiting for the other side to speak of weakness first. Attention everyone, ready to continue fighting. At this time, Shinohara slowly squeezed the big sword in his hand and held up in front of him to give an order. As the CCG that specializes in combating the ghoul species, it is absolutely impossible for them to take the lead in showing weakness and retreat. Then, what will be the face of CCG? So even if he died here, Shinohara would never give an order to retreat. Yes. Shinohara gave an order, and even though the investigators were exhausted, they all surged in fighting spirit, condensed into a huge momentum and pressed against the Demon Eater group. Hey! As expected of the unyielding Shinohara, really hard enough. Little ones, let's go. The ogre, who knew he could not fight anymore, was unwilling to fight, but there was nothing he could do. It would not do him any good to fight again, so he had to give an order to retreat aggrieved. After all, the Demon Eater figure flashed, and quickly evacuated with the shaku, but Shinohara did not stop him, but quietly watched their leaving back, his tired eyes with a little dignity. No, what is thinking? Shinohara, should we let them go like this? As long as we persist, we can destroy them. The radical real family was very unwilling. Xiao Yuer's escape already made him very angry. Now he can only watch the Demon Eater group leave, and he can't help it. Meiho. If it's a deadly battle, we will win, but after the victory, how many can go back alive? Also, don't forget where is this place. We will lose a lot at that time, but don't expect other ghoul who will be subordinates. Show mercy. Sure enough, it was Shinohara. One sentence tells the reason. They are in a deep danger. If they fight desperately with the demon group, they can win, but the living people will definitely be unable to fight again. Then how can they learn from the ghoul? Back to the branch in the hinterland. Chapter 8, Devil Mask. Check it out for me. Be sure to find out where the kid came from. After the wimpy ogre, who was the first to withdraw in front of CCG, returned to the hiding place, the order was issued as soon as possible. Since he founded the Demon Eater group, when has he encountered a moment of aggrieved situation like today? After being hit by a group of white doves, he was forced to give in, and the devils were so angry that they would vomit blood every time they thought of it. And the initiator of all this is the little guy who didn't know where it came from. At this moment, the devils couldn't wait to eat him bit by bit. Also, follow the trail of that kid with all my strength, and once you find him, bring him to me, and I will treat him personally. Humph! As the evil voice of the Eater fell, a figure quickly left the territory of the Eater, and announced the child's information. In just half a day, the entire 9 districts knew that the Eater group was looking for this little kid. On the other hand, after Shinohara returned to the branch with the remaining CCG troops, he also issued an order to search the child's data immediately, and classified the child as a dangerous level. Any search officer who encounters a child must treat it with all your might. Although the child is only in A-level strength, judging from his previous battles with Reali, that Cannon Kid not only has a speed beyond the level, but also has a terrifying ability to regenerate and an amazing combat intuition. It is very good in the same level. It's hard for someone to be a child's opponent. What's more, search officers use their rich combat experience and excellent combat plans to deal with ghoul species, but these will undoubtedly have little effect on children with extremely keen combat intuition. If they are not treated with caution, search officers may be afraid we'll lose more. So, just because the child did not hold back for a while, he ate the hebeo on the spot and exposed his traces. Both CCG and Ghoul started to trace his whereabouts, trying to catch him or kill him. The child who had been living very hard in the first place is now even more difficult. No matter where he hides, someone will want to deal with him. It's just that the ignorant child doesn't know how dangerous his situation is. He only knows that he needs to be more careful to hide his traces so that no one will find himself. He didn't even know how desperate his situation was. Both humans and ghoul species do not allow him to exist. In such a situation, how can a child who knows nothing continue to survive? If you change to an adult ghoul species, I am afraid that all hope has already been lost. But at this time, our protagonist is still hiding in a dark corner, perfectly hiding his breath. His black eyes are staring at a fuzzy figure in the distance, and a red light flashes under his eyes. It was a ghoul who hadn't reached A grade, but at this time it became a child's prey without knowing it. That's right, it's prey. Since growing up to be an A-level ghoul, the child has not only increased in strength, but also his thoughts have grown a lot, and he has begun to know how to think on his own. The change at this time just shows the growth of the child. In the past, he would only hide and pick up the leakage, but now he dared to take the initiative to hunt for food. This is undoubtedly a great change. What's even more surprising is that children already know how to find a target that doesn't seem so dangerous to start with, so as to test their own strength, rather than rashly find a target. Okay. A breeze blew by, and the child's prey suddenly stopped, and looked around suspiciously, but found nothing. I don't know why, but at that moment, his whole body was erected, as if he was being stared at by something dangerous. Without any prey found, he had to give up, shook his head and continued to walk forward, without knowing that he was heading towards the abyss of death step by step. When the prey passed by the child's hiding place, the child did not rush to make a move, but quietly waited for the prey to continue to move forward, turning his back to himself. Then he made a quick strike. Hey! Quiet like a virgin, moving like a rabbit, the child swishes behind the prey, two slender scales pierced into the prey's heart and head like red lightning. Puff! With the blood spattering, the child's first prey was perfectly successful, and his prey was killed in an instant. Crunchy! What followed was a burst of light chewing. After the child gobbled up the pack of prey, he did not even let off the meat on his body. After eating as fast as possible, he quickly left, because of the blood. The taste will soon attract other ghouls. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the child to leave, and the strong smell of blood attracted several ghouls, and then a fierce battle for food was triggered. In the 9th district, it is not unusual for a ghoul to share, because many times a ghoul can't hunt under the nose of the investigator, so they can only start from their own kind. Hunger is a terrible thing, it can drive people crazy, let alone a kind of inhumane. An extremely concealed dilapidated house on the periphery of the 9th district. This is a hiding place for children, because the environment here is bad, the land is barren, and the air is filled with the rancid smell of a corpse, so let alone people, even kind of species rarely come here, so children use this as their own safe house. At this time, the child who had just eaten was about to take a nap, but it was abrupt. His heart beat abruptly. What followed was that the body began to twitch violently, and a feeling of scorching heat surged all over the body. The child screamed in pain, his thin body was rolling back and forth on the ground, hazy at the back of his waist was tumbling like boiling water, and the scarlet scales he screamed out, and his appearance looked no different from the previous ones. But actually exudes a heart-palpitating breath. Boom! Puff! As the child's body continued to roll, the two lins continued to beat the ground as if out of control, or slammed into the floor. The ground was messed up, but he was safe and sound. Damage. It can be seen from this that although the child's scale does not seem to have changed much in appearance, in fact it has been greatly strengthened in terms of strength and hardness, and its tip is sharper than the blade, and it is easily on the ground. Make neat cuts on the top. What's more surprising is that the skin on the child's face also exuded a lot of RC cells, slowly condensing into a block on the face. The mask is very small, but it can completely block the child's appearance. The eyes just show the child's scarlet eyes. There is no nose, only a big mouth with a blood basin, and the corners of the mouth are still red with a trace of blood, like blood. The whole mask looks like a ghost, or a ghost with blood still remaining on his mouth, as if he had just finished eating. It was frightening and terrifying to see. New book for collection. Chapter 9, Half Herald. New book seeking collection. Ah! The hoarse screams filled the whole abandoned house. Fortunately, the location here is remote. Except for the occasional 2 or 3 crows, there are no other ghouls or humans. Otherwise, I am afraid that the screams will be scared to the horror. Inside the room, a black-haired child was rolling all over the floor in pain, his face covered with a ghost-like mask, as if he wanted to choose someone at any time, and 2 slender scales behind him danced wildly, whipping wanton. Touching the ground, a splash of smoke and dust. In just a few hours, I ate nearly 20 ghoul bags, 2 of which were A grade, and a large number of RC cells surged in the child's body, as if out of control. What's even more pitiful is that the child is just beginning to learn to think, but he can't figure out what's wrong with his body, let alone think of a solution. Half-heard, after repeated CO growth, the RC cells in the body increase, so that the half-heard ghoul who has more than one can become half-heard, and their strength will also increase. It's just that the half-heroes can't control the excessive RC cells in the body, so they often become confused and even fall into a state of rampage. Only after a lot of battle and time accumulation can completely control all the RC cells in the body, the half-herald will evolve into the master, and the strength will become extremely terrifying. Among all the ghouls, the known Hitler is the most powerful ghoul at present, the SSS level 1-eyed owl. At this time, the child's state is the embryonic form of evolving into half-heritors, and has not completely become half-heritors. After all, if half-heritors can evolve successfully so easily, wouldn't it be that half-heritors are everywhere? Therefore, apart from the evil spirit's mask, the child didn't seem to increase anything. The increase in physical strength and Lin He's strength was also due to eating a lot of Hebeo. After a long time, the RC cells that ran away seemed tired and finally calmed down. The child was finally rescued, and he was lying on the ground panting with a blank face. Until now, he still didn't know what was going on. But all this is just the beginning. The child will eventually go farther and farther on the road of sharing, until he becomes a true master. No one can stop it. It's another brand new day. The sleeping child suddenly opened his eyes, and there was a trace of divine light in the black pupils, that was thinking. The child is thinking where to go hunting today. Normally, after a complete meal, a ghoul can get enough nutrients to support himself without having to eat for half a month. However, this is not the case with the child. Since the last runaway, although the child has not run away again, his appetite has become a little abnormal. In the past, 1 meal for half a month was enough for him, but now it is 3 to 5. Heaven will feel hungry. Just judging from the child's current IQ, he didn't notice the weirdness, he only knew that he was going to hunt food when he was hungry. Eat when you are hungry, this is also one of the eternal truths. As a result, the child's figure quickly left his hiding place, found a direction casually, and occasionally stopped to smell the air to distinguish whether there was any prey. Hey! The child stopped abruptly, raised his head and took a deep breath, his black eyes suddenly turned scarlet, with excitement in his eyes. Prey, found it! After the first experiment, the child has probably understood his level of strength, so he will no longer look for those low-grade ghoul species. His goal is basically the A-grade ghoul species. It's near. Closer. The child ran unscrupulously, the astonishing speed is unimaginable, as if a black light flashed by. Crack! His body surged, and the evil ghost mask instantly covered his face, revealing only the child's excited eyes, but the powerful aura did not leak a bit, perfectly hiding his strength. Dickon is an A-level ghoul, and has experienced life and death crisis several times. His strength ranks among the top in the same level. Even the general White Dove team should not easily deal with him. It has been half a month since Dickon last looked for food, and the hunger in his belly urged Dickon to leave his lair and begin to go to human habitation to prepare for hunting. Dickon is a ghoul who hasn't shared the median in the 9 districts. It's not unwilling, but simply thinks that hunting humans is more interesting. He extremely enjoys the horrified expression of human beings, and every time he thinks about it, he is intoxicated. Da 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 da. A series of rapid footsteps from far to near attracted Dickens' attention. As soon as he turned his head, his excellent eyesight allowed Dickon to easily see the small figure 1 kilometer away. Is it for me? Dickon thought about it alertly, but after thinking about it, he didn't know who he had offended recently. Could it be that it is a co-worker? Dickon's heart shuddered, and this thought came out. Go, the special name of the ghoul in the 9 districts for the ghoul in the ghoul. Thinking of this, Dickon immediately made preparations for battle, and the 3 scales behind his waist instantly emerged, shaking behind him. However, as the figure got closer and closer, Dickon couldn't help showing mockery and sneer on his face. What the hell? It turned out to be just a kid. Hey, scared me. Putting away Linhee behind him, Dickon also relaxed his vigilance. Without him, because Dickon can solve it with just one hand for a small child. In the world of the ghoul who eats the weak and eats the strong, the fighting power of children is pitiful, and no adult ghoul will put children in their eyes. But in the next second, Dickon's face changed a little. Fast speed. In the blink of an eye, he came to Dickon from a kilometer away. The child's astonishing speed made Dickon unexpectedly. He just instinctively raised his head back, a bright red flashing in front of his eyes, and a cold feeling on his forehead made him feel cold. My heart trembled. I almost died just now. Dickon thought sluggishly. If it hadn't been for his instinct to save him, I am afraid that at just that moment, his head would be pierced by the child's Linhee instantly, and he could not die any more. Where did this kid come from? Why is he so strong? Dickon, who had recovered from his senses, stepped back in horror, and quickly opened the distance from the child. A pair of eyes stared at the child with a goblin mask in awe. Hey! The child won't let Dickon continue to be in a daze. After a miss, the 2 Linhee quickly zoomed in Dickon's pupils again. New book for collection I Won't Let You Down Later. Chapter 10, Public Enemy in 9 Districts. Swish! In a clearing on the periphery of the 9th district, Dickon tried his best to dodge the storm-like offensive from the front, and the cold sweat couldn't stop falling from his forehead. Dickon never thought that there would be such a ghoul child who could suppress himself as an A-grade ghoul. Although the strength of A-level is weak in the world of ghoul, it is also an insurmountable and powerful existence compared to underage children. But now, Dickon is being watched by a child. The spooky speed and non-stop offensive make Dickon have to deal with it with all his strength. He doesn't dare to be distracted, and the small look at the beginning has long been lost. Where did it go? Boom boom. Dickon has 3 sturdy-looking scales, but in front of the child's 2 slender scales, he appears dull and unable to keep up with the child's offensive, let alone organize an effective counterattack. Dickon's heart is miserable. It's not that he doesn't want to fight back, but that he can't keep up with the child's speed at all. The 2 seemingly slender scales of the child not only have lightning speed, but are also much harder than the appearance, and they can't be crushed by the hardness of Dickon's scales. Suddenly, Dickon, who had been staring at the child, seemed to have discovered something. His eyes flashed. While controlling Linhee behind him to block the child's offensive, he stretched out his big hand to the child's neck. Hey, I can't think of it. The child is a child after all, and the physical disadvantage is obvious. My hand can easily attack you, and you can't do anything except avoid it. Dickon couldn't help but think of it triumphantly. Indeed, Dickon is tall, and the length of a right arm is as long as half the height of a child. Dickon's hand can easily touch the child, but the child cannot do that. Almost. Let me crush your head, boy. Dickon roared in excitement, opened his palm and slammed the child's head. However, the child did not have the panic that Dickon imagined on his face, nor did he retreat and evade as he imagined. However, is the child really self-inflicted? Dickon didn't have time to think about it. When his big hand was about to hold the child's head, he was horrified to find that the child was missing before his eyes. Where is it? Where is it? Dickon is a little flustered. Puff. The severe pain spread from Dickon's heart to his whole body, lowered his head. Dickon and the child met his eyes. He saw the indifferent eyes under the ghostly mask. For some reason, at that moment, Deccan's mind vaguely filled with memories of the past. Hey, Deccan, I heard from those guys that a very evil kid appeared in our 9 districts recently, but he was only 9 years old, but he had hunted down several canny species. Those guys who were killed by him were all powerful. Not weak. Yes, I heard that the kid wore a mask like a devil. He was cold-blooded and cruel when fighting, and he was very cruel. In the face of his companions, Dickon dismissed it and laughed at his companions instead. Cut, what kid, what evil spirit, it's just a joke made up by those guys when they're bored? Just a little kid can scare you all. It's really getting better and better. But at this moment, isn't the child in front of him wearing the mask of an evil spirit? His eyes were indifferent, and his fighting tactics were as brutal as beasts. Maybe it was the kid they were talking about? I knew it, I should listen to them, and be careful. This was the last thought in Dickon's mind. It was a pity that the world didn't know it earlier. What's more, even if he knew it earlier, Dickon could not escape the hunting of children. This was a gap in strength that could not be made up. Plop! Dickon's body fell heavily to the ground, and the child silently looked at the blood on his hands, stretched out his tongue, licked his head, and his eyes flashed red. Reaching out and digging out the heart that no longer beats, the child opened his mouth and bit down without hesitation. After a long time, the full child stood up slowly, restored his black eyes and looked to the west. There, the sun is about to set, and there is also the habitat of humans, and there is also the destination of the child's next hunt. I don't know since when, an incredible news began to circulate among the ghouls in the 9 districts. A child wearing a ghost mask, with a powerful strength that is extremely incompatible with his age, specializes in hunting A-level ghoul species. This piece of information continues to spread, even if it is a ghoul who has heard it before but doesn't believe it at all, it can't help but believe it at this time. After all, a lot of A-level canny species have been hunted down, this is a fact. Every 3 or 5 days, an A-level cannon dies. From the point of view of tactics, they all come from the same canoe, so they can't help but believe it. As a result, the A-level ghouls in the 9 districts began to panic. After all, there are a lot of A-level ghouls in the 9 districts. Judging by the hunting frequency of the evil spirit children, I am afraid that it will not be long before they will be let's hunt it all out. No one wants to die, and even less willing to wait for death to come. That kind of suffering is unbearable. As a result, the A-level ghouls in the 9 districts began to unite one after another, forming groups of 3 to 5, almost never standing alone, and giving no chance to hunt children. The leaders of those powerful ghoul groups also issued the same order to search the whereabouts of the evil ghost children and then carry out a siege. Although the 9 districts are not taboo about sharing, there has never been a ghoul who can blatantly and frequently share together, because doing so will become a public enemy of the ghoul. Who would wish there was a guy who could eat himself at any time? Ever since, the child, without knowing it, stood on the opposite side of all the ghoul in the 9 districts and became the public enemy of all the ghoul. Even incompetent ghouls are jealous of children. After all, although it is said that children only hunt A-level ghouls, who knows if he will kill them when he is extremely hungry. Although the S-class ghoul is not worried that children will come and kill themselves, they are very afraid. Because repeated sharing will quickly improve their own strength, so there will be so many secretly sharing together. And children share such a high frequency, they are afraid that if they are not stopped in time, I am afraid that it will not be long before the children will grow up to the height of their shoulders. At that time, even if they are S-class, they may not be able to escape being hunted. Fate. CO Ghoul is much stronger than the average ghoul, this is common sense. Quietly, an action against the evil spirit kid began. New book for collection. Chapter 11, Hunting for Humans. 9 districts, CCG branch. Sinohara Junma, there is news about what you told me before. This is the information you want? In the office, Shinohara frowned, looking at a file sent by his investigator, with a look of fear on his face. On the file. Name, Ominous. Code name, Devil. Age, about 10 years old. Hesitype, Linhe. Combat effectiveness, A level. Detailed introduction, once lured the investigator into the ogre territory, which led to a war between the two sides. Following a frantic hunt for food, nearly 20 A-level ghoul species have been hunted, and no sign of becoming a half-herald has been found for the time being. CCG's intelligence capabilities are not covered, and all the children's information has been collected almost completely, but looking at this information, Shinohara is a little worried. The speed of strength growth is amazing. If you let it go, I am afraid that it will not be long before that kid will become a powerful existence that makes the 9 districts helpless. However, looking at the transfer order next to him, Shinohara felt helpless. Although he wanted to take measures against the child, he was helpless. The headquarters had already urged him to return and he was officially promoted to a special search officer. He has been procrastinating for nearly 2 months since the last time I saw the child, but now he has just found the child's information, but he can't hold on any longer. He will go to the headquarters in the afternoon. There is no way, I have to leave it to Ueda. With a helpless sigh, Shinohara slowly closed the child's information, and carefully confessed that Ueda Showers must take action against the child as soon as possible, otherwise it will become a major problem in the future. However, will things really go as smoothly as Shinohara imagined? Outside the 9 districts, children are wandering aimlessly. Hunting has become more and more difficult in recent days. I don't know why, his prey are all staying together in groups, almost not alone, which makes it difficult for him to have a chance to start. The child who already knows how to think somewhat understands that his prey is guarding against him and resisting his hunting. It's just that the child doesn't have any special thoughts about this. The prey here can't be killed for the time being, so go find other prey. Children's ideas are always simple and pure. As a result, the child's goal fell on the human habitation. One reason for hunting the ghoul is because of the close distance, and the other is because it can enhance their own strength, but the child has not forgotten the taste of human beings, which is completely different from the taste of the ghoul. The taste of ghoul is like expired pork-flavored ham. Although it still smells of pork, it tastes bitter and slightly rancid. If it weren't for a child's good teeth, it's not picky at all, I'm afraid it's long ago. It's hard to swallow ghoul. The taste of human beings is very different. It is like a 5-star chef's meticulous cooking. After eating it once, it can make people deeply infatuated. Like a drug addiction, it can't be quit again. Thinking of the taste of human beings, even paper children couldn't help swallowing, eyes full of longing. Ghoul is born to be a cannibal. The feeling of hunger in his belly became clearer and clearer, and the child had to speed up his pace and rush towards his destination. As the sun sets, just after get off work, the street is full of people, and CCG has to send more investigators to patrol the street. However, it is still difficult to guard against the ghosts, and they will see them every once in a while. The team rushed into the streets nervously. In one of the alleys, the child stood quietly in the shadows, with a pair of eyes staring at the people on the street indifferently, looking for his goal. Soon, the child found his goal, a girl walking alone. It was a pretty girl, with long blue hair, big eyes twinkling, and a happy smile on her face. She was quickly pressing her mobile phone in her hand. There is no doubt that she is send text messages to the people you love. Woo! A strong wind blew, and the girl's figure disappeared suddenly. On the street, the investigators patrolling around did not notice the slightest strangeness. The child's speed was so fast. Bang! The child threw the girl curled up by Linhe on the ground casually, just staring at her quietly. Are you a ghoul? The girl was extremely flustered, because she happened to be walking on the street and was taken to this abandoned house in a blink of an eye, and she also saw the child's linhi. The girl is not stupid. She knows very well that it is an organ that can only be found in a cannibal, but she is a little unbelievable. She can't imagine that such a delicate little boy is a cannibalistic cannibal. The child did not answer, just stared at the girl quietly. Little children are curious. He has never tried to come into contact with humans so close. In the past, he could only look from a distance, or he was a dead person. So even if he is hungry now, he still chooses to observe his prey first. What do you want? Let me go, okay? Please. The child's silence undoubtedly made the girl more frightened, and pleaded with tears. The old house in the wilderness, the child who can't speak, the unique organs of the ghoul, even if the girl can't believe it, she has to be sure that the quiet little boy standing in front of her is a ghoul who can eat himself. Ghoul. The child still didn't speak, but tilted his head and fixed his eyes on the girl's exposed neck. The smooth skin was full of temptation for him. Of course, the temptation only comes from the desire for food, not from it. Please, don't, let me go, I don't want to be eaten, I don't want to die. Seeing the flashing red light in the child's eyes, the girl was even more frightened, and her body weakened because of fear. She couldn't help retreating, trying to stay away from the child. She had just made a boyfriend and had a happy life, so how could she be willing to be eaten by a ghoul and die miserably? But here, besides the children, there are no other people or ghouls at all. There are only a few crows that fly by occasionally. Where else can the girl without the power of a chicken escape? Boom! The helpless girl smashed the bag in her hand at the child, but the child didn't even bother to hide. Such a weak attack would have no effect on the child. The girl's fate was doomed from the moment she was caught by the child. Finally, after observing for a long time, the child did not see what is special about human beings. After losing curiosity, the red light in the child's eyes became brighter and brighter. He walked slowly towards the girl, slightly opened his mouth, and his mouth was full of saliva. What? A scream resounded across the sky, but it stopped abruptly. Chapter 12, Ghoul 3 Brothers. Oh, the number of people missing has increased recently, but the slightest clue has never been found. It's really weird. Even if it is a kind of hunting, it will leave some traces. What's more, the number of missing persons has suddenly started to skyrocket. Which canon group started to hunt a lot of food? After receiving the following statistics report from the CCG branch of the 9 districts, the new commander Ueda Hanyu suddenly had a headache. Okay. For some reason, a small figure suddenly flashed in Ueda's mind, recalling the solemn instructions of Shin O'Hara before leaving, and his eyes suddenly became horrified. Is it him? Yes, that's right, only the speed of that kid can make the investigator unaware, and only he can hunt a lot of food unscrupulously. Unexpectedly, he has already targeted humans? After talking to himself, Ueda finally sorted out his thoughts and inferred that the culprit who caused a large number of missing people recently, that Canon Kid. Ueda's reasoning is not wrong. Since the ghouls in the 9 districts began to huddle together to prevent them from being preyed by children, and even formed teams to search for the whereabouts of the children have set their prey targets on humans. And since the last time he tasted fresh human flesh, the child couldn't help being obsessed with it. As if addicted, he began to hunt humans wildly, even if he was not hungry at all. It's like when a child eats something delicious, he will always want to eat it, and he can't stop it. And it just so happens that children have the ability to prey on their own. As a result, the number of missing persons in the 9 districts began to increase substantially. From the first 3 or 2 days, only 1 or 2 people have been added, and now almost 1 missing person is added every day. Under the close patrol of the search officers, the number of missing persons in the 9 districts is basically stable at 2 or 3 every day. After all, there are a lot of ghouls in the 9 districts. Even if the search officers work hard, it is difficult to guarantee that there will be omissions. Therefore, the number of missing persons increases by 1 every day. For CCG, it is already a huge change. This usually means that a certain cannon group has taken action before it can increase its prey by increasing its prey. Keep your combat effectiveness at its best, even stronger than usual. From today, we will increase the intensity of investigations by investigators, focusing on searching for news about ghost children, and immediately carry out arrests whenever there is a chance. After careful consideration, Ueda finally gave the order and took corresponding actions against the child. It's just a pity that Ueda never saw the scary aspects of a child growing up like Shinohara. He never paid too much attention to the existence of the child. In the end, the child escaped and eventually became impossible for the 9th District branch. A powerful presence to deal with. And the ghouls in the 9 districts have also started to target children, but because there is no ghoul command, so the ghouls' search for children is even more disorganized. It is strange that they can easily find the children. But there are too many people looking for it, and the mice will always be killed. No, the 3 ghouls had nothing to do this day, and they found the child's hiding place by accident. I said, "Big brother, there isn't even a ghost here. Why is that evil kid here? Don't waste time, right?" A carefree voice came from a distance, and 3 tall figures were walking slowly. Judging from the name among the 3, they should be 3 brothers, and the person who spoke was the second child. The second child wore a mushroom head and looked a little funny. He was so loud that he was a little stupid, and the man next to him was the boss. The boss is an inch, his face is serious, and there is an ugly black scar on the brow of his right eye, which is very weird. It stands to reason that with Ghoul's regenerative ability, no matter what scars are left on the body, it will eventually recover completely. It is impossible to leave scars. If you want to come to this Ghoul species, you must have had some special experience. On the other side, the taciturn guy is the youngest, with long black hair that reaches to the shoulders. Long bangs cover his left eye. The only right eye that is exposed is indifferent. His body is not strong. Exudes a frightening breath like a poisonous snake. What do you know? So many people can't find the child, he must be hiding in a place we can't find. Maybe this is his hiding place. Humph, if it weren't for the tempting reward from the devils, I wouldn't be interested in that little kid. A small kid can scare them into panic, it's not as good as rubbish. The boss is obviously a bit angry, and his tone is full of disdain for the child and fuss and contempt for the other ghouls. In his opinion, the evil kid is impossible to be as powerful as the rumors, at best. It is comparable to A-level, it's just strength, although it's already amazing. And those A-level ghouls who were killed in the past were little-known guys, and their strength was nothing at all, at least they weren't put in the eyes of the boss. But it was precisely because of the boss's underestimation that this led to consequences that he could not bear. Hey! This breath! Suddenly, the youngest man who had been silent for a while stopped, his nose pulsed, and lightly sniffed the remaining breath in the air, with a solemn look on his delicate face. What's wrong? Did you find anything? The boss obviously trusts the 3rd child, and when he sees the response of the 3rd child, he asks in confusion. Well, the owner of this breath in the air is obviously haunting here often, and the strength is still very strong. The youngest nodded solemnly. Obviously, these 2 points of information can be obtained only from the residual aura, and this 3rd child is not a simple character. Is that so? It seems we really found that little guy. As he was talking, the boss suddenly stopped, his eyes fixedly staring at the front, and an imperceptible horror flashed in his eyes. I don't know when, a young figure appeared silently on the roof in the distance. His tattered clothes still had blood stains. The dirty little face was expressionless, and under the messy black hair, there was a pair of indifferent. The pupils were staring at the 3 of them guardedly. As early as when the silly second child was speaking, the child had already noticed the arrival of the three, but the child chose to hide his traces vigilantly and observe the three in secret. But the three of them obviously came for their hiding place. The child who has become more mature obviously understands that it will be useless if he continues to hide, and will be discovered sooner or later, so he stands up directly. The bright red tongue licked his lips, and the child's eyes were a little wary, but with excitement. The vigilance is because the opponent has an advantage in number and the overall strength is stronger than himself, but the excitement is because he is going to fight another battle. Since the advancement of strength, the child has fallen in love with fighting. After each life and death struggle with Ghoul, he can feel that his strength is a little stronger. Moreover, as if he were a natural fighting maniac, the child extremely enjoyed the excitement of fighting with life to death. Starting from the new book, if you think it looks good, please help to collect it, thank you. Chapter 13, First Confrontation, New Book Seeking Collection. Oh, brother, isn't that the devil kid we're looking for? Ha ha ha, let's go and catch him. I can't wait to get the demon's reward. The stupid voice of the silly second child was filled with excitement, his face flushed with excitement, staring at the child's eyes, as if seeing a pile of wealth. Second, don't get excited, this little guy doesn't look so easy to deal with. The boss stretched out his hand to hold the second child who wanted to rush out to shoot the child, while staring at the child and said. Ghoul is born with a keen perception, and the boss can clearly feel the threat that the child brings to him. We must know that the boss is a strong one among the A-level ghouls, but the child can bring him a sense of crisis. Doesn't this mean that the child is stronger than he thought? This is not good news for the boss. Of course, there are 3 people on their side, 3 to 1. No matter how strong the child is, they can't escape their palms. However, to deal with a small child, and the 3 brothers are required to take action together, just thinking about it, the boss feels ashamed. Go to Grandma's house. So the boss is a little hesitant at this time. If he is alone, obviously he is not sure that he can catch the child, even if it is life and death, he can't be sure that he will be the one who will eventually live. But the 3 of them go together, so after today, I am afraid that the 3 of them will become the laughing stock of the 9 districts, right? Although all the ghouls know that the evil ghost kid is very strong, it is an indisputable fact that their 3 brothers teamed up to deal with a kid. The youngest. The boss tilted his head and threw the problem to his most trusted and smart third brother. Let the second brother try it first. With the 2 of us watching, you can take action at any time even if there is any danger. The third child understood what his elder brother meant, and immediately gave a solution. First, let the stupid second child test the child's details to see if the child is really that powerful, and then decide whether they want to take action together. Hey, the third child is right. Boss, let go, I'll go get that kid over for you. Don't worry, my second child will get everything when he shoots. Upon hearing the third child's words, the silly second child suddenly yelled with a grin. Well, go ahead, be careful. The boss nodded, let go of his hand, and let the second child strode towards the child, but his eyes were always on the child, with deep vigilance in his eyes. Although he is a ghoul, he is a brother who grew up together after all. The relationship between the 3 of them is very good, and the youngest is not weak, and his head is very smart, which makes the boss feel at ease, so he is most worried. It is his second brother who is not bright in his head. Hey, little guy, come down and fight with your brother and me. If you lose, you will be taken by me for rewards. If you win, forget it, you can't beat me. The second stupid strode to the open space in front of the house, and yelled carelessly at the child with his head up. He looked careless and didn't worry about his own safety at all. Pattern. With a soft sound, the child leaped forward and gently landed on the ground, tilted his head and looked at the silly second child, and then at the boss and the third child in the distance, with a little confusion in his eyes. From the child's point of view, shouldn't the three people on the opposite side have to go together? Why is it that only this stupid man fights with himself now? With the child's current intelligence, he still couldn't understand that it would be shameful for the three people to work together to deal with the child. He simply believed that as many enemies there were to deal with, there was nothing that could not join forces. I didn't think about it if I didn't understand. The child narrowed his eyes and flipped back, avoiding the oncoming fist of the foolish dangerously. Although the stupid man is not bright in his brain, his fighting consciousness is extremely strong. Just fighting with his own instinct can beat many ghoul of the same level. Just now, he accurately grasped the flaw that the child's attention was not falling on him, and decisively chose to shoot. The big fist of the sandbag slammed into the child's head, and the corner of his mouth was still silly. Smile, as if I have seen the child's head blown up like a watermelon. It's just that the child's beastly instinct is better than his fighting instinct. As soon as the stupid took the shot, the child immediately responded and easily avoided the second cock's attack. Hey, want to avoid? It's not that simple. Seeing that he had missed a hit, the silly second child shouted with a laugh again. The scarlet color in his eyes instantly occupied his pupils. The shoulders surged, and the sharp jia he rolled out along his arms and slammed towards the child. Stab! At this time, the child is at the time when his old power is exhausted. Even if he can barely escape, injury is inevitable. Once injured, I am afraid that more flaws will be exposed. Seeing this, the expressions on the faces of the boss and the youngest were slightly relaxed, as if they had anticipated the final outcome. In the face of such a dangerous situation, the child's response was beyond the imagination of the three brothers. Hoob! I saw the child coldly looking at Jia, who was piercing quickly, but he didn't evade. The two bright red scales behind his waist came first, and they pierced the second child's head and heart like lightning. The child's Linhe is a bit longer than the second child's Jia. Before Jia pierces the child's head, Linhe can definitely penetrate the second child's heart. This trick to encircle Wei Joseo is definitely not something that can be imagined by the child's current intelligence. What he relies on is his beastly intuition. Although the silly second child was stupid, he was not completely stupid. At any rate, he knew that it was not worthwhile, so he hurriedly backed up, and at the same time waved his right arm up and down, using Jia to block the child's fatal attack. Dang dang! Two thick and soft sounds, it was the sound of Linhe and Jia colliding. The stupid second's Jia was wide and thick, like a shield, full of defensive power, but the tip was shining with cold light. It was obviously extremely sharp and extremely sharp. Offensive. The child stared at the second child silently, his slightly thin legs flicked fiercely, turning into a black shadow and slammed into the silly second child, and the two scales turned into red shadows in the sky to occupy the silly. The pupil of the second child. Ding 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 ding. Linhe's tip hit the second child's Jia like raindrops, and the dense percussion made people's scalp numb. Fortunately, those who were present were not weak, and they were not affected by it. On the one hand, the child's offense like a storm, on the other hand, the stupid dick's motionless defense, which seems to be on par, and no one can do anything about it. But in fact, from the eyes of the boss and the third child in the distance, it was clear that the second child had been perfectly suppressed by the child. Help to collect everything that looks good, thank you. Chapter 14, Unexpected New Book for Collection. Jia has excellent defensive power and offensive power, but speed and flexibility are the biggest weaknesses, and the two weaknesses of the idiot are extremely obvious. Linhe is generally very strong in regeneration ability, attack power is also extremely strong, and also has a certain degree of flexibility, but it does not have the advantage in speed and strength defense, and the defense power is the biggest disadvantage. But here is a little bit different for children. He not only has amazing regeneration ability and attack power, but also has the super speed and flexibility that only he has. In other words, in addition to poor defense, the child has almost all the good points of Ghoul. What's even more frightening is that the child's abnormal regeneration ability just made up for its weak defensive power. If a ghoul who has basically no weaknesses grows up completely, what kind of terrible existence will it be? Who else can stop? Youngest, get ready. Seeing the second child who was struggling to support in the stormy attack, the boss finally couldn't help but reminded him, and he himself was quietly accumulating his strength, ready to rescue him at any time. I'm afraid it's too late. Before the youngest's words fell, the whole person rushed out like a whirlwind, and a pair of gorgeous red wings burst out behind him, which flickered and flew to the second child at the fastest speed. Why is the youngest being so nervous suddenly? It turned out that the child seemed to be tired of playing, looking at the third child like a tortoise shell, unable to move, suddenly no fun of enjoying the battle. Two scales like snakes followed the second child's jiahi to entangle him, and the extra piece can sway leisurely in front of his head, as if thinking about where to pierce it in. Call out! A strong wind hit, the child's head tilted, and a red diamond-shaped kazuko rubbed his ears and whizzed past, slamming into the mud and disappearing. Second. The third child's figure finally came to the second child, Yuhi was behind him, and countless diamond-shaped heza hit the child's linhee like bullets, instantly piercing linhee out of dense small holes. Puff puff. Another series of kazuko shot at the child, but was completely blocked by the child's one flip, and landed in the distance without a problem. Suck. The child stared at the youngest, who interrupted him silently, with a keen interest in his eyes, as if he had seen a more fun toy. Tick. A drop of red blood slid to the ground, penetrated into the soil and disappeared, leaving only a blood plum printed on the child's feet. That was the child's ear. Although the child's attack was avoided by the child in time for the third child's sudden attack, the strong wind blowing through his ear at high speed was enough to cut him out. It is precisely because the third child injured the child, it stimulated the child's desire to fight and made him even more excited. At this time, the child is like playing with fire, knowing that if the other three join hands, he will definitely threaten his life, but he is more eager to try, as if there is a voice in his heart telling him that if he succeeds in killing the person in front of him, the enemy, his strength will go further. For the growth of strength, the child already has obsessions in his heart, and the voice that echoes in his mind is like a curse. Child, live. Although the child still doesn't know why the owner of that voice is related to him, he is willing to believe it from the bottom of his heart and do what she says. Damn little guy. Don't think that my second child will not be able to beat you, I just didn't get serious just now. Third, you go away, I can do it myself. Being rescued by his third brother, the silly second child was a little ashamed and a little unconvinced, and hurriedly yelled at the child with a red neck. I vowed to do it before, but I almost got it done within a few minutes of the fight, and the other party was just a little kid. The stupid knows the word shame no matter how bad the brain is. Second brother, don't be impulsive. This little guy is not easy. Can you help me deal with him? The third child is obviously very smart and knows how to take care of his second brother's emotions. He deliberately said that he would let the second child help him instead of directly saying I will help you deal with him. The effect of the changes in the order is also completely different. Sure enough, when he heard what the third child said, the second child suddenly laughed happily. Even his very clever third brother asked him to help, which shows how powerful his own strength is. Okay. Let your second brother, I help you beat up this kid. The silly second child readily agreed, and gave the child a vicious look at the child. The look of you waiting for me, made people laugh. It's a pity that children still can't understand the meaning of their words and expressions, and the eldest and third will never make fun of their brothers. Second brother, your main attack, I will assist you. Seeing his headache-inducing second brother nodded readily and agreed, the third child breathed a sigh of relief, still not forgetting to say beautifully. Having said that, the third child moved quickly, centered on the child and ran quickly, locked the child firmly, and could give a fatal blow at any time. But the second silly child grinned with joy again after hearing his third brother's words. His right fist was hammered his left palm, making a crisp sound. Okay, let me teach this little guy a lesson. Hey! Before he finished his words, the silly ran into the child like a bull with indomitable momentum. The bodies of the two were not on the same level, as if the child's body was like a piece of tofu, which could be easily crushed by the bull. However, in the face of the menacing offensive of the foolish second child, the child did not panic at all, and even directly ignored the third child who was waiting for an opportunity. The boss rushed away. What? The child's actions obviously exceeded the expectations of the three brothers. No one would have imagined that the child would dare to pull the boss off the battlefield. Isn't this looking for death? In the eyes of the three brothers, the child is already a fish on the chopping board and cannot escape, because with the three of them, the child has no hope of escape, let alone defeating the three of them. So although the boss seems cautious, in fact, deep down in his heart, he doesn't value the child too much. All he is worried about is that his stupid brother will be injured. The boss only looks at the child's strength, so he wants to hone his two younger brothers more. The weak two are not opponents when they join forces. He will definitely capture the child directly. The new book is starting. If you think it is good, please collect it. Thank you for your support. Chapter 15, The Roaring Beast. Court Death. Seeing that the child was impatient and wanted to pull himself off the battlefield, as the strongest boss, I was quite annoyed, thinking that the child was young and frivolous, reluctant to live and die. As everyone knows, a child doesn't think so much at all. From his point of view, he wants to defeat three people anyway. Is there any difference between fighting one by one and fighting together? What's more, the child always follows his own feelings. In his intuition, the boss is the most dangerous. The other two people can't threaten his life at all, so he will think about solving the biggest threat first. Although this idea is naive, it is a good way to deal with the current predicament. Solve the biggest crisis with his strongest strength, then the remaining two people can no longer threaten his safety, and the child can choose to continue fighting or escape. And if he spends a lot of energy to solve the two younger brothers, but saves the most dangerous one for the last, then he will not be able to deal with the strongest opponent that has been accumulated for a long time. At that time, he will even have a chance to escape. No. Therefore, sometimes seemingly ignorant and stupid practices are the smartest, and seemingly smart to defeat the enemy one by one through wheel warfare. It seems easier, but it is often a dead end. Drink! The boss yelled, and his huge fist slammed into the child's head with strong wind, and the force contained in it even the child felt danger. Boom! The two scales behind him were instantly intertwined and merged into a sturdy hezi, and they greeted him without fear. The two collided with a loud bang. Crack wipe! Unsurprisingly, even if it is the harder hardened Lin He, and the two are merged together, but it still can't bear the boss's power head on. The surface of Lin He is suddenly covered with dense cracks, and finally it is completely broken and turned into fly ash. Of course, the boss couldn't fully withstand the huge recoil, and he couldn't help but step back for a while. What a terrible power! The boss looked at the still expressionless child in shock, a backflip, and then dropped his strength safely in front of him, amazed in his heart. With such a young body confronting him head-on, he was able to knock him back by half a step. The strength of this child is really terrifying. I couldn't help but think back to my own strength at the age of a child, and then compare it with the child. The boss came to the conclusion almost instantly, a spike. I'm afraid that my peers of the same age don't even have the qualifications to fight the child in front of me. Thinking of this, the boss couldn't help narrowing his eyes, and the cold light flickered. Jealousy is human nature, and there is no exception for Ghoul. Think of myself struggling to survive all these years, and I have to take two younger brothers with him. He is very tired and even has to bow his head and endure humiliation many times, so that he can live well and take care of his two brothers. Younger brother. But what is the kid in front of me? Why can he be so strong at this age? So strong that if you fight alone, you don't have the confidence to beat him. Why is it so unfair? Why? The thoughts in his mind became violent, the boss's eyes became blood red in an instant, and the powerful breath exploded with all his strength, shaking the air stagnant and dusty. The vigorous wind blew the child's face, but the child was indifferent when faced with the sudden eruption of the boss. What is fair and unfair? He doesn't understand, he only knows one thing, he wants to live. So the guy opposite must die. Roar! Without fear, the child bowed slightly, like a beast before the attack, his narrowed eyes stared at the boss and let out a loud roar. The three brothers who surrounded the child in the shape of three horns were surprised to find that the child's momentum did not lose to the boss. What a shocking discovery! One is a child who does not seem to be 10 years old, and the other is a ghoul who has entered the prime of life. The strengths of the two cannot be compared at all. But at this moment, the confrontation between the two is really happening in front of them. This is the first time a child has made a sound, roaring like a beast, as if to vent something, and as if to announce that he has grown up, and is no longer the poor who can only survive by hiding. Now, facing three powerful enemies, he no longer only has the option of running away, he can also choose to fight. Roar! There was another immature roar. Ignoring the shock of the three brothers, the child brazenly launched an offensive, 2 legs ejected, that small fist seemed to have infinite strength, and crashed into the boss. Boom! The stunned boss unexpectedly failed to respond in time. He was punched in the chest by the child, and the huge force knocked him out fiercely. He rolled embarrassedly on the ground for a few laps before he stopped. Big brother! Seeing that the boss was beaten into the air, the second and third were shocked, and even the children couldn't take care of them, so they rushed to the boss to help him up. Ahem, I'm fine. It's just that the strength of this little guy is beyond our expectations. If the 3 of our brothers don't go all out, I'm afraid they will capsize in the ditch if they are not careful. The boss slowly stood up, gently wiped off the bright red color from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes became more solemn when he looked at the child. Until this moment, the boss finally looked at the child and really regarded him as a difficult opponent to deal with. It is hard to imagine that when the 3 of their brothers have lived for more than 30 years, when will they treat a young child with a straight eye? Today their concept is destined to be subverted again and again. Shoo! Another strong wind hits. The children's offensive has not stalled because of the changes in the attitude of the 3 brothers, and the goal is still clear, boss. Humph! Don't even think about hitting me easily. The boss snorted coldly, and a bright red tail wobbly behind him. Although there is only one tail, its length is almost the same as that of a child's scale, and it is twice as thick as the child's 2 scales combined. It looks terrifying. Very. Boom boom! A series of crashing sounds sounded, and countless phantoms between the boss and the child flickered. It was the confrontation between Uhi and Linhi. A single tail can block all the offensives of the child, and the strength of the boss is obvious. The new book is released, please help me to collect a collection, your support is my motivation to update. Chapter 16, Life and Death Crisis. Uihi is the least distinctive of the 4 types of Kagyu possessed by Ghoul. He does not possess unparalleled speed and long-range attacks like Uhi, nor does it have strong defense and offensive power like Jihi, and has no scales. He's strong regenerative power and flexibility. It seems that Ohiakuk is weak, but in fact it is not. The other 3 have their own weaknesses. Uhi cannot continue to fight, and his offensive power is insufficient. Jihi lacks flexibility, and his speed is even worse. Linhi has poor defensive power, while Ohe has almost no weakness. Ouhi is a moderate, well-balanced in all aspects, speed, strength, defense, attack, nothing particularly outstanding, but there is no shortcoming. This can be seen from the boss. In the process of fighting the child, no matter how fast or defensive, he did not lose to his two younger brothers, and the strength made the child dare not hold his fist. The boss who is well balanced in all aspects has a better overall strength than the child, not to mention that there are two younger brothers harassing the child. This battle is another life and death crisis. The child obviously felt a sense of crisis, his lips were slightly pursed, and his blood-red eyes were fixed on the boss. He did not relax at all, but there was no flinching color on his face. Yes, even in a mortal situation, the child did not choose to run away as before, as if he was obsessive, stubbornly refusing to back down. It is as if the child who has risen in strength has realized an inexplicable truth in his heart. If he has the ability to protect himself but still hides like before, then he will always have no choice but to survive. He wants to be strong, he wants to become stronger and stronger. He wants to stand fearlessly in the sun, so he must not back down anymore. The ignorant child had such a strange idea in his heart, even he himself could not understand, but he did it without any doubt. Shoo! The bullet like Heza shot in densely, completely sealing the child's retreat, and at the same time, the foolish second child also slammed from the right side, but the boss's momentum was attacked frontally, and the thick tail suddenly to the child. Can't avoid it. There is no way to avoid it. The child's eyes were a little at a loss. The child did not know how to deal with the current situation when he encountered the situation of being besieged for the first time. The bright red uhi came with the breath of death, but in the eyes of the child, it was like slow motion, watching death approaching him bit by bit, as if he was about to suffocate. Intuition. There seemed to be a voice in his heart guiding him, telling him what to do. Puff puff. A series of meaty sounds sounded, and a small figure rolled out in the smoke and dust, and the bright red linhi tightly wrapped his deadly position. But his body was filled with diamond-shaped kazuko, like a little hedgehog. The child instantly turned into a person, and blood flowed from the dense small openings on his body and dyed his clothes red. But in the next second, the child's wound slowly squirmed as if there was life, and in a blink of an eye it healed as before, and even the blood was sucked into the body again. Terrifying regeneration. Facing the danger of being surrounded on three sides, the child followed his intuition and chose the party that did the least harm to him, that is, the long-range strike from Yuhi. Sure enough, even if he suffered all the attacks of the third child, with the child's regenerative power, he recovered in an instant, and if it were replaced by the attack of the boss or the second child, it would not be easily bearable. The boss missed a hit, but the eldest didn't let the child go. He didn't intend to give the child a chance to breathe. Then he chased him, and his knee, which was a circle bigger than a fist, pressed against the child's head. Children kill generally. And the silly second child didn't froze, and the Jiahi who waved himself still slammed into the child fiercely, even though he had never been able to keep up with the child's speed. The third child is still wandering around the periphery of the battle circle, and when he sees the right time to attack, he uses the diamond-shaped kago to obstruct the child's movements. The almost flawless cooperation of the three brothers immediately plunged the child into a hard fight. The child wanted to defeat the strongest enemy of the boss first, but under the siege of the three, he could not concentrate on the boss at all, instead he was himself. Has been consumed with physical strength. The child was already breathing a little. After all, he is a young body. Although the child is very powerful, his physical strength is after all his current shortcoming. Faced with the endless offensive of three mature men, the child who is struggling to cope cannot recover his physical strength. Soon he will be defeated because of exhaustion. How to do? The feeling of crisis in the child's heart became stronger, but he didn't know what to do, so he had to squint his eyes to deal with the attack in front of him. At the same time, the boss's face was also shocked that could not be concealed. The three of their brothers shot at the same time, usually without disadvantage, but today they were blocked by the kid. The child in front of him was as slippery as a loach. Relying on the small figure and dodge from left to right, the teamwork of the three brothers still couldn't catch him quickly. Moreover, This child seems to have an extremely good fighting intuition, and can often find the best way to rescue them in times of crisis, so as to escape their mortal situation time and time again. What's more frightening is that the child's sight has never left the boss, making the boss feel that he is being stared at by a beast all the time, and his nerves are so tight that he does not dare to relax. The moment of relaxation, the child's attack will fall on him mercilessly. It really deserves to be the kid called the evil spirit by those guys in Beiji. Indifferent and fierce, ruthless and cruel. What? Why are you cruel to the child? Haha, soon, you will see the horror of children. No matter how shocked the boss is, the child whose physical strength is gradually draining while dodges attacks from all directions, while looking at the boss randomly. Suddenly, a light flashed in the child's bright red eyes, and the corners of his mouth rose, but the smile was cruel. Wow! The child opened his mouth slightly, saliva flowed down the corners of his mouth, but his body did not stop, and he rushed towards the boss. The moment the two slender limbs entangled the boss's tail, the child embraced the boss's right fist with both hands, letting his violent force vent on his thin body, and his nails were deeply embedded in the boss's arms. Never let go. Ah! In spite of the severe pain in the abdomen, the child grew his mouth in excitement, and bit his strong arm in front of him. New book for collection. Book friends who think this book is okay, please help me with a collection. Chapter 17, the situation is reversed. Hey! Don't try to succeed. The boss, who was wondering why the child didn't dodge his attack, saw that the child wanted to bite his arm, and suddenly understood the child's plan. The child wanted to eat his flesh to restore his strength. We must know that there are a large number of RC cells in the body of Ghoul, although most of them are stored in the Hebeo, but there are a lot of them in the blood. Especially in the fighting Ghoul, RC cells will circulate throughout the body with the use of Kazue, and there will be more RC cells in the blood than usual. A bite is enough for the child to recover part of the physical strength. After seeing the child's plan, the boss certainly wouldn't let him succeed. He flicked his arm fiercely, and the huge centrifugal force threw the child away. The child who was thrown in the air curled up, put his fingers in his mouth and sucked, his scarlet eyes gleaming with distressing light. The child who pierced the nail deeply into the arm of the boss, and when he was thrown away, he buckled a little bit of meat and brought fresh blood. The child would naturally not let it go, and all the leftovers were sucked into the stomach. What's more, the boss is not the child's goal. Second, be careful. Sure enough, only the third child exclaimed. The direction the child was thrown away turned out to be the silly second child. Hey! The bewildered second child only felt a black shadow coming quickly. Before he could react, he felt a sharp pain in his neck, as if a piece of flesh was torn off by someone. Ah! The second child screamed in pain, and Jiahe on his right arm stabbed behind him fiercely, but he stabbed in the air, nothing. Ha ha ha! Scalp-numbing laughter echoed in the second child's ears, and the pain continued to spread throughout his body, but no matter how frantically the second child attacked, they all fell to nothing, as if there was nothing in him. But the pain is real. Second. The boss and the third child in the distance saw their eyes cracking. They could clearly see that the child's thin body was constantly wandering on the second child, taking advantage of the speed to bite off a piece of meat, and at the same time can easily escape the attack of the second child. Almost in an instant, the second child was stained with his own blood and turned into a man, madly mad, but helpless to the child on his body. Stop it! The eldest and the eldest rushed to the eldest at the same time, rushing to their brother as fast as they could. The anger in their hearts was beyond words. Hey! The child's figure disappeared in a flash, leaving only the silly second child who was still there. It seemed that he had run out of strength. The second child stopped going crazy and stood blankly, motionless, only his mouth was still moaning. Said something. Second. The boss grabbed his second brother by the shoulder, and his blood-red eyes looked up and down the second child's injury, but the second child was covered in blood, and there were wounds everywhere. No one could tell whether the injury was serious. Second brother. The third child's cry was filled with grief, and the tears in his eyes could not stop streaming down his cheeks, because standing behind the second child, he clearly saw the blood hole in the second child's heart and saw Hebeo being dug. After leaving the big hole, I saw the figure of a child in the distance holding a small group of bright red color and eating with relish. The heart was penetrated, Hebeo was poached away, and the wise youngest naturally understood that his second brother could no longer survive. Second. No. The old nature also discovered the abnormality of the second child, watching the luster in the second child's eyes gradually disappear, and the wound on his body showed no sign of recovery. He also understood that his brother is dead. What? The boss screamed up to the sky, his scarlet eyes staring at the full child in the distance with hatred. His heart was already filled with anger. I must kill you. The boss gritted his teeth, every word seemed to be squeezed out of his teeth, and he seemed to be a bit stronger behind him. With a shoo, the boss exploded at an astonishing speed, and he came to the child almost instantaneously, with his hands protruding out, and grabbing the child's head and neck fiercely. He has no idea of catching the child in exchange for a reward, he just wants to kill, he just wants to tear the child alive. Little beast! The third child was also occupied with anger, yelling in hatred, and rushing towards the child following his elder brother's figure. Any long-range attack, any peripheral harassment, go eat shit. Hee hee. The child grinned, with blood still remaining at the corners of his mouth, which looked terrifying and cruel. Kakeka. As Kago surging in the body, the evil spirit mask on the child's face condenses into a horrible mask, scarlet eyes, evil spirit child. Boom. The two lins respectively met the boss's hand, and they collided with each other, but there was a loud noise, and the boss and the child flew out at the same time. Hey! The third child did not intend to let the child go easily. A pair of you, he led him to quickly catch up with the upside-down child, and his sharp nails grabbed the child's body fiercely, threatening to tear him apart. Boom boom! The child shook Lin Hyuk behind him to help him adjust his position in mid-air, and his little hands quickly waved to take down all the attacks of the third child. Puff! At the same time, when they landed, the two Lins instantly changed their positions again, turning into two sharp spears and flashing past, passing through the youngest's shoulders, and even Yuhi pierced them together. The third child cried out in pain, and Yuhi turned into flying ash and disappeared. The third child's body was hung in the air by the child's scale. The third child stopped attacking because of the severe pain, but the child's counterattack fell on him without any chaos, and in a blink of an eye he was beaten into a pig's head. Crack! The little hands grabbed the youngest's head and twisted it fiercely. The sound of cervical spine fracture was clear and pleasant, but it pained him like a death knell in the boss's ears and broke his heart. The third child. Ah! I'm going to kill you! The boss was completely mad, and in such a moment, he lost his third brother again. The grief and anger in the boss's heart were intertwined and turned into monstrous hatred. If it weren't for the boss's previous mistake, how could the child be thrown at his second brother, causing his second brother to be killed in an instant, and allowing the child to regain his strength? Then the grief caused the two to lose their minds, and the youngest chose to fight in close combat. How could he not be killed by a spike? The strength of the child is stronger than that of the third child. But isn't it because the child's intuition is calculating all of this? If the boss didn't throw away the child at that time, he would become the child's food, and from the angle of his standing, no matter how he shakes it, the child would fly to one of the second and third. And this is enough for children to seize the opportunity. I forgot to update it last night, only changed one chapter, make up today, plus today add another chapter, a total of 5 chapters. Please collect. Chapter 18, Crazy Half Herald, New Book Seeking Collection. Ah! In just a few minutes, he lost his two younger brothers. The boss was already mad, staring at the child savagely, and the tail he was swinging wildly behind him. However, the child ignored the crazy boss, dug out the third child's bag with skill, and ate it in front of the boss, calmly and convincingly. Staring at the seemingly simple but cruel child in front of him, the boss's heart was completely filled with anger. The two younger brothers who killed his closest relatives one after another, are still eating his younger brother's bag in front of him. Such behavior is like humiliation no matter how you look at it, Chikuakuo's humiliation. The anger in the boss's heart turned into a monstrous hatred. Under the strong stimulation, his body has also undergone weird changes. Kakeka. A burst of skeletal sounds sounded on the boss, and the kazuko at the end of his spine continued to churn like boiling water, and gradually condensed into a pitch-black armor that enveloped his body. And the tail behind him seems to have become stronger. The aura on the boss's body also adds a bit of violence, the saliva in his mouth is like a spring, and the reason in his eyes is even more pitiful, like a fierce beast. If a slightly insightful Beiji or Ghoul sees the change of the boss, he will definitely be able to see it. Isn't this the form of a half-hero? It turns out that the boss is also a co-worker. Of course. In order to survive and protect his two younger brothers, the old nature will try his best to improve his own strength, and isn't sharing the same as a shortcut? It's just that the boss was very cautious when he was in the same situation, and even his two younger brothers kept the secret. This also led to his low frequency of sharing. Although his strength has improved, he has never been able to reach the level of a half-herald. But it was unexpected that today, under the stimulation of the child, the angry boss made such a breakthrough. Watching the change of the boss coldly, the child's eyes narrowed slightly, and the eyes of Hei under the mask of the evil spirit were full of deep guard. Although the child does not understand the reason for the changes in the boss, he can easily smell the aura of the boss and become more dangerous. If the victory or defeat between the two was still at 50-50, then at this moment it is already at 37, or even 28. The gap between the half-herald and the ordinary Kenyan is huge. If the child's body also shows signs of becoming a half-herald, the combat effectiveness has been greatly improved. I am afraid that the battle between the two sides will be one-sided. No way, children are in extremely dangerous situation now. An enemy stronger than him has a heart to kill him, and even if he escapes to the ends of the world, he will not let his enemies go. Faced with such a desperate situation, the child just bends on guard, with a grin on his face. It is a kind of indifference with a crazy smile, and his eyes are full of excitement, without fear. Ignorant, so fearless? Call out. By coincidence, the two shot at the same time. Just like two lightnings, one black and one red, they disappeared into place in an instant, and then collided together in an instant, bursting out a strong shock wave, and the dust that shook the ground covered the two of them. Boom boom. One after another, the collision sound continued, and the red and black silhouettes in the smoke collided straight and straight. There was no skill, no fancy, no dodge, and only collision, and then collision. Boom. Finally, high-intensity collisions were simply not something the child's small body could withstand. After a few breaths, the child was hit by the huge force of the boss, piercing the abandoned house where the child was hiding into a big broken hole. Wow! Without the slightest pause, the child buried in the pile of rocks quickly rushed to the side. In the next instant, the pile of mud and rocks was smashed to pieces by the boss's Ouhi, and even the earth trembled. This shows how terrifying the boss's power is. After becoming a half-herald, the strength of the boss is already considered to be S level, and the child is at most only the strong in A level. The difference between the two sides is not a little bit. Fortunately, the half-heroes usually lose their minds due to the difficulty of controlling the rioting Kazuko in the body, and can only rely on instinct to fight, so the boss's S-level strength has not been fully utilized. In addition, the child's fighting instinct is much stronger than that of the boss, so that the child will not lose so fast in this unfair battle. Hey! The child's breathing has become hurried, and the high-intensity battle has caused the child's physical strength to quickly lose again, and the boss, who is a half-herald, has lost his reason, and his physical strength seems to be endless. It's just that the child doesn't think about whether he is going to defeat this kind of thing, all his thoughts are on how to defeat the opponent. Yes, it sounds funny. It's a problem for children to protect themselves. How can they beat their opponents? But the fact is like this: maybe it is innocence, maybe it is ignorance. The obsession in the child's heart is to defeat the enemy, whether it is the boss standing in front of him at the moment, or other enemies in the future. However, how can we defeat this enemy who is much stronger than ourselves? Strong enemy? Opponents are stronger than children. How do you confront them head-on? Outsmart? Just kidding. Although the boss has lost his sanity, the child's IQ is not so high, okay? Anyway, the child can't think of a way to defeat his opponent, so he can only rely on his strong intuition to dodge the boss's non-stop attack and retain his physical strength as much as possible. Boom! The bright red and black tail was violently drawn on the wall, and it was easily destroyed. The abandoned house became even more shattered. Hey! The child climbed left and right like a monkey, relying on his agile speed to avoid the boss's attacks one by one, and then ran towards the next house. Procrastination. This is the most suitable method at present. Since you can't beat it head-on, you can always run it, right? Meihi's physical fitness is very mediocre, and his speed is not outstanding. Despite his strong strength, he is still weaker than the amazing speed of the child. This also causes the boss to hit the child not so easily. So the scene became a little funny. The child turned into a dog walker and ran around with half-hurt people, while the boss was unfortunately reduced to the demolition team leader. While being a dog by the child, he took pains to demolish the abandoned houses one by one to facilitate future reconstruction projects. It's really song and tear. Complete yesterday's 2 changes, there are 3 more today. Please support and collect. Help with a collection. Thank you. Chapter 19, Survival from Desperate Situation. Half-heroes, because it is difficult to control the violent Kazuko in the body, they tend to fall into madness and struggle to fight rationally. But these half-heroes are at least somewhat sensible, and will not completely lose their sensibility. But the situation of the boss is not the same. He became a half-hero after the extreme grief and anger, guided by this extreme emotion, and had a feeling of growth, so he completely lost his sanity. Scarlet, he didn't have the slightest sage in his eyes. He was completely reduced to a beast. He only knew how to chase behind the child and swear he would not give up if he didn't kill the child. This was driven by the obsession of the boss. Otherwise, even if the boss has a trace of reason and knows how to use a little skill, the child will not be able to escape the fate of being killed. Boom boom boom. House after house was violently destroyed by the boss, and completely reduced to ruins. The huge sound reverberated in the air, but unfortunately there was no one nearby. No one would have noticed that a shocking battle of life and death was taking place here. The irrational half-hero boss can chase behind the childs with a lot of brute force. There are several attacks that almost hit the child. Under the reminder of his super intuition, the child can avoid it dangerously and dangerously. But even so, the child is still covered in cuts and bruises, because the flying gravel can't be avoided at all, and there are still many rubble hitting the child with strong force. Although with the terrifying regenerative power, the wounds on the child's body quickly recovered, and the speed of recovery is still not as fast as the speed of the injury, which makes the child look scarred and miserable. What's more, even if only blindly avoiding attacks, the child's physical exertion is still not small, and the regeneration ability has become much slower because of this, but the boss still looks like a lively dragon, changing to another ghoul to face this. The situation, I am afraid it has already been desperate. But the child didn't know what despair was. Even if he was panting and walking hard, he still didn't stop and wait for death. As long as you haven't completely died, you will never give up struggling. This is an attitude, the attitude that children have been alive over the years. Snapped. Finally, the speed of the child who lost a lot of physical strength also dropped a lot, and could no longer shake off the half-herald, and was grabbed by the big hand of the half-herald by his calf. Roar! Finally caught his target, the half-hero's eyes lit up, and his hands clenched subconsciously. The huge force almost crushed the child's bones, and the child's face was full of pain. But the child still did not give up. The left foot was grabbed, and the child used it as a fulcrum of strength. He twisted his waist hard, and his right leg slammed into the head of the half-herald. Boom! The half-herald, who didn't know how to dodge, was stunned and shook his head as if angry. The half-herald smashed the child to the ground with force, then pulled it up, smashed it again, as if venting. Boom! 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 Because the left leg was caught, the child could not break free from the big hand of the half-herald. He could only protect his head tightly, letting his body be smashed to the ground again and again like a tattered doll. It's torn apart. The blood spattered, the blood shot from the child's body stained the ground red, but the half-herald still smashed the child tirelessly, not knowing when he would give up. But with the collision with the ground time and time again, the child's internal organs seemed to have shifted. The bones of the whole body did not know how many broken, and even the consciousness began to become blurred. If it weren't for the severe pain to keep him sober, I'm afraid the child has already fainted. This is the real crisis of death. The alarm in the child's heart is desperately reminding him to escape from danger, but it is no use. The ankle is caught, the body gradually loses strength, and the consciousness gradually becomes blurred. What else can a child like this change? Boom! There was another violent impact, and the child spit out a big mouthful of blood, a small face was tightly wrinkled, and it was full of pain. At this time, the half-heroes seemed to have finally had enough, throwing the child on the ground, a pair of blood-red eyes staring at the child tightly, as if thinking about something. Perhaps it was the astonishing obsession of the boss that restored him to a trace of sanity. A red light flashed in the eyes of the half-herald, and then he clenched his right fist, condensed all his strength, aimed at the ground, and has completely lost the ability to resist. Child! What? The half-herald yelled, no longer hesitating, and the clenched right fist slammed the child's head fiercely. If this hit, the child's head will be blown up, and there is no possibility of surviving. The child looked at the movements of the half-herald with a vague sight, and felt that his eyes were dark, and he closed his eyes subconsciously. The only thought that flashed in his mind was the mysterious voice. Child, stay alive. Alive? Facing this moment of death, the child seemed to realize something, but unfortunately, it seemed that it was too late. Smack! That is the feeling of a heavy object on the body. The child opened his eyes with doubts, but the darkened sky and the red setting sun came into view. Turning his head, the child saw the boss's head with eyes widened, but his eyes completely lost focus. The boss still maintained the posture of clenching his right fist, but his body fell on the child without any wounds, and his chest was still undulating slightly. He was not dead. Using extreme emotions as the lead, he burst into the body of Kazuko, thus making himself a half-hero. The price paid by the boss is that he loses his mind, leaving only a trace of obsession, and in any case he has to kill the child's obsession. But while the half-herald gave the boss strong strength, it also accelerated the consumption of physical strength. Although the half-heroes seem to be tireless and inexhaustible due to being in a state of madness, the actual consumption is enormous. It's just that the half-herald can always maintain the peak state before the physical strength is completely consumed. Being slid by a child, and unscrupulously destroying everything in front of you, this undoubtedly intensified the exhaustion of physical strength. Therefore, at the last juncture, when only one punch can completely kill the child, the half-herald exited the state of half-herald due to exhaustion, and the boss himself fell into a deep coma. Without a few days to regain strength, it is impossible for the boss to wake up. In other words, with his persistence and luck, the child survived a catastrophe at the last moment and survived successfully to the end. The sad thing is that the child is also very physically exhausted, and his whole body is seriously injured, and he can't move at all. Fortunately, he has the best food to replenish his strength and recover his injuries. New book for collection. The first update today. There are 2 more. Seek collection for collection. Chapter 20, Leave. Cracking. On the periphery of the 9 district, the sun is shining brightly, but in this barren land, not to mention humans, even animals are pitifully scarce, and at a glance, there are only a few vultures foraging. At this time, several extremely hungry vultures were standing on a corpse biting happily, and there was a pleasant cry from their throats. Suddenly, the flesh and blood corpse that had been bitten let out a slight groan. Hey! A thin hand stretched out abruptly, covered with dried blood and a lot of dirt. Crack quack! The vultures who were frightened by the movement of the corpse flew up screaming, hovering a few meters above the corpse, and tilted their heads to stare at the movement of the corpse, as if thinking about how the dead corpse would still move. This esoteric question snapped. The corpse, which was but still seemingly locked, was violently pushed away, revealing a small figure pressed underneath. His messy black hair, a mixture of dried blood and mud all over his body, still exuded a strange smell. Looking at his hands in a daze, the child's eyes were very dazed, obviously he hadn't recovered yet. But soon, the corpse next to him reminded him of the past. The fierce battle with the 3 brothers was almost killed by the boss who broke out. In the end, fortunately, the boss's physical strength was exhausted, and he survived dangerously. Exhausted children are certainly not polite to the food that is close at hand. After a couple of mouthfuls, children who have recovered a bit of physical strength will unceremoniously eat the boss's bag. As a stunted half-hero, the boss does not have multiple heba, only one particularly strong heba, but it contains much more RC cells than his 2 younger brothers. Therefore, the child's body was shocked by powerful energy, and the tired child suddenly fell into a coma. And now, looking at the corpse of the boss, the child has been in a coma for a whole day. Fortunately, the location here is remote, otherwise the child who has fallen into a deep coma will have to be slaughtered. Feeling the immense power contained in the body, a smile appeared on the corner of the child's mouth, and he understood that he had become stronger. After a fierce battle, the final outcome was good. Not only did he successfully kill the enemy, but he also ate 3 hefty packs to take his strength to the next level. What's more worth mentioning is that with the improvement of strength, even children's intelligence has also increased a lot. At least the children nowadays are a little dissatisfied with the rich taste of themselves, and after thinking about it with their little heads tilted, immediately turned and ran towards the distant woods. There is a forest not far from where the child hides. It has a large area, but there are no living creatures in it, because no animal can survive on the land of Ghoul. Of course, except for flying birds. There is a creek in the woods, clean and pollution-free, but the child has never cared about it before, just passing by a few times by accident. Plop! With a soft sound, the child's silhouette crossed the air, any vertical fall into the stream, splashing large waves. Allowing the cold stream to surround him, the child showed a pleasant smile on his face, rubbing all the dirt off his body, and staining the crystal-clear river water into a turbid state, showing how many stains there are on the child's body. The child who has been struggling with life and death has never cleaned his body, not to mention that he has never thought of taking a bath before. Wow! After careful cleaning, the child walked to the bank and squatted by the stream looking at his shadow reflected in the stream. A hint of astonishment suddenly appeared on his little face. The broken black hair just blocked the forehead, a clean face full of aura, delicate and beautiful, and the skin is white and tender and enviable. The child stared at his reflection blankly. Is this fascinated by the way he looks? It's no wonder that children have never seen themselves before. For the first time today, I saw my reflection in my beautiful face, and I was amazed. Of course, that's all. For children, a beautiful appearance is not as good as a strong strength. After all, a ghoul does not need to be so good looking, but needs strong strength to ensure their survival. Standing up, the child who was still in torn clothes walked into the distance without nostalgia. His hiding place is no longer safe, and he needs to find another one. There is no paper in the world to cover the fire. The news of the death of the three brothers soon spread throughout the 9 districts. All the ghoul groups were surprised. You must know that although the three brothers only have the strength of the boss, the three brothers can work together. If it is, even the average S-rank Kano will not easily provoke it. But now, their three brothers were actually killed? The murderer turned out to be the evil kid they had been chasing. Faced with the three brothers alone can kill them and then retreat. Is the strength of the evil ghost kid really only A grade? How is that possible? Without the strength of the S rank, it is impossible to kill the three of them. The message must be wrong. This is the thought of almost all ghoul after hearing the news. Or, the devil kid doesn't actually act alone, does he have a helper? This is the guess in the minds of the group bosses. However, in any case, the spread of this news undoubtedly tells the ghouls of the 9 districts, don't just go to the trouble of the evil spirit kids, otherwise, please first weigh your own strength than the three brothers. Is it stronger than the three brothers? Some. Although many ghouls sneered at the rumors that children already had S-class, they still honestly didn't look for the children anymore, otherwise they would get burned, and it would be themselves who would suffer. Ghoul has always been a life-saving creature, and survival is always their first principle. Whether he has reached the S rank, or he has a helper, this all shows the fact that the evil kid has become stronger. The weaker ghouls were afraid that they would become food for evil ghost kids someday. Many chose to hide. They stopped walking around as a last resort, and some of the timid even fled directly. 9 districts. But the bosses of the major groups are secretly shocked by the rapid growth of the children's strength, and I am afraid they will catch up with them soon. At that time, I am afraid that the evil ghost children will become a big threat to them. As a result, the S-class ghouls in the 9 districts gathered together quietly and worked out a roundup plan for the evil spirit kids. But what is staggering is that when they tried their best to think that the plan was about to be implemented, they found that their goal had disappeared. The evil ghost kid disappeared in the 9 districts, and there is no trace. The second update today. There is one update later. New book for collection. Help with a collection, thank you for your support. Chapter 21, arrived in the 3rd district. Inexplicably, the evil spirit kid just disappeared from the 9 districts, no one knows where he went, until the evil spirit's name resounded in another place. On the other side, Shinohara, who had already returned to the headquarters, looked at the files sent by his former subordinate, Ueda Shower, and couldn't help sighing quietly. What he holds in his hand is exactly all the information about the child that can be found after he left the 9 district branch. Seeing that the kid called the evil spirit had the power to kill 3 A-level Kanonis alone, Shinohara was shocked again. Shinohara had already attached great importance to children, and he was expected to become a major enemy of CCG in the future. Only then would Ueda be cautiously confessing that Ueda would take measures against children. Unexpectedly, Ueda didn't even pay attention to his instructions, but instead made the child's strength improve more quickly. Today's children, I am afraid it is difficult to be killed. Shinohara can almost see that in the near future, the key target of CCG's warning will probably be added another name, the kid named Devil. In just 1 year, he has grown from an influential ghoul to a powerful existence that the ghouls in the 9 districts are afraid of. With such potential and growth speed, Shinohara's prediction is not alarmist. It's just that now that the child is gone, even if Shinohara wants to do something, there is nothing he can do, and he can only continue to pay attention to the news of the evil spirits. And speaking of the child, where did he go? After taking a shower in the woods last time, the child picked a random direction and left the 9th district unknowingly, and came to another area. 3rd district. It's right next to the 9 districts, very close, but there are few ghoul in the 9 districts who dare to approach the 3rd district. If the 9 districts can be called hell, then the 3 districts are simply the deepest layer of hell. In the 9 districts, there are still human areas, and Beiju diligently protects humans. Ghoul can only hunt for food from Beiju. Although the life is hard, the survival rate is also quite high. But it is different in the 3 districts. This area has been basically occupied by the ghouls. The powerful ghouls are everywhere. The white doves are no longer able to deal with it. They can only withdraw all the humans here, leaving only a small part. The human beings who don't want to leave, and some powerful white doves are struggling to guard the last small piece of territory. So, in the 3 regions where there are basically no human beings, what do the ghouls depend on for survival? Together. Except for some of the lower level ghouls who can only hunt humans in other areas, the more powerful ghouls basically rely on the common ghoul. If the ghouls in the 9 districts can only secretly share the ghouls, then in the 3 districts, the ghouls are already brazen, because almost all the ghouls here depend on the ghouls for survival. Being able to survive and increase strength, this is the benefit of sharing. But in the same way, there is no absolute predator here, and every ghoul can switch between the 2 identities of hunter and prey at any time. Almost every day, the 3 districts will be staged together. No, as the child walked, he saw 2 figures rushing towards him from a distance. The person running in the front was covered in blood, with panic on his face, while the person in the back had wounds on his body, but it was not serious, and there was an excited and cruel smile on his face. Aji, give it up, do you think you can escape in my hands today? Or obediently be eaten by me? This way I will make you less painful. The man behind laughed and shouted, the speed at his feet accelerated a bit, the hunger in his belly urged him to eat quickly. Damn it! Orden, let me go, I'll go to the 9th district to catch human beings for you to eat, okay? Don't eat me! The ghoul called Aji was pleading in his voice. Obviously, he himself knew very well that he could not escape the tiger's mouth today. That's not okay, I'm starving to death when you come back from catching humans in the 9th district. What's more, relying on your strength, you still want to catch humans under Baiju. The daydream hasn't woken up yet. Ultan smiled disdainfully, he wouldn't be so naive to think that after letting Aji go, Aji would really obediently go to the 9th district to catch humans, so a simple slow strategy, fools can see. Damn it! Hey, where did the kid come from? That's great, the sky won't kill me. Let you die for me. Ha ha ha. Aji, who was already desperate, suddenly saw the child blocking his way, and a fiery light burst into his eyes. It was almost a mortal situation, but if he had this child, Ultan would not be chasing Agi. After all, Ultan was just to fill his stomach, not necessarily to eat Agi. Thinking that he was finally able to escape by luck, Agi was overjoyed, and even in order to prevent any accidents, he planned to deal with the child easily, so that Ultan would definitely not be chasing him. However, it was his superfluous behavior that led to his destiny. Oh, go and die for me. Don't blame me, blame you for just showing up in front of me. Aji raised Jia he wrapped around his arm and stabs the child who was getting closer, mercilessly. Puff! With a soft sound, Aji stopped, but Jia he who held it high couldn't stab him anymore. Why, how could? Aji lowered his head with difficulty, watching a small hand pierced in the position of his heart, feeling the severe pain and the rapid loss of strength. Aji muttered, wanting to see the child's appearance, but even raised his head. The strength is gone. Aji! What are you doing? Now that you have this kid, the uncle should let you go and get him right in front of me. Yudun also came behind Aji at this time, but he didn't notice Aji's strangeness. Instead, he yelled with his hands on his hips. Thump! When the child twitched his hand, Agi, who had lost his support, fell to the ground feebly. His lips moved slightly, as if he was still telling something, but the luster in his eyes gradually disappeared, and finally even his eyes disappeared completely. Lost its vitality. Oh? Where did the kid come from? Can you actually solve Aji's waste? Ultan looked at Agi being killed by the child, suddenly raised his brows, staring at the child condescendingly and asked. Ultan didn't realize that the child in front of him was something he couldn't provoke. He just thought that Aji was killed by this child carelessly. After all, Aji's strength was also very scumbag, and he was seriously injured, so Yudun I didn't realize how strong the child was. The child didn't speak, and those black pupils looked towards Ultan. For some reason, Ultan, who is an A-grade ghoul, was fascinated by the child's glance, as if the feeling of being stared at by a hunter made him very uncomfortable. What do you look at? It makes me feel hairy. Damn little bastard, since you don't have eyes, go to hell. Ultan, who was very upset in his heart, yelled, and he wrapped his right arm in an instant, stabbed forward and pointed at the child's head. Pouch! There was another soft sound. Ultan's movements also stopped. His eyes were full of incredible looking at the slender linhe protruding from behind the child, and the tip of this linhe was penetrating himself. Heart. Today's last update. New book for collection. If you think it is wonderful, please help me to collect it. Thank you for your support. Chapter 22, Ghoul Boy Blood Moon. For the chaotic 3 districts, the arrival of a child is like a drop of water into a river. It is of no importance, no one cares at all, but in the near future, no one in the 3 districts dare to underestimate him, because he is their king. And now, just walking along the road can bump into 2 ghoul who came to the door. Of course, the child accepted the meal without any kind of politeness. After their strength has greatly improved, the children are also picky about food. The meat of the ghouls is not delicious, so after the children kill the ghouls, they will only dig out their hogs and eat them, and not even the meat like before. I also ate it. With the child's current strength, he doesn't need to worry about food. If Hebeo alone cannot relieve the hunger in his abdomen, how about eating a few Hebeo and filling his stomach with quantity? It is precisely because of the child's picky behavior that a disaster has come to the 3 districts. The 3rd district was originally a prosperous area protected by CCG, but due to a war a few years ago, the 3rd district was hit hard. CCG lost to the Ghoul, and was forced to evacuate the 3rd district with human beings. Completely reduced to a paradise for the Ghoul. Despite the common practice here, there are still many ghouls who come here from various areas, some to avoid the white dove, some to become stronger, and some, just bored and want to have some fun. There are 2 SS-level ghouls in the 3 districts. These 2 powerful ghouls conquered several S-level subordinates, and even more than 10 A-level ghouls, formed 2 powerful ghoul groups. Fortunately, these 2 groups are hostile to each other due to their competitive relationship. The 2 sides often fight each other, which allows other ghoul species to have room for survival. Otherwise the 3 districts would have become the territory of these 2 groups long ago. Hey, have you heard? Recently, a funny little guy came to our 3 districts. He seems to be only 10 years old, but his strength seems to be very good. He hasn't been eaten even after he has lived for a week. Gossip is everywhere. Ghouls who eat and have nothing to do will naturally chat with each other about the news of the 3 districts. No. The appearance of children has aroused some curiosity of ghouls. After all, a 10-year-old ghoul can survive in the chaotic 3 districts for a week. This is difficult for the ghoul who understands the cruelty of the 3 districts deeply. How is it possible? If he is really only 10 years old, maybe anyone can solve that little guy? What kind of boring guy made up a joke? It's not funny at all. But I heard that it seems to be true. It is said that the kid came from the 9th district and has killed several A-level guys in a row. The strength is unfathomable. Are you sure you are not here to make fun? A 10-year-old kid can kill an A grade? Doesn't that mean that we guys are not as good as a 10-year-old kid? That's right, if we are not as good as a kid, then we might as well die. This, I don't know which guy I heard from, maybe it's a misinformation, haha, haha. Sure enough, a child has great strength. It is impossible for anyone to believe in this kind of thing. Even the person who said at the beginning began to doubt the accuracy of his news, so he skipped the topic with an awkward smile. At this time, the child in their mouth encountered an interesting thing. As we all know, Ghoul is also a kind of organism that reproduces of the same kind. Although there are also examples of Ghoul and human beings, it is extremely difficult for the two to have offspring. Because of the difference in race, the chance of pregnancy is extremely low. Even if you are pregnant, the fetuses still will die because of insufficient nutrition. Since the Ghoul is a kind of reproduction, then the Ghoul couples are naturally everywhere, and naturally, there are also many Ghoul at the age of children. It's just that after having children, those Ghoul couples usually choose to live in a relatively stable area. Therefore, in the chaotic areas of the 9th and 3rd districts, there are very few Ghoul couples. But very few does not mean that there is no at all. There will be some who think they are good enough to protect their children, and they will live in their original place as usual. At this time, the child met a Ghoul boy who was a few years older than himself. He was about 15 years old, dressed very gorgeously, with short golden hair, and a pretty handsome face with a little arrogance. Having lived under the blessing of his father since he was a child, this Ghoul boy has obviously developed the kind of pride and contempt for all the bad habits of a young man. Hey? Where is this kid from? Why have I never seen it? The boy stared at the child with interest and asked, but the undisguised contempt in his eyes made people uncomfortable, as if he was born superior. Master Blood Moon, this child knows from a bad background, Master is a golden figure, so don't get too close to these lowly fellows. Behind the boy who was called the Blood Moon, an elderly Ghoul dressed as a servant took a step forward, looked at the child and said with disdain. Sure enough, the dog looks down on people, and the master looks down on people, even the dogs around him. That's right. Boy, you're blocking my way, go away. Bloody Moon nodded in satisfaction with the servant's flattery, and scorned at the child. However, the child only glanced at Swayu indifferently, and walked forward on his own, unmoved, as if both Swayu and his servant were air. Asshole! You dare to ignore Master Blood Iyu's orders. Don't you know that Master Blood Iyu is the only child of Master Bloody and the controller of the Scarlet Group? If you make Master Bloody unhappy, not only will you die, but you will also parents should be buried too. Before Blood Moon had spoken, the servant behind him scolded first, and then took a good look at Blood Moon, making him look like a dog. The Scarlet Group is one of the two major Ghoul groups in the 3 districts. It is a powerful group created by the SS-level Ghoul Bloodya with many powerful men. And Blood Moon is his only beloved son, he is usually too spoiled, and he will be guarded by a subordinate wherever he goes, for fear that it will hurt if he falls. And in the 3rd district, almost everyone knows the identity of the Blood Moon, so most people don't dare to offend the Blood Moon, otherwise it will provoke the old man behind him, but it will be more troublesome. But the problem is, the child doesn't know the identity of the Blood Moon. Even if he knew it, I'm afraid he wouldn't care about it, right? After all, judging from his current intelligence, it is difficult for him to understand the complex relationships within these groups, right? So the child took the servant's words as the wind in his ears and walked towards his new hiding place completely ignored. The child's ignorance immediately angered Blood Moon. He was held in the palm of his hand since childhood, but no one has dared to ignore his existence so much. But now this wild boy who didn't know where he came from dares to ignore him. It's really hateful. If he doesn't teach him some lessons, how can he mess with his friends in the future? Hey! Wild boy, the end that angers me is death. Don't blame me for not being merciful when you get to hell. Blood Moon expressed anger and glared at the child's back. Kazuko surged behind him, and then quickly stretched out a thick wrist stab at the child's back. Sorry, something went out last night, and I went home early in the morning. The 2 chapters of yesterday were added today, a total of 4 changes. Please collect. Chapter 23, Cause a Catastrophe. Call out. The sound of the wind sounded, and the raised back of the hair reminded the child to attack afterwards. But there is no sense of crisis in his heart, that is to say, the attack from behind is not dangerous, so the child turned around calmly, his eyes instantly locked on the red scale he was piercing towards him, and his little hand stretched forward. Snapped. Holding Lin Hyuk easily, the child raised his head to look at the strange guy just now, a little bit at a loss as to why he launched such a soft attack on himself. Yes, the full attack of Blood Moon is soft and non-threatening in the eyes of the child. The current child still doesn't understand human words, so he doesn't know what Blood Moon and his servant wanted to express after a long time chatting. He just came back from hunting and he was not hungry, so he was kind enough to let go of the 2 prey. Just unexpectedly, the children planned to let them go, but they didn't have the consciousness of being prey, so they dared to provoke the hunters. And Blood Moon used his own behavior to interpret the great truth of what it means to die if you don't die. Asshole! Let go of your dirty hands. Seeing that his Linhee was easily held by the child, Blood Moon's first reaction was to feel that his Linhee was soiled, not how strong the child was. As a result, Blood Moon immediately released his remaining scales and pierced the child's head fiercely. If the Blood Moon had just planned to play with the child, now he only wants to kill the child, in order to wash away the child's defilement of his own Kazuko. Snapped. With another soft sound, the child's left hand repeated the action, and once again easily held the other scale of the Blood Moon, and at the same time pulled the wrist slightly. An irresistible force pulled the Blood Moon in front of the child. The child stared at the face curiously, looking left and right, but couldn't figure out what this guy meant. Did he want to play games with himself? Inexplicably, this weird idea popped up in the child's mind. Shaking his head, the child threw the Blood Moon on the ground like trash, shaking his little head and turning away. He had no interest in playing, let alone playing with the weak. Little bastard! How dare you do this to me? Blood servant, kill him for me! The moon's face was blue and white after being thrown on the ground, and finally realized that his strength did not seem to be the child's opponent, so he directly gave orders to his servant. Since it is the order of young Master Blood Moon, I should obey it. Little devil, although you are good at strength, it is a pity that you met me, so take it to death. The blood servant finally took a step forward. First he lifted the moon up, and then bowed and ran into the child at a very fast speed. His 5 fingers were slightly open, like a sharp eagle claw. Hey! Feeling a completely different offensive behind him, the child quickly turned over, as if a bird easily avoided the blood servant's attack. The child who fell on the ground again stared at the blood servant coldly, his eyes flickering with killing intent. The child is not friendly. For the guy who attacks him, the child will all be regarded as the enemy. The attack of the Blood Moon just did not bring him a sense of threat, so he will be ignored by the child. But Blood Servant is different. As the strongest ghoul in the A level, the attack of the Blood Servant obviously makes the child feel threatened, so it is natural that the child has regarded the Blood Servant as an enemy, and the Blood Moon with the enemy. Nature is also the enemy. Almost instantly, the 2 blood-red lins got out of the body, and the child pounced on the blood servant like a phantom, at an astonishing speed. What? The blood servant only had time to exclaim, and hurriedly controlled the Hebeo in his body to quickly generate Jiahe to block him, and immediately attacked him like a thunderous child. Puff! The blood servant opened his mouth and just wanted to say something, but didn't want a sharp pain in his abdomen, and then his eyes went dark and he didn't know anything. Bloody Moon saw the process. The blood servant had just blocked the child's linhi, but the child's linhi was like two flexible loaches, and it went around directly against the blood servant's jiahi, and then easily stabbed. It entered the unsuspecting blood servant's abdomen, and then drilled up again, directly piercing the blood servant's head. Spike. In the eyes of Blood Moon, although he was not as good as his parents and those uncles, the blood servant was already the most powerful existence among the A-level ghoul, but in front of this kid, he was killed without two tricks. Where did this kid come from? How could it be so terrible? Sueyu's face was full of unconcealable fear, and his feet could not help but knelt on the ground, backing in embarrassment, and the cold sweat instantly wetted his back. No, don't kill me, I was wrong, let me go. Otherwise, my father won't let you go, you will die if you kill me. If you let me go today, I must have nothing happened, okay, okay. Bloody Moon couldn't take care of any demeanor anymore. Looking at the child walking towards him, he quickly said a lot of begging for mercy, but the child couldn't understand a word. Puff. Sueyu only felt a flash of red light before her eyes, and then she lost consciousness. At the speed of the child Linhe, it is strange that the Blood Moon can be seen clearly. After digging up the two men's bags and eating them as usual, the child hiccuped and returned to his new home leisurely. He didn't know that the two ghouls he had just killed would cause him a lot of trouble. The news that the son of the Scarlet Group was killed seemed to have grown wings, and spread quickly across the 3 districts. When everyone was guessing whether it was the hand of the group's deadly opponent, the group headquarters, Bloody Knight was already angry. My face turned blue. Asshole! 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 Tell me, who did it? Who is so brave enough to dare to shoot my son? A tall blonde middle-aged man sat on a tall chair and smashed the cup beside him to pieces, his eyes filled with unconcealable anger. Report, report Lord Bloody Knight, the identity of the murderer has not been found for the time being. It seems that he is a newcomer who has just arrived in our district recently, so it will take a while. An A-level ghoul knelt on the ground profusely. Said. He has cursed the child countless times in his heart, and greeted the child's family by the way. He is in a current situation because of the child's harm. If his boss gets angry, his life will be gone at any time. Bastard! Give you half a day, if you can't find out the whereabouts of the murderer tonight, you don't have to come back. With a loud bang, Swai slapped the table fiercely, and stared at his hands with anger and said coldly. Yes, yes, the subordinate must swear to the death to find out the murderer. The subordinate will go now. After hurriedly replied, the ghoul fled out in a hurry, and if he stayed, he might be killed by the angry knight in the next second. Recently, book friends are saying that the title of the book is abolished, so Xiao Fei has been discussing with the editor to change the title. After a lot of hard work, he finally succeeded. The new name Ghoul's Ghost Strikes, I hope everyone will read it. It can be more comfortable. Please collect, please collect. Chapter 24, Blood Rose. Hey, big news! I heard that Blood Moon was killed by someone, and the murderer was the new kid. Cut, what's a joke? Blood Moon usually carries a blood servant around him, so how can he be a murderer just by that little kid? Your news is too unreliable, right? I didn't lie to you. This is the news that my good brother's sister's good sister got from the Scarlet Group. It is said that Mrs. Bloodrose has personally gone to find the child, saying that she wants to avenge her son by herself. Really? Damn, where did this kid pop up? It's too bad, right? Even the blood servant can kill him. Hey, don't you know this? I have first-hand information. It is said that the kid came from the 9th district last week and has a nickname called Devil. As the Blood Moon was killed in the 3 districts, a lot of information about the child has been dug up. Now almost all the 3 districts know the existence of the child, and even know that the child still has a strong strength. Is an object not to be easily provoked. At the same time, Bloody Knight's wife, Bloody Moon's biological mother, and Blood Rose, an S-class ghoul species, also ran towards the child's new home with 5 of his men. Although the child knows how to deliberately hide his traces, after all, he still can't completely cover up all his whereabouts. Under the full investigation of the Scarlet Group, he still found the child's approximate location, and Blood Rose couldn't wait to set off. For a mother, the pain of losing a child is more anger than killing her. Blood Rose, who was burned out of reason by the anger, directly planned to come home to kill her. Hey! Several silhouettes, as light as swallows, swiftly passed over a house, looking for the remaining breath in the air. They were getting closer and closer to the child's home. In the darkness, a bright light flashed away. It was the child who had been asleep opened his eyes, and his black eyes were full of alert, because he felt that several uninvited guests were approaching in his direction. The child took a look at his new home reluctantly. With the previous experience, the child understands that once an enemy finds him, it means that his home is no longer safe. It's a pity that he finally found a new home. After only living for a few days, he had to leave. Humph! Did you, the little beast, killed my son? A cold voice with deep anger in the child's ears, and the child turned to look around, only to see a beautiful woman who did not know when he had already appeared at the door. The beautiful woman is wearing a black tight leather jacket, her black hair is hanging down like a waterfall, and her face is lightly make-up, but strangely, her lipstick is black, which makes her look a little bit poisonous. In fact, it is exactly the same. The name of the Blood Rose in the 3 districts represents the word vicious. Except for her husband and son, she has no good face when she sees her. She treats the enemy even more cruelly, and she has never been merciful. And behind the Blood Rose, there are 5 slender figures standing quietly, all female who are all A-level in strength, uniformly wearing a mask with a Blood Rose pattern, obviously a private subordinate of the Blood Rose. For the question of Blood Rose, the child did not understand and did not know how to answer, so he could only look at her quietly, but the child's calm gaze ignited the suppressed anger in Blood Rose's heart. Asshole thing! Killed my son and dare to look at me like this, hey! If you don't let you taste what it means to be better than death, I won't be called a Blood Rose. Catch him! Blood Rose's pretty face was full of anger, and gave an order with a fierce wave. Whhhhhhhh. The 5 people behind him responded to Blood Rose's order with actions. The 5 people attacked the children in unison. No one was merciful. The offensive was extremely fierce and brutal, which won the Blood Rose true story. Click! Click! Facing a large number of enemies, the child's delicate face was also full of caution. The evil spirit mask quickly covered his face, and 2 scales appeared behind him instantly. Hey! In the face of a large number of encirclement, the best way is not to let the enemy successfully encircle him, so the child turns passive into active, and the figure flashes towards the one who takes the lead, 2 scales. And made a fierce pump, and drove it away with lightning speed. Snapped! The child fell on the ground, but jumped up again like a dragonfly, but changed its direction again, and in an instant he approached another ghoul. The 2 scales held each other's tail, but a pair of small hands easily broke it. Defensively penetrates the enemy's heart easily. Years of combat experience has allowed children to develop a good habit long ago, that is, when attacking, every move is to hit the deadly place of the enemy, never attack those insignificant places, and waste physical strength at the same time. It is easy for the enemy to seize the opportunity to fight back. This also caused the child's cruel style of action, and the tricks were fatal. Often he would be killed instantly if he caught a flaw, and there would be no chance of turning over again. Puff puff! The child's figure was as fast as lightning, and the remaining 3 female ghouls were solved in an instant, and the overwhelming strength shocked the Blood Rose. You must know that the strength of the child is already infinitely close to the S level, and the single-on one has already suppressed the strength, coupled with the child's abnormal speed, and the skilled killing technique, you have to pay 5 more weaker than yourself. Opponent, isn't it a matter of minutes? As the saying goes, martial arts in the world can only be broken quickly, which means that when your speed reaches the limit, you will be invincible. Although there are still some loopholes in this sentence, it also shows that the absolute advantage of speed is a great bonus to strength. The reality is indeed the case. Once the child's terrifying speed erupts, the 5 opponents will be killed instantly if they can't even touch the child's clothes. This is the advantage of the speed advantage. Good, good. The little beast's method is really good. It seems that I have to take my own shot to capture your little and give me revenge. The Blood Rose smiled in anger, and stretched out Kyunkyunyu's finger to curse viciously at the child. Afterwards, the Blood Rose pupils instantly turned into scarlet eyes, and the 4 lins got out of the bag behind him, and the black lin he swayed gently, like a blooming rose swaying and moving. But the more beautiful things are, the more dangerous. When the Blood Rose moved, it floated in front of the child like a breeze, and the 4 scales behind him shone cold like the stings of a scorpion to the child's limbs. Blood Rose didn't intend to kill her. For the guy who killed her only son, how could she stop if she didn't catch it back and tortured it? Change the title of the book to see if the results will change. If it doesn't work, I can only say that not many readers like this subject, alas. Please collect it, I hope you can support it. Chapter 25, Article 3 Lin He, New Book Seeking Collection. Shoo! In the dark night, the sound of strong wind roared. In the child's new home, the Blood Rose that came to kill the door is merciless, and the 4 sting-like scales occupy a quantitative advantage, and they are constantly attacking the child. What's more frightening is that the speed of Blood Rose is also extremely fast, although it is half a minute slower than that of a child, the speed of the child is abnormal. To be able to match the speed of a child, the Blood Rose is obviously also a speed type. Relying on the speed not to lose to the children, coupled with the advantage of Lin He's number, the Blood Rose actually suppressed the children in the battle. The stormy offensive made the child with only 2 Lin He overwhelmed and hurried. Fortunately, the Blood Rose's own fighting ability is not strong, otherwise the Blood Rose could easily take the child's life. But even so, the child was still at a disadvantage. His limbs were wiped out by the Blood Rose's scales many times, and then healed again, but he was consuming his strength little by little. Another extremely difficult opponent. Not only is the strength of the Blood Rose stronger than the previous boss, but the attack power is not comparable to that of the boss. If it were not for the strength of the child to grow after that hard battle, I am afraid that the child will not be able to withstand a few tricks in the hands of the Blood Rose. But the child obviously didn't think so much. He saw his scarlet eyes staring at the impenetrable offensive in front of him. 2 scales resisted the attack from the front with difficulty, but his eyes fell on the Blood Rose, which seemed to be going to find the flaw in the Blood Rose. Swish! Suddenly, the child stepped back a few steps, then turned around and ran. After the Blood Rose stupefied, he chased him, but the speed was always a bit slower than the child, and it was difficult to catch up with the child again. Damn it! Little beast, don't run if you have a species. Blood Rose was anxious, and suddenly cursed. It's just that Blood Rose had to be surprised by the child's strength in her heart. She only understood the terrible aspects of this child after she personally played it. Not only did she have the strength of the A-level peak, but the fighting instinct was terribly tough, and even her speed was even better than her own. Have to come out soon. I am afraid that he can crush most A-level ghoul species by speed alone. Such a thought flashed through Blood Rose's heart. The child didn't really run away as the Blood Rose said, he just found that the enemy's speed seemed to be a little slower than himself, so he naturally didn't have to smash the Blood Rose. The chase seemed more hopeful to win. Yes, it is winning. After encountering an enemy, a child never thinks of running away, let alone retreating to admit defeat. What he always thinks in his mind is how to defeat all the enemies and achieve the final victory. Sure enough, because the speed was a little slow, the Blood Rose's attack could not fall on the child, so he could only follow the child firmly without being thrown off by him. However, the child can't make an effective counterattack, because once he counterattacks, he will slow down and be caught up by the Blood Rose, and then it will be another round of suppression. The child's eyeballs are rolling, but he can't think of a way to deal with the Blood Rose. After all, his intelligence is limited. What good strategy can he think of? He has been fighting by instinct all the time. Suddenly, the child's eyes fell on the 4 scales of the Blood Rose, and his eyes lit up. From a child's point of view, the reason why Blood Rose is better than himself is that there are 2 more scales than himself. What if his own Lin Hyuk has 4? Then can't he beat Blood Rose? Well, children's ideas are really simple, but they can often find problems. The strength of the child is weaker than the Blood Rose. This is a flaw. It cannot be improved in a short time, and the speed is only a fraction faster than that of the Blood Rose. It will not have much effect. If the child can increase the number of scales, it will still be very good. There is hope. It's just that the number of Lin Hyuk will increase as you want. I saw the child blushing while running away, suffocating his breath like shit, and concentrated all his motivation on his bag, trying to grow 2 scales like this. Gilyalu. The hebeo behind his waist was tumbling, and even the 2 scales with the child became a little unstable, but after working hard for a long time, hebeo failed to grow 1 more scale. Ha ha ha, ridiculous boy, do you think the number of linhi is so easy to increase? If you don't have time to accumulate an increase in strength, you want to increase linhi, dream. As if seeing through the child's thoughts, Blood Rose did not stingy with her ironic words. In fact, the number of scales is determined by the scales. Each scale can only grow 1 scale. For 2 scales, there are 2 scales. Increasing the number of scales will increase your own strength. You can only rely on a total of. The CO Ghoul can absorb the RC cells in other ghoul species, in order to increase the number of RC cells in the body, thereby forming multiple ghoul bags. The fact that the Blood Rose can have 4 scales was catalyzed because of repeated sharing, otherwise she should only have 3 scales based on strength alone. It just so happens that the child has done a lot of cooperation recently, and the RC cells in the body almost fill the whole body, but because of the short time, these RC cells are still scattered all over the body, strengthening his body. One side slowly condensed into hebeo. And now, the child's will seems to be pulling the RC cells in his body, miraculously speeding up the speed of their aggregation, and quickly forming a small bag on the child's back waist. Pouch. Not long after Blood Rose's words were said, there was a soft sound from the child's lower back, and a small scale broke out, swaying gently in the air. Slap on the face, instant slap on the face, bang bang loud. Seeing that the child actually grows a scale, the Blood Rose's face is obviously very ugly. However, this linhi seems to be a little stunted. Compared with the other 2 lins, it is not only shorter, but also much more fragile. There is no way, the catalyzed ones are always not as good as they naturally develop, and they are considered good if they can successfully grow. The child doesn't think so much. Seeing that his idea is really successful, his eyes are suddenly full of surprises, and he doesn't even think about it. What can he do with his tiny scale? Ha ha ha, little boy, what can you do with your chicken tail-like scales? You don't think you can beat me with it? After observing the Blood Rose for a long time, there was no sign of the child's new scales growing up, so he couldn't help but ridicule. It's just that the child seems to be really full of confidence because of the appearance of the 3rd linhi. He actually stopped his escape and turned to face the Blood Rose. A small face was full of seriousness. He wanted to defeat this noisy man. Woman. Today's 4th update has been completed. From now on, Xiao Fei will try to adjust the timing updates every day in advance. I hope the book friends can help to collect them, thank you. Chapter 26, Unshakable Enmity, New Book Seeking Collection. Oh? Didn't you finally run away? Little beast, kill my son, I will want you to die. Humph. Seeing the child no longer blindly running away, the Blood Rose smiled coldly, and the brows were filled with evil aura. The name of the Blood Rose is the existence of the 3-district ghoul species. How can it be described by the word spicy? But in the face of the ridicule of the Blood Rose, the child was indifferent. He actually took the initiative to launch an attack. The newborn 3rd scale shrank behind him, and rushed up with only 2 scales. Hey! Looking for death? Blood Rose snorted coldly, and the black linhe behind him shot out in an instant, and pierced towards the child's limbs. After fighting for so long, she was already a little impatient. She couldn't wait to catch this slippery quickly. Ziokayu little guy! Bang bang bang! The dense clashing sound repeated again and again. Facing the 4 scales of the Blood Rose, the child was obviously still struggling. The 2 scales were a little stretched, but at least they could hold it for a while, but it was still unavoidable to leave small wounds on his body. The constant tingling on the body did not affect the child's fight, but instead made his will more focused. The child stared at the Blood Rose with her eyes and never looked away. Even if he was completely suppressed, he was indifferent. The cold eyes without a trace of emotion made the Blood Rose a little hairy. Who is the Blood Rose? She is the Blood Rose famous for its viciousness in the chaotic area of the 3 districts. The look of a child's eyes would make her feel hairy? What a joke! Blood Rose shook her head, feeling ridiculous about what she had just thought. What kind of storm has she never seen? He would be shocked by a small child. But it doesn't matter if she doesn't shake her head, as soon as she shakes her head, something goes wrong. The child who had been staring at the Blood Rose saw her shaking her head, her attention shifted a little, and she immediately grasped the flaw, her eyes brightened, and the whole person flew out. As if after a precise calculation, the 2 scales behind the child tightly entangled the 2 sets of scales in the Blood Rose, and then allowed the remaining 2 to penetrate his young arm, and then his wrist was bent. Regardless of the severe pain, I firmly fixed it on my hand. The child's body slammed into the astonished Blood Rose with a powerful impact, and knocked her off guard to the ground. At this moment, the child clinging to the Blood Rose controlled his 3rd newborn moment. Stabbed out. Although the newborn linhe is stunted, it can be so close that it can easily penetrate the unprotected abdomen of the Blood Rose. Ah! The severe pain in the abdomen made Blood Rose cried out in pain, but helplessly, her 4 scales were controlled, and her body was overwhelmed by the child. The child sitting on her chest unceremoniously leaned down and grew up. Mouth bite her neck in one bite. Gee! Blood splatter! Accompanied by the sudden cry of Blood Rose's pain, the child actually bit off the Blood Rose's neck. Feeling the gradual loss of the sound of the people under him, the child finally released the 2 scales, controlled them to dig out the Blood Rose packs, and fed them one by one into his stomach. At this time, due to the death of the Blood Rose, the 2 scales that pierced the child's arm also turned into fly ash, and the wound quickly recovered because of the RC cells that had just been eaten in the stomach. After a few breaths, it was completely healed. No more traces. Spicy. The way children turn defeat into victory explains what is truly cruel. Not only cruel to the enemy, but also cruel to yourself. The enemy has more scales than his own, then find a way to increase the number of scales on his own. Can't it increase? Then reduce the enemy's linhe. After sacrificing his own hands to control the 2 scales with more Blood Rose than himself, he attacked with his 3rd scale, disrupting the counterattack rhythm of the Blood Rose, and then used his mouth to kill with one blow to establish the victory. This is the evil spirit. Cack bang bang bang. In the dark night, after experiencing a fierce battle again, the child quietly enjoyed his trophies, 5 A-class hebas and 1 S-class hebug, a big harvest. The child has never been polite to the food delivered to the door. They all eat it into their stomachs and turn them into energy for strength. Then they patted their buttocks and quietly left their new home, leaving behind 6 corpses. Scarlet Group Headquarters. Madam hasn't come back yet. Bloody Yet, who had been waiting for news in the hall, asked impatiently. It's just to catch a child, why didn't he come back? Could it be an ambush from an old opponent? Impossible, but I have sent someone to keep an eye on their movements. If there is any movement, it is impossible to hide it from my eyes. My lord, there is no news from the wife yet. The subordinates below who were waiting for instructions immediately trembled when Shui Yi's question was heard, and immediately bowed and replied. God knows how hard he is standing here, there are not a few ghouls in the 3 districts that can calmly face the anger of Bloody Night. Suffering from the suppressed anger from Shui Yi's body all the time, like a volcano about to erupt, how can it not be frightening? Da-da-da. There was a rush of footsteps, and from a distance, I saw a dark shadow running quickly, and the pace seemed to be a little flustered. Report. Report, report Lord Bloody Night. The visitor quickly came to Sui, bowed humbly, shaking all over, and the violent gasp was clearly audible. What's the news? Seeing the hesitation of his subordinates, the already impatient Blood Ye suddenly cursed in dissatisfaction. Yes, madam, madam is dead, and the 5 maids she brought with her are dead. Taking a deep breath, the man suppressed the extreme panic in his heart and told the news he had received. What? Sure enough, when he heard the words of his subordinates, Sui stood up immediately, and his horrible aura broke out in an instant, so that the 2 subordinates hurriedly knelt down on the ground and dared not move. The anger of the SS-grade ghoul is not something ordinary people can bear. At this moment, only they know how scared they are. It is a feeling that they will die at any time. How courageous! Killing my wife and children, this hatred is not shared. The angry voice of Bloody Night resounded through the headquarters of the Scarlet Group, and everyone was in danger, all of them fidgeting, for fear that the pond fish would be harmed, and they would suffer unreasonable disaster. Soon, the news that the knight's wife and children were killed by the evil ghost kid swept across the entire 3 districts like a violent wind, and the slightly savvy people realized that the 3 districts might be changing. I want to collect the new book. After changing the title of the book, it seems to be better. I hope you can support me and help me with a collection. Thank you. Chapter 27, Crazy Lion Group. That night, the blood of Blood Rose has not completely dried up, and the body still has residual warmth, and the figure of Blood Ye appears silently, squatting next to his wife's body. He stretched out his hand and stroked his wife's unclosed eyes. Across her painful cheeks, a drop of blood tears through the air, and a tick fell on the lips of the Blood Rose. A gust of wind swept up the smoke and dust all over the room, but soon calmed down, but the bodies of Sui and Blood Rose quietly disappeared, leaving only a spot of mottled blood still telling something. Whoosh whoosh! Under the silent night sky, a group of silhouettes quickly shuttled across the street, at a rapid speed, and the evil spirit exuding from his body was frightening. Without exception, they all wore blood-red robes, representing their identities, members of the Scarlet Group. Mom, who are they? In the house with the door closed, a seemingly innocent and cute little girl looked at the figure passing by the window and couldn't help but asked curiously. Hush, good girl, don't make a noise. The woman next to her hurriedly covered her daughter's mouth and warned in a low voice. Then she looked out the window nervously and found that the people outside hadn't noticed it. She breathed a sigh of relief, and there was still deep fear in her eyes. Tonight seems to be a special day. In the past, the ghouls of the 3 districts would gather together at night, or chat some gossip, or learn from each other, or hunt for food quietly, but tonight, these ghouls all hide in their own way. Staying behind closed doors at home, as if afraid of something. In fact, this is very easy to understand. The blood group's behavior is basically understood in the 3 districts. They are vicious, selfish. They don't care about the feelings of others, but because the blood group is powerful, most of them are daring. Anger can't speak. The killing of Swai's wife and children quickly spread to the 3 districts. These ghouls naturally knew that the Scarlet Group would definitely make big moves, so they would not go out to find bad luck at this time, if they accidentally blocked them. The way, one word, death. Under the order of the night, the group came out tonight and mobilized all the personnel to hunt down the devil children, which shows how deeply the night hates the children. And when the Scarlet Group all dispatched to hunt down a child, their old opponents were not resigned to loneliness. Headquarters of Mad Lion Group. Boss, the wife and son of that guy in Bloody Night were killed. Now they are mad and chasing down the kid from unknown origin. Should we take the opportunity to make a big one? In the hall, a big man who was as strong as a hill said with an urn. The loud voice shook the ceiling, and he did a wiping motion of his neck. The meaning is self-evident. Mountain Lion, Bloody Night is in anger at this time, like a lunatic. I am afraid that the big one will not make it and it will cause a show. Next to the Mountain Lion, a rather feminine-looking man said worriedly. This man was thin and tall, with long curly hair. If he were a woman, he would surely be overwhelming. It's a pity. Monster, let's listen to what the boss says, let's do what the boss decides to do. There were 3 people sitting opposite Yao Nan, and the ordinary-looking bald man in the middle spoke. The big man was named Shishi, and he was the most trusted man of the Wild Lion along with the Mountain Lion. They were also the 2 who followed the Wild Lion at first. There were 2 people sitting next to the Stone Lion, a man and a woman. The man was thin in stature, and he was hidden in a dark robe, as if he could not see the light. His name was Ghost Fire. The female is called a flower girl, dressed in a gorgeous dress, with heavy makeup on her face, her eyes circling on the Wild Lion, with an imperceptible color of admiration. It's just that the flower girl came here to be a girl. She had private relationships with Shishi and Mountain Lions, and she had countless faces outside, so she knew that she couldn't get into the eyes of the crazy lion, so she had to stay at the hands of the crazy lion. Help him. Boss, what do you think? The flower girl looked straight at the person she likes, and asked without shy. Finally, the man sitting on the main seat finally revealed his true face, a masculine face with Chinese characters. His brows were filled with kingly majesty, his long brown hair was as fluffy as a lion's mane, and he was wearing a loose coat. But it couldn't hide the angular muscles. The eyes opened slightly, as if a flash of lightning flashed across them, making people afraid to look straight. Even the flower girl lowered her head unconsciously, a little ashamed of her appearance. The guy in Bloody Night is distressed. I am naturally very comfortable, but just like Yao Nan said, that guy is getting angry. We go up to trouble them at this time. I'm afraid it will cause unnecessary losses. Let's just wait and see. Let people keep an eye on it, and send news back every half an hour. I want to know all their movements, including the kids. I'm really curious, how long can this kid from the 9 districts last on the hands of the night? If he could kill the wife of the night by chance, could he also kill his other subordinates by the luck? Ha ha ha, maybe after I kill the Knight of Blood, I have to thank the kid for his help. If he can live to that time. Mad Lion said a bunch of things on his own, and the meaning in the words is very clear. It is to watch the show first and see if the child can kill Swai's several subordinates. It would be better if he could kill another S rank. Up. You must know that the Mad Lion Group and the Scarlet Group, as old opponents for many years, have a thorough understanding of each other's strength. Mad Lion has 5 S-level subordinates, and Bloody Night naturally has them. If you count the Blood Rose, there are a total of 6 Bloody Knight's subordinates. An S-grade, overwhelming a Mad Lion. However, due to the brutality of the night, there are not many A-level subordinates, only about 50, which is 20 fewer than the Crazy Lion, and these 20 A-level assistants can naturally hold more. The S-level that came out was the reason why both sides refused to accept each other for so many years. And now, when Blood Rose died, Shuya lost his wife and children, and at the same time he lost a capable subordinate. The overall strength is no longer as good as the Mad Lion group, so the Mad Lion can sit in the headquarters so peacefully and watch the changes. I was waiting for the child to consume a little more power in the hands of the knight, so that the crazy lion would have more confidence in devouring the group. Sitting at home can wait until this kind of welfare is delivered to the door. How can you say that the Mad Lion can be unhappy? The new book started. I changed the title to continue working hard. I hope that the book friends can give me a bit of help. Click on the collection to help Xiaofei. Thank you for your support. Chapter 28, Promote to S Level, New Book Seeking Collection. Go there. Go here. Hurry up, hurry up. Catch that kid early and you can rest soon. In the darkness, the blood-colored figure came and went hurriedly, carrying out a carpet-like search in the 3 districts, and digging 3 feet of the ground is also about to dig out the trace of the child. On the roof of a tall building, the knight stands against the wind, the blood-colored cloak is humming, the crescent moon in the sky is beautiful, but the knight is unmoved. A pair of eagle eyes are watching around, trying to be here under the cover of the night. I found the trace of the child. Damn kid! Damn it! The anger in Shuiyi's heart is beyond words, and he can't help but wait to peel his skin, twitch his muscles, drank his blood, and ate his meat. Shuiyi has never tried to hate a person who hasn't met so much in this life. The other person is still a child. Lost his beloved wife and beloved son in just one day. It is conceivable how crazy the bloody knight will be. Even if his reason tells him, such a time-consuming action will surely make the Mad Lion seize the opportunity to fall into trouble. The Scarlet Group established is likely to be destroyed. But what about this? Yes, if it is ruined, it will be ruined. What can be done? The only 2 people in the world that I care about are dead. What is the meaning of the existence of this group? Since it has no meaning to exist, let it bloom the last spark before destruction. At all costs, catch that guy. Shuiyi's cold face was a little distorted, his eyes released the cold light of choosing people. But things are not going smoothly, even more difficult than Bloody Knight imagined. It was completely beyond the expectation of Bloody Knight. The Crazy Lion group, which should have stood up to hinder itself or even fall into trouble, did not move at all, as if they didn't know anything, or did they understand their feelings, so benevolently let them go? Shit, who knows kindness? Mad Lion must be planning something. And the child, who should have been able to trace the trail easily, searched all night without the slightest clue, as if completely disappeared in the air, not even a trace of smell was left. The sky is already bright, but there is no news from his subordinates, and Shuiyi's face has turned blue. It is hard for him to imagine how a child can escape his overwhelming search. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. 3 whole days passed, and Bloody Knight had always stood on the tall building without closing his eyes. He had been waiting for the news of his actions, but to his disappointment, there was no news at all from the beginning to the end. Oh? Bloody Knight hasn't found that little guy yet? Ha ha ha, I really want to see the knight's face, it must be pretty. When Mad Lion heard the news from his men, he couldn't help but laughed. How could he be unhappy when he saw that his old opponent was helpless by a child? However, even our people can't find the trace of that little guy. If you want to come, that little guy must have a very special hiding ability, right? As soon as the Mad Lion's voice changed, he explained the real reason why the knight could not find the child. Hee, what a funny little guy, if I get the chance, I really want to see you. The muttering voice echoed in the hall, and the Mad Lion did not know when he had fallen asleep. The scope of the 3 districts is not very large. At the speed of the ghoul species, it only takes 1 hour to pass through the 3 districts. However, more than 50 ghoul species searched for 3 days without a trace of the child. No doubt, the child has already escaped from the 3rd district. If the child does leave, then there will be a huge crowd. If Bloody Knight really wants to find the child, it is not that simple. After all, Tokyo is not alone in the final say, and the rest of the area is not much better than the 3 districts. The forces are so complicated that it can't be played by a SS-level ghoul in his mere district. But just as Swai was about to convince himself to give up, when the child must have left the 3rd district, the subordinates finally heard news that shocked him. Several of his subordinates were killed, and it was obvious from the tactics that the devil kid did it. Time went back for half an hour. The Scarlet members were still searching the streets for traces of evil spirits, and even broke into the homes of the other ghoul species directly to search. Anyone who saw children would inevitably be questioned, like an interrogation. Like a prisoner. Scarlet's actions naturally aroused public outrage, but the situation is helplessly stronger than that of people. As a weak person, he has no right to speak. How can he resist? Therefore, most of the ghoul species chose to swallow their breath, and the few who fought back were ruthlessly taken away from their lives. The blood on his anger doesn't care so much. If you kill it, you will kill it. What can you do with them? And in a small alley in the street, it was a little remote, but there were still blood-colored ghouls passing by from time to time, but they all just glanced at it and ignored it. There is no other reason. The alley is very narrow and short. It is clear at a glance. There is nothing but a place of and a small trash can. Naturally, they will not waste their experience walking in and out. But it was precisely because of this small trash can that the Scarlet group couldn't find the person they were looking for 3 days. This trash can is so small that it can barely fit a young child. What the evil ghost kid is best at is hiding in these seemingly impossible places. Kong dang! With a soft sound, the lid of the trash can was lifted and fell to the ground. With a light effort, the child easily broke free from the small trash can, and patted off the trash on his body. He looked sleepy, apparently just asleep. Wake! If Swai knew that the guy they had been looking for 3 days was sleeping peacefully, I'm afraid he would vomit blood for 3 liters of anger. Click! After twisting his neck, the knuckles made a crisp sound. The child rubbed the eye feces from the corners of his eyes, stretched loosely, and yawned. It didn't look like he was being hunted down. Of course, the child did not know that he was being hunted down. He had eaten the blood rose pack before, and the turbulent energy impacted in the child's body. He hurriedly found the trash can and hid it to digest slowly. Who knows that one sleep is 3 times? Oh my god! The S-level Hebeo has greatly improved the child. A child who was already infinitely close to the S-level is now officially promoted to the S-level. What makes the child even more delighted is that his stunted scale also follows him. With the breakthrough of strength, it became normal. In other words, the child now not only has S-rank strength, but Lin Hyuk also has 3. New book for collection. I hope you will support you. Help me to collect a collection. Xiao Fei is grateful. Chapter 29, Mystery System. The growth rate of the child's strength is not unbelievable. In less than a year, he has grown from an uninfluenced strength to an S level. This speed is comparable to a rocket. One of the reasons is that the children's talents are terrible, and the children's non-intermittent sharing is also an important reason. Even if the normal ghouls share a meal together, they will not be so frequent. After all, a ghoul can feed for 2 to 3 months with a single meal. If you eat too much, it will support you, so there is no ghoul who can share it in 2 days like children once. But the child doesn't know why. His stomach's digestive ability is also extremely terrifying, and he will be less than 11 years old next year, but so frequent sharing, he can bear it all safely. You know, the child ate 5 A-class hebas and 1 S-class hebig in one go. If you change to another ghoul species, I am afraid that you will be overwhelmed by the huge energy just after eating it. In fact, at this point, I have to mention the voice in the child's head. The energy shield has been used to protect the child countless times before the child has the ability to protect himself, helping the child survive the most vulnerable in life. The stage. It is a damaged system. It stays in the child's body since the child is born, and does not play its role until the child is in danger. And this system itself has been damaged, coupled with frequent consumption of the little energy left, and finally fell into a deep sleep, and can only passively absorb energy to repair it. And the death of every creature will lose life energy. The more powerful creatures die, the more life energy will be lost. So every time a child kills a human or a ghoul, the system can absorb the escaped life on its own. Energy replenishes itself. So far it has replenished about 100 points of energy. But the energy needed to completely repair the system is still far away, so the system will naturally help its host grow up as soon as possible. The reason why a child can absorb so many RC cells at one time without being burst is because there is a system to help stabilize the child's body, and by the way, comb the cells in his body so that he can absorb it more easily. Simply put, the reason why children have such enchanting talent and strength at a young age is inseparable from this mysterious system, but the system is still in a deep sleep state so far, so it can only wait until it has absorbed enough energy in order to know its origin and specific role. At this time, the child who had successfully grown into an S-class cannon, just woke up, and before he had time to feel the changes in his body, he was unlucky enough to be discovered by the Scarlet Squad passing by on the street. There is a kid there. It looks very similar to the devil kid in the description, hurry up and have a look. In the excitement, the 3A class ghouls rushed into the narrow alley and eagerly came to the child. Hey, kid, what's your name? Are you an evil spirit? Did you kill Mrs. Blood Rose and Master Blood Moon? As soon as he came to the child, the ghoul in front asked a lot of questions, with a deep malice in his tone, as if he believed that the child was the little guy they were talking about. Phew! A breeze passed by, and the three ghouls' eyes widened in an instant, as if they had seen something incredible, but in the next second, their bodies seemed to have lost their gravity, and fell to the ground with a thump. There was no sound. At this time, blood gradually flowed out of their hearts, slowly infiltrating the stone bricks on the ground, and the pungent smell dissipated in the air. The child glanced at the corpse on the ground indifferently, and even turned and left. The three ghouls were caught by the children before they even had time to react. This shows how terrifying the children's strength is at this time. Absolute speed, extremely aggressive Lin He, the evil ghost kid has grown into a strong man. After a long time, the smell of the three corpses finally attracted the attention of the rest of the Scarlet team, and hurriedly passed the news of the casualties to Swy, and immediately let the light of hope burst into Swy's eyes. Originally, Shui no longer had any hope, but at this time there was news of the child again, and the revenge of killing his wife and child had a turnaround, and Shui couldn't wait to take it personally. Nay, he is already an S-level kid, and his ability to hide his whereabouts has become even better. It is impossible to find him with those A-level Scarlet teams. So the only people who can find the child are the 5 right-hand men of Shui. It's just that the change of the child's strength, Bloody Knight, is not clear, so the Scarlet Squad is still running around like a headless fly, which is completely useless. The screaming screams attracted the attention of a Scarlet team. Several people hurried to the sound source, but only saw a few corpses lying on the ground. Even the blood had just flowed out of the heart, indicating that they had just died. The murderer was no longer there. Whoosh! A red shadow flashed past, and another Scarlet Squad was wiped out. Originally, the child killed the original Scarlet team just because it was easy to fill up his stomach by the way. Why did that person's tone make the child feel disgusted? But then the child found that everyone on the street seemed to be looking for him, and he seemed to want to catch him, so the child couldn't bear it. All the Scarlet Squads walking on the street became his target, even if he was not hungry right now. No interest in predation. As a result, the Scarlet Squad was completely wiped out, but the Scarlet Squad did not even see the shadow of the murderer. After receiving the news, the knight was so angry that he was trembling, but in the end he had no choice but to order the 5 men to lead one. The Scarlet Squad continued to search for the child, and no longer dispersed. This is also a helpless move for Shui Yet. Obviously, if it continues to be consumed, I am afraid that the 50A level ghoul under his hand will have to be killed by the child. Because the child is also very cunning. Whenever there is the aura of the S-class ghoul around, he will not be able to hide. When the S-class ghoul is far away, he will kill with one more blow and then flee away. It is completely impossible for people to take him. And Bloody Knight's solution is undoubtedly the best solution, letting the S-level ghoul lead the team to search. Although it reduces the efficiency, it can greatly improve the survival rate of the subordinates, and avoid being destroyed by children one by one. Sure enough, as soon as this action was taken, the child had to hide his traces again, and did not make another move for a long time. The child is not stupid. The S-level ghoul is not sure that he can kill it in a short time, and once he fights, he will only face more and more enemies. New book, please collect it. I hope you can help me to collect it. It is my greatest support to Xiaofei, thank you. Chapter 30, Changes in Children. Oh? Really? Ha ha ha, I am afraid that the fellow Sui has been mad. Good, great. The strength under the blood is consumed by that little guy like this, and it is no longer my opponent. Take it. From now on, we can already plan how to unify the 3 districts. At the headquarters of the Mad Lion group, the Mad Lion, who had been watching a good show, knew that the Scarlet Squad under the Blood Knight had suffered a heavy loss, and suddenly couldn't help but laugh, and his triumphant laughter spread throughout the headquarters. After fighting with the Scarlet Group for several years, they couldn't tell the victory or defeat. Now it is just because of a child that the Scarlet Group has suffered heavy losses and its strength has been greatly reduced. How can the Mad Lion be unhappy? Now as long as Mad Lion is willing, he can easily destroy the weak Scarlet Group. Then in the 3 districts, his Mad Lion group can be the only one. Isn't it easy to unify the 3 districts? Mad Lion can already imagine how majestic it is to become the queen of the 3 districts. This is the strength of the entire 3 districts. Is it comparable to a single Mad Lion group? For the A-level ghoul species alone, there are nearly 200 in total in the entire 3 districts. This still eliminates the Wild Lion and Scarlet's subordinates. There are also 5 S-level ghoul who are scattered. If the Wild Lion can go smoothly dominating the 3 districts, the Mad Lion group will surely become a huge force, and even CCG must pay close attention to the dangerous existence. Order to go down, and prepare for me. After Sui catches the little guy, we will take action and hit him off guard. After the Scarlet Group is successfully eliminated, the 3 districts are our world, ha 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 ha. Following the order of the Mad Lion group, the entire Mad Lion group moved quickly, and each one was excited to prepare for the battle, to unify the 3 districts. This is not a great cause that ordinary people can accomplish. As a result, the entire 3 districts seem to have an inexplicable tacit understanding, and everyone is waiting. The irrelevant ghouls are watching the show, and watching how long the child can hold on before being caught. The Mad Lion group is also waiting. The moment the child is caught, it is the moment for them to take action. The Scarlet Group is waiting, and can't wait to catch the kid who drives them crazy. All the focus of the 3 districts fell on the newcomer kid who only came to the 3 districts a short time ago. Curious, many people are curious, how can this kid be so enchanting, and he can make the whole Scarlet Group so embarrassed by his own efforts? Unbearable, no longer the arrogance before? And the protagonist of this big drama, the Devil Kid, stayed in his new home leisurely, eating fresh hebeo bite by bite, although the A-grade hebeo could not do much for the children nowadays, but no matter how small a mosquito is, it is meat. It is these A-level packs that are better than nothing, which gradually stabilizes the child's strength, and is no longer as difficult to control as it was when he first entered the S-level. The child at this time, although the black hair is still broken, but the black pupils are becoming more and more piercing, which shows that the child's intelligence is getting higher and higher. It's not just intelligence that has changed. The child's body has also become stronger. Although the figure still looks a little thin, if you take off your clothes and look carefully, you can find the solid muscles of the child. As the saying goes, dressing is thin and is fleshy, it is the situation of the child at this time. The more gratifying change is that the child has grown a lot. In less than a week, the child has grown a full 5 centimeters taller. Obviously, the excess of RC cells in the body makes the child grow faster. 1 meter and 5, with the child's previously stunted body, being able to have such a height at the age of 11 has obviously changed a lot. The child's 3 scales have also become thicker and longer. There is an adult fist in diameter, and the length is close to 1 meter 7. Both the hardness and the attack power have become extremely terrifying. With the passage of time, the atmosphere in the 3 districts has become more and more weird. A whole month has passed, and the ghouls who watched the show waited for a month and did not wait until the end. The boring search scene is still being staged every day. The Mad Lion group waited for a month and didn't wait for the moment to start the war. The originally enthusiastic Mad Lion members had already begun to be impatient, but because of the Mad Lion's order, they had to wait. The most irritable is naturally the knight, for a full month. The murderer who killed his wife and children lived safely under his nose for a month, but he had nothing to do. What made him feel even more grief and indignation was that even if he had let his capable subordinates lead the team, he still could not avoid the death of his subordinates. From time to time, there would still be A-level subordinates being killed by evil spirits coming and going. He took away Kahibeo, leaving only 1 corpse, leaving the rest of the people staring at each other. This is the child's life for the past month. Every day he plays hide-and-seek and eagle and chicken games with the Scarlet Squad. The child is like a hunting eagle. The goal is to steal A under the protection of the S-class chicken mother. Grade chicks, anyone who starts hide-and-seek, hides themselves so that they will not find themselves. The children seem to enjoy this game and are very interested in playing, but the Scarlet Squad has long been miserable, especially the A-level Scarlet members have become all uncomfortable. Even if only a gust of wind blows them, they can be scared. Light. After a full month has passed, almost every Scarlet member is going into a nervous breakdown, and the S-level captain is helpless, because although they have the strength of the S-level, the children have not lost to them at all, and they are not facing the battle. Under the circumstances, they have no way to take the children. Hey! Are they all those who eat shit? You guys can't do anything with them for such a kid? Get out of here! Don't come back to see me if you don't catch him! Get out! In the room, the knight yelled at him, and all the things he could throw at his hand had been smashed to pieces, but these didn't alleviate the anger in his heart in the slightest. His dignified Scarlet group, one of the 2 giants in the 3 districts, will be turned around by a child. The current Scarlet group has long lost its prestige and has completely reduced to a joke of the 3 districts. But now Shuya doesn't care about fame anymore, what he cares about is when he can really catch that cunning kid. It's not that Sui never went out to search, but even if he is an SS-level ghoul, but he is not good at tracking, the only blood rose that is good at tracking has already died in the hands of the child, and Sui has searched for no results several times. After that, he can only pin his hopes on his own hands. New Book Seek Collection. The speed of the increase in the number of collections has accelerated. I hope that the book friends will continue to work hard and help collect. Thank you. Chapter 31, Bloody Falling, New Book Seeking Collection. The weird atmosphere in the 3 districts lasted for a full month, and this month was quite peaceful. Even the prevalence of sharing in the 3 districts in the past was much less, and most of the ghouls chose to stay quietly at home and watch the show. And some of the brave ones are talking about gossip in groups of 3 or 5 in the bar, and they don't dare to make a loud noise like the past, otherwise, if they annoy the team that is still in anger, then they won't be able to eat. Go away. When many people thought that such days would continue for a long time, unexpected changes happened again. Of course, it was not the kid they imagined that was finally caught by the Scarlet group, but the movement from the Mad Lion group. The children are still playing eagle and chicken and hide-and-seek games, and the Scarlet Group is still gnashing their teeth to track down the children's tracks. This is a competition of endurance. Whoever can't play it will get out first. But at this time, there was one person who lost patience first, and that was the Mad Lion. I thought that the child would be arrested after a few days, so he led the lions to kill the unsuspecting Scarlet Group immediately, and become the big brother of the 3 districts, and then let the flow take its course to unify the 3 district. The Mad Lion Group will develop into a huge force. Such a great cause is no longer a dream, and it is close at hand. Mad Lion laughs from ear to ear every day, hoping that the child will be caught by the night quickly so that he will seize the best opportunity to take action. But whoever thought of this hope has been looking forward to it for a month. The people under him had already waited impatiently, or the Mad Lion thought that those who succeeded in big things would have enough patience, and only then did they take out the demeanor of the leader to suppress the restlessness of his men. But after a month passed, Mad Lion himself couldn't help it. Fuck patience, if I shot a month ago, Lao Tzu is now the king of the 3 districts, how can he still do nothing like he is now? So on this day, the wild lion who patiently fed the dog and all his horses quietly dispatched, and nearly 80 people went straight to the lair of the Scarlet Group, with a raging momentum. Not long after the Mad Lion troop set off, the knight received the news immediately, and hurriedly summoned all the scattered men back to fight. It's just that, if you want to know with your ass, how can the Scarlet Group today be the opponent of the Mad Lion? But is there any other choice for Bloody Knight besides fighting? Run away? Where can I escape? Take these dozens of people with you, and you will be treated as uninvited guests wherever you go. What's more, the enemy of Bloody Knight is still staying here in the 3rd district, how can Bloody Knight run away willingly? If you don't run away, you can only fight, even if the odds of winning are low, you have to fight the wild lion to the death. However, the final result was unexpected. The Scarlet Group was completely defeated, and there was no resistance at all. The reason lies with the 5 S-level subordinates of Shui Ye. 3 of them directly chose to surrender, and a ghoul named Ghost Bing disappeared without a trace, and he ignored Shui Ye's command at all. Only Bloodhand chose to follow Bloody Knight to the death. Most of the A-level subordinates also chose to surrender, and only a dozen of them were still loyal to the knight. The dignified Scarlet Group fell apart in a blink of an eye. Shui Ye looked sadly at the dozen or so subordinates around him, and then looked at the Mad Lion Group that had completely surrounded him. The combat power of the 2 sides was not on the same level at all. After absorbing the betrayers of the Scarlet Group, the number of S-level ghoul species under Mad Lion has reached 8, and the A-level ghoul species has reached an exaggerated 100 people. With such a powerful strength, how can the knight at this time be able to confrontational? There is no doubt that the only S-level Bloodhand and the dozens of A-level ghoul species left under Shui Ye were killed, leaving only Shui Ye alone to support it to the end. The battle soon ended. Mad Lion took his subordinates back to the headquarters with a smile of joy, and after handing over the newly collected ghouls to Shishi for arrangement, the wild lion couldn't help but hug the flower girl straight. He rushed to the bedroom, and soon there was a wave of cheers that were higher than a wave in the room. No way, the Mad Lion was dismissive of the flower girl, but today he is in a good mood, and he continues to vent. He can't take care of that much, anyway, the flower girl has already fallen in love with her, and he hopes the Mad Lion will get on her. The news that the Scarlet Group collapsed in an instant spread across the 3 districts, and all the ghoul who received the news were silent. Waiting for a month but waiting for the news, many people were a little caught off guard, because they all knew that the balance of the 3 districts had been broken, and the 3 districts were about to usher in a storm, and in the end it was not the Wild Lion Group that successfully ruled the 3rd district. It was the Mad Lion Group that was defeated by the ghoul in the 3 districts. Some ghouls who were timid or unwilling to participate in this war chose to leave the 3rd area overnight, but most of them chose to stay. After all, they have long been used to living in the 3rd area, so where are they willing leave like this? What's more, they are not without the power to resist. They have so many people, as well as 5 free body S-level powerhouses. Well, maybe you can count that enchanting kid. Soon, the Mad Lion group took action again. Each S-level ghoul led a team of A-grade ghouls, and 8 teams directly flooded into the central residential area, directly threatening the ghouls by force to surrender the Mad Lion. Domination, disobedience, kill. Rebellion ensued, killing all around, blood stained the residential area. Every moment there are ghouls dying, there are wild lions and ordinary ones. The wild lions' direct and undisguised action directly aroused public outrage in the 3 districts. The ghouls in the 3 districts gradually united to form a free team fighting for freedom, and even the 5 scattered S-levels. The species also joined them, leading the other ghouls to resist the rule of the wild lion. However, when the Mad Lions did not make any moves, there were already 3 fewer S-level powerhouses on the Freedom Alliance. Even though the number of A-level ghoul species was nearly double that of the Mad Lions, they were still beaten. In the end, he retreated and was trapped in the residential area. There was no way. Regardless of the war between the Mad Lions and the Freedom Alliance, the child has been very upset recently. Why? Because his toy suddenly disappeared. Originally played well, but those toys suddenly ran away and never came back. Without toys and food, the child's daily life has become boring again. What's more, he found that the number of ghoul species around him is increasing, and it seems that they are all concentrated here. No matter how good a child's hiding ability is, he can't help being surrounded by ghouls. The child who couldn't hide lost his sense of security, so he could only avoid the sight of these ghouls and walked quietly to the outside, but the outside was also surrounded by a group of ghouls so tightly that he couldn't get out at all. What can I do? New books for collection. A wave of climax. The tide is about to begin. Please continue to collect powerfully. Thank you for your support. Chapter 32, named Kirishima Yayu. In the 3 districts, the wild lion group that has annexed the scarlet group and has completely risen has rushed all the ghoul species into the residential area and surrounded them. They can only enter but cannot leave. However, the ghoul species of the Free Alliance have nothing to do. Who calls themselves? Is there not enough strength here? This is also the order issued by the Mad Lion, attempting to conquer the 3 districts with the smallest loss, because these free gang members are their own subordinates in the eyes of the Mad Lion, so why bother to kill their own family? So the Mad Lion simply came and encircled them, and just consumed with the Freedom Alliance, the ghoul inside would always be unsettled. Once there is chaos, the Mad Lion can easily conquer them. Mad Lion's idea is good. According to his method, I am afraid it will not be long before he can completely conquer the 3 districts, but he has missed a person, or a child, the chief culprit in the fall of the Scarlet Group. At this time, the child was hiding in the tall building, looking at the wild lion team that was constantly patrolling outside the wall, looking at the few S-class ghouls from time to time. With the child's intelligence at this time, he can already understand that these guys are surrounding the place where he is. If he wants to go out, those guys will probably not agree to it, and if he rushes out, he might not be able to beat him. These guys. Suddenly, the child turned around abruptly, watching the figure appearing not far away with a pair of bright eyes. It was a slender figure, with a devil-like figure, an angel-like face, and a red hair docilely placed on his back, with only a red feather on his head as a decoration. It was a very beautiful canyon. Kid, don't be nervous. Hongluan is one of the S-class ghouls in the Liberty Alliance. He was walking outside with nothing to do, but he accidentally saw the figure of the child. He was immediately full of curiosity, and then quietly followed. The name of the kid's evil spirit is known in the 3 districts. Hongluan has long been curious about the kid's true face. After the actual meeting, he was such a cute boy. Scattered hair and a delicate face, a slightly thin body. Apart from the tattered clothes, the whole body is full of attractiveness to women. Hongluan is no exception, and she is immediately attracted by the cuteness of the child. If you are fascinated, you will accidentally expose your trace. Zi. The child snarled at the Red Lewin and sent out a danger signal, instructing the Red Lewin not to approach him. After all, normal creatures are attracted to beautiful things. The child naturally feels that the creature in front of her looks very beautiful, but in the same way, the dangerous breath on her also reminds him to be careful. Little brother, can't you speak? Seeing the child's behavior, Hong Luan was shocked, and then asked a little surprised. As if he understood Hong Luan's problem, the child shook his head slightly, and took a half-step back guard. A child who has grown up a lot will no longer be like before. When he sees other ghouls, he only knows how to fight or hide himself. At this time, he doesn't know why, after being seen by Hong Luan, he didn't even choose to leave. What a poor child, don't be afraid, sister won't hurt you. Hong Luan's eyes are a little bit pity, a teenage boy who is still unable to speak, it can be seen how miserable he has been in these years, as if he was his own, perhaps, more miserable than his original self. Well. The child said that he couldn't understand such complicated words, and looked at Hong Luan strangely, with some doubts in his eyes. No, fight with you. Can we make friends? Hong Luan slowed down, waved his hands gently, and used gestures to express the meaning of his words, and finally stretched out Ying Yingyu's hands to the child to show that he was not hostile. Seeing Hong Luan's hand stretched towards him, the child instinctively took a step back, staring at Hong Luan grinningly, ready to fight. But watching Hong Luan didn't make the next move, that Bai Xian's hand was placed in front of him like this, without hostility. The child took a step forward cautiously, staring at Hong Luan with his eyes tightly. Once she moves, what is waiting for her will be a thunderous blow. Hong Luan still didn't move, and the child leaned forward a bit. Ha. Hong Luan was amused by the child's actions. She had never seen such a cute child. He clearly doesn't understand anything, but instinctively he is wary of everyone, how much suffering such a child has gone through. Seeing the smile on Hong Luan's face, the child was a little stunned. The smile seemed familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere, but he couldn't remember it. But strangely, seeing such a smile, the child couldn't help it. Go get close. So, the child approached Hong Luan in small steps, and finally came to Hong Luan. Looking at the flawless jade hand in front of him, the child raised his head and glanced at Hong Luan, and then cautiously reached out and put his hand on it. Above. The touch is a bit cold and slippery, and it is very comfortable to touch. Although the child does not know how to express it, this is how he feels. Hee, from now on, we will be friends. Hong Luan gently held the child's small hand, and saw that the child did not resist any more. He couldn't help but smile. The child just looked up at Hong Luan silently. Although his hand was held, he did not break away because he did not feel the danger, but he was still instinctively on guard and did not completely relax. From tomorrow, I will teach you to talk when I have time, okay? However, we still have many enemies. Can you please help us to drive them away? Hong Luan took the child to the wall and pointed to the Mad Lion squad in the distance and said. The child said that he did not understand. Just fight and kill them. Hong Luan was speechless and could only explain as straightforwardly as possible. The child understood now, nodded happily, and agreed. His understanding was somewhat different from what Hong Luan said. He thought Hong Luan was asking him to kill those people and then eat them. The child would naturally not refuse to eat, so he agreed without hesitation. Therefore, although the two people understand their meanings differently, at least they have reached a cooperative relationship temporarily. Now, little brother, let me give you a name, okay? Sister, my name is Kirishima Hong Luan, so you can call Kirishima Yayu with your sister's surname. The world of Ghoul is as dark as hell, but my sister hopes that you can be the most dazzling full moon in the night, no one can't cover your light. Yayu, Do you think we can really drive away those greedy guys? Under the night sky, Hong Luan kept talking and the child kept listening. Although he didn't understand, he still listened quietly, seeming to understand that he had a name called Kirishima Yayu. Add one more chapter on weekends. New book for collection. One day can add 100V to collect Xiaofei, then add another chapter, regardless of the upper limit. Vigorously ask for collection. Thank you for your support. Chapter 33, High-Level Meeting. In the early morning of the next day, the S-level Ghoul of the Freedom Alliance initiated an emergency meeting. Only 5 S-level ghouls who were able to participate in the meeting were able to participate in the meeting, and the 10 most powerful ghoul among the A-levels. Of course, the right to speak is naturally based on the S-level ghoul species. After all, this world power is respected, and strength is always the guarantee of the right to speak, even if the Freedom Alliance is just a loose organization to resist the of the Mad Lion group. It is inevitable that you need a clear leader. Soon, Hong Luan took the child. Oh no, now it should be called Kirishima Yayu. Hong Luan brought Yayu Kirishima to the meeting room, saying that it was a meeting room, but in fact it was just an ordinary room. Hong Luan, what are you doing? How can a high-level meeting bring a child in? Let him go out. Seeing Yayu following Hong Luan, the few people who had already been waiting in the house had mixed expressions. One of the black-haired youths looked at Yayu with an uncomfortable expression and then scolded. This young man is very ordinary all over his body. The only feature of his body is that he has a weird big mouth, which occupies half of the whole face. It looks a bit creepy, but the people present are all powerful people. People will not be frightened by him, but Yayu directly ignores it. Haha, big mouth, you just missed it, he is not an ordinary kid. He has a resounding title in the 3 districts. Hong Luan didn't care about the badness of the big mouth, and he chuckled while covering his lips, with a playful expression on his face. She really wanted to see what a nice look on these people's faces when they knew Yayu was an evil spirit. That must be fun. Hey! There is a child in the Mir district, there is no place for him to speak in the 3rd district. Hong Luan, I don't care who he is, yours, let him go out. Big Mouth seems to be a little dull, or maybe it doesn't care about Yayu at all, so he didn't hear the meaning of Hong Luan at all. On the contrary, the 3 people next to him and the rest of the A-level ghouls were thoughtful and looked up and down at this anomaly. Beautiful boy. The more you observe, the more surprised their faces are. In the end, almost everyone's faces are full of shock. The ghoul species present are not weak, and under careful observation, they can naturally feel the dangerous aura of Yayu's body. In the 3rd district, there are not many existences that can make them feel dangerous, and the little guy who is less than 11 years old is the only one that is rumored to be extremely cruel. That kid named Devil. Where did Hong Luan find this guy? You must know that the Scarlet Group had used all its power at the time, and it took a full month to find this little guy. Thinking that this young boy was a devil kid, all the ghoul faces except for the big mouth were relieved a lot, and he soon understood why Hong Luan had brought Yayu to the meeting room. Only the strong are qualified to step into this place. Facing the reluctant mouth, Hong Luan did not answer any more, but just looked at the people present with a smile. The wonderful changes on their faces were naturally seen in their eyes, and they couldn't help but think about it with pride. My brother is amazing, even these guys with higher eyes are so jealous of him. In fact, they are indeed a little afraid of Kirishima Yayu. When they only heard the rumors of evil spirits before, they naturally just listened to it. Although they knew that there was such a person, they didn't care about it. But now that I saw the truth of the evil spirits appearing in front of me with my own eyes, and there was still an aura that made me feel hairy, I couldn't help them not being jealous. You must know that in the case of 1-to-1, Yayu's strength will always be the strong one in the same level. Just rely on his abnormal speed. In other words, if it is singled out, none of the ghoul on the scene can beat Yayu. Hong Luan, what do you mean? Don't blame me for being rude to him like this. Big Mouth also seemed to feel some changes in the atmosphere in the conference room, but before he turned his mind, he was a little angry when he saw Red Lu and not the bird himself, and the eyes staring at Yayu Kirishima became worse and worse. Going to do it? Big Mouth, don't be impulsive. Start your hands, you are not necessarily the opponent of this little guy. You know, the blood roses are all planted in his hands. Fortunately, an elderly man next to him kindly prevented the movement of Big Mouth, and explained the origins of Kirishima Yayu with kindness, so as to prevent his family from beating against his family and wasting their combat power. You must know that they are facing greater challenges now. The enemy too. What? Is he that evil spirit? Hearing the old man's words, Big Mouth immediately reacted, staring up and down at Yayu, looking left and right. Her face was a little unbelievable, that Big Mouth was so open that it looked very funny and weird. How? Now he is qualified to enter here, right? Hongluan smiled slightly and joked as he looked at the surprised mouth. Yes. Of course there is. Although he is still young, since the strength is here, he can naturally participate in our meeting. I don't know what this little guy is called. The Big Mouth, who was still immersed in surprise, nodded repeatedly, and asked Kirishima Yashiki, who hadn't spoken since entering the meeting room. After all, evil spirits are just titles given by outsiders, not their own names. Of course, in the world of ghoul species, many ghoul species directly use their nicknames as their names, and their own names will only be told to their loved ones. For example, the ghouls, big mouths, old men, and faceless men present here are all nicknames given by others, and only Hongluan and Shihu use their real names. The old man is the old man who just helped the Big Mouth. His hair is grey, his figure is rickety and thin, and his eyes are a bit muddy, but the aura on his body is the most dangerous among the ghouls besides Yang. In other words, although the old man is old, his strength is still very strong. The faceless man is a man wearing a mask. The mask is blank, without any patterns, not even a mouth or nose. Only 2 holes are left showing a pair of indifferent eyes. He rarely speaks and has a low sense of existence. It seems to be better at hiding. Shihu was a simple and honest man, his muscles bulged from his appearance, and he knew he was a power-type cannon. He had been sitting in his position honestly, listening to the crowd quietly. You can call him Yayu, or you can call him a demon directly, ha ha ha. It seemed that he didn't want to tell them the full name of Yayu Kirishima, so Hongluan chose to keep the last name and only told them the first name. This is also a very correct approach. After all, no one can predict what will happen in the future. If you easily reveal your full name, it is very dangerous. We should all know what Hongluan means. Since Yayu has such amazing strength, we naturally welcome him to join. At the same time, I also want to introduce someone to everyone. Ghost Bing, come in. The old man glanced at Yayu with a smile, and after agreeing to join him, he turned and said loudly towards the door. Add 1 more chapter on the weekend. Ask for collection, ask for collection. Thank you for your support. Chapter 34, Ghost Ice and Ghost Fire, Seeking Collection. Ghost Ice, come in. In the meeting room, after agreeing to join Yayu, the old man yelled at the door, and everyone looked at the door, their faces full of curiosity. Hongluan also pulled Yayu to find a place to sit down, and stopped talking with a smile on her face, and Yayu squatted quietly on the chair, looking around curiously, with clean eyes. There was a hint of vigilance in his eyes. After teaching all night last night, the only thing Yayu understood was her new name. He didn't understand a lot of the rest of Hongluan's words, but fortunately, there was still a little improvement. Now he has been able to understand some simple sentences. Of course, the whole night of getting along has also let Yayu let go of his previous high level of alertness, and no longer resists being with the same kind, which is why he has kept quiet after entering the conference room. If you change to the previous one, I am afraid that you will not start to fight directly, or you will not enter here at all. Therefore, meeting a good teacher is a very important thing in everyone's life. Although Hongluan is not a good teacher, at least she is kind by nature. She can patiently guide Yayu so that Yayu will no longer lead the beast-like life before. And language is the first step, and being able to communicate normally with the same kind is the first step to get rid of the beast. Hongluan was undoubtedly doing very well on this point. In just one night, Yayu was already willing to come into contact with the same kind. Day. Slight footsteps came from the door, and a figure wrapped in a black robe appeared, cold. Everyone's first feeling when they see him is cold, like ice that has not melted for thousands of years, exuding a cold breath all the time. Gui Bing, he was once a member of the Scarlet Group. Last time the Wild Lion raided the Scarlet Group, Ghost Bing did not participate in the battle, but chose to leave the Scarlet Group. Now, he is willing to join us. Join us against the Mad Lion. The old man always had a kind smile on his face, introducing the origin of Ghost Bing in detail. The Scarlet Group guys don't have any good things. Old man, are you sure it's a good thing for him to join us? Ghost Bing's identity is a bit sensitive. You must know that the group is famous for its cruelty and viciousness in the 3rd district. Ghost Bing was once a person, and this has to worry those who return. No, you are misunderstood. Although Gui Bing used to be a blood-colored person, he has not done anything vicious. He is just to fight his brother Wraith who joined the Wild Lion. Seeing that everyone's faces were a little bad, the old man hurriedly explained the reason why Ghost Bing had joined the blood. Brother? He turned out to be the younger brother of Ghost Fire? Old man, someone else is a real brother. Maybe he was sent by Ghost Fire to undercover, so you foolishly asked him to join us. Hearing the other level of identity of the Ghost Fire, everyone was immediately surprised, their mouths were open, and they directly expressed their thoughts, not afraid of causing Gui Bing's dissatisfaction. Hey! A person who can kill even his own biological parents, I will not admit that he is my brother. If you do not welcome me, I will go. The big mouth obviously stimulated Gui Bing. Although he couldn't see the expression on his face, Gui Bing's tone was obviously very angry, so he turned around and left, so the old man stepped forward and caught him in time. Big mouth, have something to say. Gibbing is also a poor child. He joined us, just wanting a chance to kill the Ghost Fire with his own hands. The words of Ghost Bing and the old man contained too much information, and everyone looked different, and they were silently thinking about the credibility of it. It just seems that there is no time for them to think carefully. It's not good, it's not good, the people of Mad Lion suddenly came over. Suddenly, a ghoul came to the door in a panic and shouted. Make it clear, how many people are here? Who will lead the team? The smile on the old man's face finally disappeared, and he asked coldly. It's a squad led by Ghost Fire, there are 20 people in total. The ghoul answered honestly. Go, let's go, and see. The old man looked back at the people and walked outside while pulling Gibbing. Everyone in the room looked at each other one after another, and then walked out. The Ghost Fire will bring the Wild Lion squad over, what is it for? Could it be? Everyone's eyes couldn't help but fall on the back of Gui Bing. On the high wall, the old man and the ghost eyes stood side by side, looking at the Wild Lion team standing quietly not far away from the wall. The one standing in the front was obviously the same black robe Ghost Fire. Wraith, if you dare to come here alone, are you not afraid that we will take the opportunity to kill you? The old man's expression was no longer kind, and he stared coldly at the Ghost Fire and shouted. Ha 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 ha, want to kill me? Then you come down. See if I killed you or you killed me. Hearing the words of the Ghost Fire, he burst into laughter, and the contempt in the words was not concealed. The reason why the wildfire is so confident is that they only dared to shrink in the residential area and dare not go out when they saw the old man. Once they rushed out, they would be surrounded by the Wild Lion team immediately, and it would be difficult to come back. Every point of the Freedom Alliance's current strength is very important. The elderly will not be wasted in vain because of a momentary impulse. You know, as long as Ghost Ice joins them, they will have the capital to resist the Wild Lion. The Liberty Alliance already has 5 S levels, plus Yayu and Gibbing, and there are only 7. Compared with the Mad Lion squad, there is only 1 less, and the Liberty Alliance has more A-level cannons than the Mad Lion squad. After 100, dividing this 100 is enough to deal with the remaining S level. This is also the reason why the old man insists on wanting Ghost Ice to join them. Without one Ghost Ice, the Mad Lion will have another S-rank combat power, and the impact on the situation is not negligible. Humph, stop talking nonsense. I knew that Gibbing came to you, my dear brother. Why didn't I say anything when I saw my brother? Seeing that the old man was silent, Gui Bing no longer paid any attention, but jokingly looked at Gui Bing next to him. Quack quack. Gui Bing's hands hidden in his sleeves clenched into fists, and he made crisp noises because of too much force. From this, you can think of how angry Gui Bing is. Wisp, I will kill you, sure. As if roaring from his throat, Gui Bing's voice was deep and hissing, and the hatred in his words was not modified in any way. Ha 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 ha, I am here, you are here to kill me. Come on. Why don't you dare to come down? Wisp recklessly provoked. Oops. The old man was startled, and he wanted to stop Gui Bing while screaming secretly, but found that it was too late. Third more. Please collect it, thank you everyone. Chapter 35, Rescue. Bad. Gui Bing, don't be impulsive, come back soon. On the high wall, the old man looked at the impulsive Gibbing under the provocation of the ghost fire, exclaimed, but it was too late. The Ghost Ice had already jumped off the high wall, and a pair of yuhi spread out behind her back. The blue kizi it shoots at the wildfire like a machine gun. Kazuko shot at a speed comparable to a bullet. Some members of the Wild Lion who could not dodge were hit in the body, and they screamed. The wound was still cold and spread slowly to the whole body. Clang clang clang. In the face of Gibbing's attack, Gihuo smiled disdainfully, and the fiery red tail he stood in front of him, spreading out into a shield, and easily blocked all the Kyokos. Sneer. The hezi of Gibbing stuck on the tail of the wildfire, as if the ice cubes melted quickly as if it met a high temperature, making a sneer, and even a trace of water mist appeared. My lovely brother, your abilities are still so useless. The frozen power is so unbearable, how can you fight my high temperature? You want to kill me? Don't be funny, okay. Ghost Fire laughed at Gui Bing wanton, every word was like a needle pierced into Gui Bing's heart. Gui Bing's face was blue, and his body was shaking with anger, but what was helpless was that what Gui Bing said was the truth. Almost most ghoul species have some special abilities after they evolve to S rank. For example, Ghost Ice's feather attack will carry freezing power, which can freeze the enemy's wounds, cause frostbite, and make the enemy the speed become slow. The ability of the Ghost Fire is the opposite of that of the Ghost Ice. His tail has a high temperature, and once it hits an enemy, it will cause severe burns, which is extremely terrifying. Hey! The tail of the Ghost Fire flicked fiercely, and the powerful inertia led his body to rush forward and slammed straight into the Ghost Ice. After all, he is his own younger brother. Gihuo has an unusual understanding of Gibbing. Gibbing is good at long-range attacks, and his weakness is close combat. Once he gets close to Gibbing, Gibbing will be easily caught by him. Puff puff. Naturally, Gibbing was also very aware of his weakness, and while continuing to launch Kago's attack, he fan Yuhi and led him back. Want to run? It's not that easy. Wisp smiled disdainfully, his figure continued to move forward, a sly smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Boom! Bad! Gui Bing's body slammed into the high wall behind him, and he suddenly screamed in his heart. I just wanted to change direction, but found that it was too late. He was blocked by a high wall behind him, and the upper part was blocked by the tail of the ghost fire. The left and right sides were also full of wild lion teams who had surrounded him. Ghost Ice had been trapped to death. Ruined. Gui Bing looked a little desperately at the ghost fire that had rushed in front of him. He knew very well that his cold-blooded brother could definitely abuse himself in close combat. After all, he was the brother that he admired and was proud of since childhood. If he hadn't done that thing, how could he become enemies of life and death with his brother? Thinking of the unrecognizable corpses of his parents, Gui Bing's heart couldn't help but surge in anger. Ghost fire, why on earth? Why treat your parents like this? Ah! Gui Bing screamed in his bottom, and resolutely rushed to the ghost fire. Even if he died, he would never let this guy feel better. Boom! Way he pumped down, Gui Bing had no space or time to escape, and was knocked to the ground in an instant. His body was firmly pressed to the ground by Wei He, and there was no room for resistance. What a stupid guy, you have not been my opponent since you were a kid. Do you think you can beat me by playing outside for a few days? Gihuo controlled Mai He to roll up Gibbing and hung it in front of him, looking at the embarrassed Gibbing with contempt and taunting. Let go of me! Damn guy, let me go, I'm going to kill you! Kill you! Ghost Bing kept struggling, but Weeha's strength was very strong, and he tightly wrapped his body. With his own strength, he couldn't even break a gap. Okay. That's the end of the stupid game. Since you miss those two old guys so much, send you to accompany them. Don't thank me. Gui Huo looked at Gui Bing coldly, his eyes gradually becoming cold, and Wei He also began to shrink. The huge pressure made Gui Bing almost suffocated, and his whole body was about to be crushed. Oh, what should I do? Above the high wall, the old man watched that the battle between the two brothers ended so quickly. He obviously hadn't had time to react. At this time, he saw Ghost Ice and was about to be killed. He suddenly didn't know what to do. Go to the rescue? If you can't save Ghost Bing, wouldn't you still take yourself in? You must know that the ghost fire is not here alone. The rest of the wild lion squads are not far away to watch the battle. Once there is any change on your side, those guys will not let it go. Puff puff. The purple-blue Yuhi unfolded in the air, and the flaming hezza shot out and directed straight at the head of the ghost fire, but the ghost fire was easily avoided by just turning his head. Hong Luan fell on the wall, her beautiful eyes also looked a little anxious. Although Ghost Ice hasn't officially joined them yet, after all, there is a great possibility of becoming a high-level combat power of the Freedom Alliance. Seeing that he was about to be killed, Hong Luan naturally wanted to save him, but her Yuhi attack obviously could not be effective, and she could not rush to rescue him. Otherwise, if he provoked a war with the Mad Lion, he would suffer. Their side. But Big Mouth and the others obviously had the same idea. Although they wanted to save Ghost Ice, they didn't dare to make a rash move, for fear of causing a massive attack by the Mad Lion. The current Freedom Alliance has no strength to resist. This is the sorrow of the disadvantaged. Seeing that Ghost Ice was about to be killed, a black shadow suddenly shot. Younger brother! Hong Luan exclaimed, watching Kirishima Yaya who was staying quietly beside her rushed out without hesitation. Her eyes were full of surprise. She couldn't think that this ignorant little guy would actually make a move. But no matter how Hong Luan and the others reacted, Yayu's figure swiftly swept down the high wall, and the lightning-like figure plunged into the ghost fire, extremely fast, and came to the ghost fire in the blink of an eye. Puff! The three lins merged and pierced instantly, easily piercing the tail of the ghost fire, and then the three lins separated again. The tail was instantly shattered, turned into flying ash and disappeared into the air. And the body of the Ghost Ice fell on the ground, covering he couldn't help gasping in his chest. Oh? Where's the kid from? Can I treat your behavior as a provocation? Ghost Fire looked at Kirishima Yayu playfully and asked, not caring that he saved Gibbing, because in his opinion, Gibbing couldn't escape his palm at all. Happy New Year! I wish you all the best of your wishes, and all the best, by the way, help Xiao Fei collect a collection. Yesterday, if you missed 10, it was 100. If you cheer today, Xiao Fei will be able to add it tomorrow. One more chapter. Thank you everyone. Chapter 36, Yayu and number 039, S changes, for collection. Little guy, you're good at strength. You dare to intervene in the affairs of our two brothers, so courageous. Under the high wall, Ghostfire looked at the little guy who had rescued Ghostbing from his own hand and said with an ugly expression. Suddenly, Ghostfire looked up and down at the child in front of him, as if thinking of something, and suddenly cried out in surprise, "Are you the kid called the evil spirit?" Only now did the Ghostfire react. At such a young age, he can easily rescue Ghost Ice from his own hands. Apart from the mysterious evil spirit, where is there such an enchanting child in the 3 districts? However, Yayu wouldn't pay attention to the surprised Ghostfire. After achieving her goal, she turned around and grabbed the panting Ghostbing's collar and planned to leave. But will the Ghostfire just let him leave? The answer is, of course not. Want to leave when you come? It's not that easy. You stay together too. Ghostfire smiled bloodthirstily, and a bright red tail condensed behind him again, which turned into a sledgehammer and smashed against Kirishima Yayu's back fiercely. Hearing the wind whistling from behind, Yayu frowned slightly, and hurriedly tossed Ghostbing aside, and then leaped sharply, easily avoiding the attack from behind. It's just that the temper of evil spirits has never been so easy to provoke, and those who dare to attack evil spirits are usually in hell. The wildfire is no exception. Since he dared to attack Yayu, Yayu would naturally launch a fierce counterattack. Yayu, who was still stuck in the air, counterattacked without hesitation, and 3 scales burst out like lightning, blasting out in the shape of a character, pointing directly at the chest and head of the Ghostfire. The evil spirits have always been lethal, but he doesn't understand the meaning of the words merciful. Pouch! Facing Yayu's counterattack, Gihuo instantly shrank Weha in front of him as a shield, but who knew that Yayu's Linhe was so aggressive that his shield was torn apart like tofu. The unprepared Ghostfire reacted slowly for half a beat, and then hurriedly backed away, but it was a little late, and 3 blood holes had appeared on him. Chest: there are 2 blood holes in the front, and a round blood hole in front of the forehead, which looks extremely oozing. Fortunately, the Ghostfire retreated in time to avoid being pierced into the heart and head by Yayu's Linhe. With the tenacious vitality of Ghoul, this was able to save a life, embarrassed, and ran away without looking back. Run away! The surrounding wild lion squad saw that their captain had escaped in such a miserable manner. How dare they stay? They rushed to chase behind the Ghostfire and fled together. Yayu just stood there quietly watching the Ghostfire go away but did not obstruct it. It was not that he suddenly let go of the Ghostfire with compassion and kindness, but that the rest of the wild lion squad had already rushed over to catch the Ghostfire. If you can't kill the Ghostfire, you will be surrounded. Patter! Yayu brought Ghostbing back to the high wall, but the strange gazes of everyone were greeted. They were all watching the battle just now, from when Gibbing was caught in the hands of the Ghostfire and couldn't survive 3 moves, to the time when the Ghostfire was unable to fight back in front of Yayu. There was a stark power gap between the 3. They were shocked. You must know that the 3 of them are all S ranks. Why is the difference so obvious? If Gibbing's defeat was so simple, it was because the 2 brothers grew up together, and Gihuo knew the weaknesses of Gibbing very well. But what about Yayu? This is the first time Yayu has fought against the Ghostfire, right? What is Yayu relying on to easily suppress the Ghostfire, and almost kill the Ghostfire in a second? Thinking about Yayu's incredible speed and his incredible attack power, the old man seemed to be relieved again. Yayu, good job, thank you for saving Ghostbing. The old man recovered his senses first, looking at Yayu with a smile on his face and said in gratitude. He brought Ghost Bing back with the intention of letting him join the Freedom Alliance, but Ghost Bing had his life in danger just now, but he couldn't stand up to save him, and had to have a kid who rescued him from the enemy cleanly. The same is true for the other people. When they think that their future companions will have to rely on a little guy to rescue them, their faces are a bit hot spicy, which is an emotion called shame-humiliation. These S-class ghouls have great strength but can still stand alone. They insist not to join the Mad Lion group and become others' lackeys. They must all be relatively honest ghouls, and they will naturally be ashamed and grateful. Positive emotions. After all, Ghoul is the most similar creature to humans in the world. Brother, you are amazing. Hongluan also walked to Yayu at this time, rubbing his head with joy and exclaimed. Although I only met last night, Hongluan regarded Yayu as her younger brother from the bottom of her heart. Facing such a poor but powerful little guy, Hongluan was almost overwhelmed by maternal love, even though she's still a girl. Well, a 24-year-old girl. Thank you. At this time, Gui Bing finally recovered from the shadow of death, looking at Yayu with a grateful look and said, although the other party is just a child, he has saved his life. Before killing that guy, he would never die first. But helplessly, the strength is not enough, in front of that person, he is as fragile as a child. Then again, with Yayu's personality, he would actually save an unrelated person. This is obviously unreasonable. What is going on? This is Hongluan's credit. I chatted with Yayu all night last night. Although Yayu didn't understand a few words, he remembered a word that Hongluan repeatedly mentioned, pitiful. Hongluan always said that Yayu's experience was very pitiful, and she struggled to survive by herself since she was a child, but when Yayu just saw the appearance of Ghost Bing who was about to die but still hesitated, she felt that Ghost Bing was also very pitiful. Since Gibbing is a poor person just like him, don't let him die. This was the simplest thought in Yayu's heart, not for any other purpose, just not wanting to see a poor fellow like herself die in front of her. That's why Yayu took the initiative, doing whatever he thought of. This was Yayu's style, not to mention that he was completely sure to rescue people from the ghost fire, without worrying about falling into a crisis. Therefore, communication is a good thing. Since last night, under the kind guidance of Hongluan, Yayu has begun to contact with similar people. With these contacts, Yayu can grow up faster. Didn't Yayu's changes at this time just explain this? Happy New Year's Eve! Happy New Year! I wish you all book friends a Happy New Year and all your wishes come true. By the way, ask for a collection, click a collection, and add more after 100. Thank you for your support. Chapter 37, War Will Rise. Time passed bit by bit. It has been a month since the last rescue of Ghost Ice. The wildfire never provokes any more. The Mad Lion team still surrounds the residential area, trying to slowly kill the will of the Freedom Alliance. But in this month's time, Yayu has undergone almost earth-shaking changes. Bang bang bang! In a clearing in the residential area, two figures are fighting fiercely. One of them is wearing a black robe but not a hood, showing short blue hair, and a delicate face full of firmness. Yuhi behind him quickly flapped, leading him to dodge the attack in front of him. Who else would it be if it wasn't Gibbing? And he was fighting against the increasingly handsome Kirishima Yayu. At this time, Yayu looked indifferent, his scarlet eyes exuded a fearful and dangerous aura, did not use Lin He, Yayu only relied on her own fists and feet. In the battle, occasionally only used Lin Hyuk to resist the attack of Gui Bing's Kazuko. Although Yayu and Gibbing are both at the S rank, their strengths are far apart. One is because Yayu is too strong and there is almost no opponent at the same level, and the other is because Gibbing is also slightly weaker. Close combat is a complete rookie, only ranged attacks are slightly decent. So Yayu only relied on her unparalleled speed to quickly get close to Ghost Ice, and then casually use his fists and feet to attack, and he could easily suppress Ghost Ice. No, Yayu's fists are as fast as phantoms, and every fist greets the fragile parts of Ghost Bing's body. Even his feet unceremoniously grabbed the gap and swept towards Ghost Bing's waist, putting pressure on Ghost Bing. It's very big, even if it has been engrossed in response, it is still defeated. Bang! With a kick from Yayu, Gui Bing, who couldn't dodge, was kicked in an instant, hitting a distant wall fiercely, and then lying softly on the ground after a bitter cry, losing the strength to get up. You are distracted. The cold voice got into Gui Bing's ears, causing Gui Bing to smile and raise his head in response. Yayu, it's not that I am distracted, but your speed is too abnormal. Pervert? My sister said, pervert is not good, I am not pervert. Yayu tilted her head and chewed on the meaning of Gui Bing's words. Thinking of Hongluan's teaching, she suddenly muttered with dissatisfaction. Yes, yes, you are not a pervert, I am a pervert, right? Really, next year is so young next year, how did this enchanting strength come from? Regarding the pure Yayu, Gui Bing expressed helplessness, and had to get up hard, still not forgetting to complain. Yes, you are not mistaken, the above is the dialogue between Yayu and Gui Bing. Under Hongluan's careful guidance, Yayu was able to speak in only about 10 days, but at that time he was like a robot, and he could only speak word by word, and he could only say something simple. Sentence. But after a month has passed, Yayu can almost have simple daily communication, although a little more complicated words and sentences are still not understood, but this is already a huge improvement. In this month, Yayu has been living with Hongluan and Gibing. Yayu, who has always lived alone, has finally experienced the life of a group. This different feeling made Yayu quite enjoyable. In addition to the progress in communication, Yayu's progress in other areas is also not trivial. Living in groups has a great influence on Yayu. Under this environment, Yayu's intelligence grows extremely fast. In the past, Yayu basically only relied on instinctive actions and rarely thought, even if thinking was only extremely simple thinking. But now is different. Yayu's intelligence has reached the level of 7 or 8 years old, and he can basically think normally. According to this progress, I am afraid that it will not be long before Yayu will be able to become a normal ghoul. No longer a beast. Of course, Yayu still retains some of his previous habits, such as hunting every day. Originally, Yayu's hunting object was still placed on the ghoul in the residential area, but after being discovered by Hongluan and educated, Yayu's hunting object was changed to the wild lion squad outside the city. Although the distance was a bit far away, and it was still a bit troublesome, Yayu, who already trusted Hongluan quite a bit, chose to be obedient and no longer hunt down the ghoul in the residential area. So this month, the life of the Mad Lion squad has been miserable. Not only must they obey the Mad Lion's orders and stay here every day and not relax, but also have to guard against the predation of evil spirits every night. But evil spirits want to prey, how can they be able to prevent it? Once it's night, Yayu will enter the hunting state, hiding his breath, quickly approaching, pinpointing the target, and killing with one blow. After the Mad Lion squad found Yayu's trail, Yayu had already left with Hebeo, and couldn't do anything to chase him. There was no existence in the Mad Lion squad that could catch up with Yayu. Only the S-class ghoul named Blue Bird is good at speed and can barely hang behind Yayu, but this is not useful for eggs. After Yayu enters the residential area, Blue Bird will not dare to chase it anymore, otherwise it will be Mao Keng. Light up the lights in here, looking for death. As a result, the members of the Mad Lion squad fought with fear every night, and no one knew when they would become the next hunting target of evil spirits. Moreover, according to the hunting density of the evil spirits, I am afraid that in 1 or 2 months, the more than 100 members of their entire Wild Lion team will enter the stomach of the evil spirits. After he bit the bullet and reported the news to the Mad Lion was also helpless. I didn't think that the little guy who made Shuya hated and mad but had no alternative had now become his own trouble. However, the Wild Lion obviously did not value Yayu too much. He just felt a little headache for him to obstruct his plan. After a few days of thinking, the wild lion had to give an order and attack the Freedom Alliance. No way, who told the Mad Lion team to have no way to get Yayu? Can't let the Mad Lion do it himself, right? Then the leader of his dignified wild lion group actually dealt with a child personally, so what kind of face? But continue to drag on, I am afraid that only a demon can drag down his Mad Lion group for a long time. This is something that Mad Lion cannot tolerate. What's more, Mad Lion has no more patience to continue waiting, he can't wait anymore. It's time to conquer the 3 districts. So, because of the existence of Kirishima Yayu, the war will start, the wild lion will come, and what will the fate of the Freedom Alliance be? The climax before the beginning of the plot is about to begin. I wish you all a happy New Year's Eve, smile often, and live a happy life. By the way, please collect a collection and add another chapter if you break 100. Thank you everyone. Chapter 38, Start War. Really? Has the Mad Lion come by himself? In the meeting room, the old man had a serious expression on his face listening to the latest news that he had just received. Oh, it seems that fighting is still unavoidable. The wild lion's ambition to unify the 3 districts is not time to kill, let alone, the hope is right in front of him, how can the wild lion give up? The old man sighed helplessly and looked around for a week, and finally fell on Yayu. Old man, what a sigh. We are not without the strength of a battle, and if we can't fight, we will fight to the end. The big mouth is still unobtrusive, and there is no scruples about what to say. How can it be that simple? The rest is okay, but with the strength of the wild lion, he is already the strongest in our 3 districts, what should we use to fight him? The old man's face didn't improve because of the optimism of his big mouth, his eyes were full of worry. Let's first analyze the strength of both sides. The other side has 8 S ranks, while our side only has 7, which is inferior. The other side has 100 A ranks, oh no, now there are only 70, and Yayu has eaten 30 of them. Speaking of this, the old man who was still bitter on his face finally showed a smile, and the others couldn't help but laugh. Although they were already numb, they were still shocked by Yayu's appetite. Hee hee. Yayu heard the old man praising him, and she grinned immediately, revealing a mouth full of white teeth. The harmless appearance of humans and animals could not tell that he was the evil spirit that made the lion team terrified in the slightest. The crazy lion team still has 70 people, and our side, excluding the young children, has 180 combatants, an advantage. The other side has an SS level 1, our side, none. Speaking of this, not only the old man was silent, but even the meeting room was plunged into a low atmosphere, only Yayu was still at a loss, not knowing what happened to everyone. SS level, to them, is like a big mountain, weighing heavily on their hearts, and they are almost too breathless. If there were no wild lions, there would be hope of victory if the Free Alliance and the Wild Lions squad confronted each other, but there is no such thing in the world. Just an SS level powerhouse is enough to turn the tide of the battle and easily tear the Freedom Alliance to pieces, leaving them with no hope of winning. But, no matter what, we can't escape this battle. The beautiful voice broke the silence of the conference room. Hongluan's words hit the nail on the head. Even if there was no hope of winning, they had to fight against it, because they had no retreat. Unless, surrender to the rule of the Mad Lion. But if they choose to surrender, what is their persistence for a while? Wasn't it just unwilling to surrender at the beginning and chose to resist? The ghoul who will appear in the residential area are all arrogant or persistent, otherwise they are already a member of the Wild Lion, so why would they choose to die instead? So, fight! Fight! Last fight! We have no retreat! The old man stood up suddenly and roared. As if they were all awakened to the blood in their hearts, Hongluan and the others all stood up one after another, revealing scarlet eyes one by one, and their eyes were full of high spirits of war. That was the will to fight to the death. Are you going to fight? Don't worry, I'm very good at fighting. Yayu's innocent voice interrupted the fighting spirits, patted his chest and said confidently. In this month, they have basically learned from each other. Yayu's strength is obviously the strongest. The incredible speed alone has left many people at a loss. The old man is the other few. The best, Hongluan's strength is also a little bit prominent. Shihu, Big Mouth and the Faceless Men are similar in strength, and Gui Bing is slightly weaker. But after this month of hard training, Gui Bing has been hard trained by Yayu every day, and his strength has grown a lot. I believe that if he fights against the ghost fire again, he will definitely not lose so fast. Of course, it is impossible to win the ghost fire. After all, the ghost ice is not the protagonist. Can it still be played? Haha, okay, then Yayu will have to work hard and kill a few more awesome guys later. Hongluan sneered, rubbing Yayu's head with a smile. Okay. Yayu squinted comfortably and responded with a bright smile on her face. This was the joy from the bottom of her heart. The devil kids in the past have always been cold and expressionless. How can they understand the emotions of happiness and laughter? Thanks to Hongluan for introducing him into group life, he started to become a normal boy. It didn't take long for the old man to quickly summon all the combat power of the Freedom Alliance, with a total of 180 A-level Ghoul, standing at the gate of the city, waiting for the signal to start the war. Not much to say, our home is behind us. We must never surrender to the rule of the crazy lion guy, so let's fight as much as we want and never retreat. The old man stood on a high wall. There was no exciting slogan. Only this sentence was full of decisive declarations. But it was this simple sentence that provoked the fighting spirit in the hearts of all the ghouls. No one would back down, no people will be afraid. Go to war. The old man roared and jumped off the high wall first, and rushed towards the Mad Lion team quickly. The battle between the Mad Lion group and the Freedom Alliance began so simple and straightforward. Kill. Go. Kill them. The high-spirited Freedom Alliance shouted and followed the old man. The densely packed canyons turned into a torrent and flocked to the Wild Lion squad. The high aura was shocking. Hey! Old guy, I really know how to play. But a group of mobs want to resist in vain? Not to mention, if you refuse to surrender, then die. Mad Lion looked angrily as the old man brought the ghouls who were supposed to be his subordinates to revolt against him, and couldn't help cursing angrily. I'm going to hold the Mad Lion, the others will be handed over to you. With a wave of the old man's hand, he confessed a sentence and then took 50 ghouls straight to the Mad Lion. This is their combat plan. The old man will lead the 50 A-grade ghoul to fight against the Mad Lion. They don't want to kill the Mad Lion, but only want to be able to hold him back and buy time for the rest. The Red Luan and the others faced their respective opponents according to the plan. The S-level cannons of the Mad Lion squad, and the remaining A-level ghouls dealt with the members of the Mad Lion squad and the remaining 2 S-class ghouls. The situation is still very unfavorable for the Freedom Alliance, so it depends on who can break the situation, kill the opposite S-level combat force first, and liberate themselves to help others, so that they have the hope of victory. And the only one who has the hope of quickly defeating the opponent is the young boy they have high hopes for, Kirishima Yayu. Here, Xiao Fei wishes all the book friends a new year, Happy New Year, I wish you all the good luck and good luck. By the way, I ask for a collection, I hope you can help me with a collection, thank you. Chapter 39, Punch Through the Tortoise Shell, for collection. Whoosh whoosh. Bang. Swish. The 3 districts are more chaotic than before. This place has become a battlefield. The battlefield between the Mad Lion group and the Freedom Alliance, everyone is involved in this battle, and no one is immune. There are fighting sounds everywhere here, and every moment a ghoul dies, or is seriously injured and unable to fight again. Some are from the Mad Lion squad, and some are from the Free Alliance. According to the comparison of strength, the casualties of the Freedom Alliance should have been greater, because the Mad Lion Squad has more advanced combat power and greater lethality, while the Freedom Alliance obviously uses a sea of people tactics, which is to kill. Fill it up. But in fact, it doesn't seem to be the case. The high-spirited Freedom Alliance suppressed the Mad Lions team from the first battle. In the case of A-level vs. A-level, the Freedom Alliance has the upper hand, although it is still inevitable to be mad. The Lion and the other two S-class ghouls slaughtered wantonly, but at least they also stopped them. Hongluan and the others are fighting fiercely with their opponents. In a short period of time, it is difficult to distinguish between them. Only Ghost Ice is still suppressed by his brother Wisp, but Ghost Ice, who has already improved in strength, will obviously not be so easily defeated. The biggest highlight on the battlefield is probably the boy Kirishima Yayu. Immature appearance, but extremely lethal. At the beginning, he rushed into the Wild Lion team and killed 5 people instantly, and then turned around and killed 3 people again. If the Mountain Lion hadn't rushed over in time, I'm afraid the Wild Lion team would lose. It will be even worse. In the name of evil spirits, the horror is so terrible, the members of the Mad Lion Squad were terrified, and they chose to stay away from this terrifying killing god, leaving only the Mountain Lion facing Yayu. You are a devil, kid? You have killed so many of my men, so let's save my life today. The vigorous voice of the Mountain Lion buzzed, shaking Yayu's eardrums. Looking at the strong body of the Mountain Lion, Yayu seemed to understand that this is another power-type whoosh. Hehe, you can't beat me. Yayu grinned, and before the Mountain Lion heard what he said, her figure disappeared instantly. When the Mountain Lion saw Yayu disappear, the dangerous alarm bell in his heart sounded, and he hurriedly stood up. His eyes scanned the surroundings intently, guarding for attacks that might come at any time. Phew! A strong wind hit from behind, the Mountain Lion turned fiercely, and its huge fist blasted forward with all its strength, but who knew it hit the air, and there was no Yayu behind him. Oops! The Mountain Lion suddenly felt bad, but the danger had arrived. Wow! Yayu appeared behind the Mountain Lion like a ghost, wrapped her arms around the neck of the Mountain Lion, opened her mouth and just bite off a piece of meat on the neck of the Mountain Lion. The blood sprayed on Yayu's face instantly, but Yayu had nothing. Don't care. It tastes good. Yayu swallowed the meat in her mouth and licked the blood remaining in her mouth. The strong smell aroused Yayu's killing intent. His pupils instantly transformed into scarlet eyes, and Lin he got out of his body and swayed unsteadily. The vicious mask covered his face. Devil, it's going to prey. Hateful. In spite of the sharp pain on the neck, the Mountain Lion quickly grabbed Yayu in front of him with his big hands. As long as he grabbed him, the Mountain Lion could easily tear him in half. However, is it possible to achieve this just by relying on the speed of the Mountain Lion? Of course it is impossible. Yayu's body moved slightly, and once again turned into a strong wind and slipped away from the Mountain Lion's hands. The 3 scales turned into red lightning to stab the Mountain Lion's back. If it hits, it can easily pierce the Mountain Lion's body. Ding ding ding! With 3 crisp sounds in succession, Yayu's attacks fell on the Mountain Lion's Jiahe, but even if Jiahe has a strong defensive power, it will inevitably leave cracks. Yayu's Linhe is extremely attacking. Powerful. What a great kid! Mountain Lion was shocked secretly in his heart, and also felt bad for his situation. Judging from his rich combat experience, Yayu's type of opponent is precisely what he suffers most, and he will never be able to touch the speed of his clothes. He can only be turned into a tortoise shell to be slaughtered. But coupled with Yayu's amazing offensive power, his tortoise shell may not last long. When I thought of this, Mountain Lion was even more worried, but he was helpless. In addition to passive defense, his counterattack intentions failed one by one, making him crazy. Ding 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 ding. Facing the hard tortoise shell, Yayu had a very good way. The three scales turned into gusts of rain, hitting the mountain lion's tortoise shell as much as possible, and the cracks visible to the naked eye quickly expanded. Not good. The mountain lion's pupils shrink, and the danger signal in his heart keeps flashing, but he has no way to escape. Crack! Poof! The high-density blows shattered the mountain lion's jiahi in an instant. Before the mountain lion could even escape, he was pierced by the lightning-fast Lin He, his heart was pierced, and his body gradually became stiff. Mountain lion, die! This is also the first S-class to fall on the battlefield. Yayu looked bored at the corpse of the mountain lion lying on the ground, with some dissatisfaction in his eyes. He was just getting excited when his opponent died. It was really boring. If the mountain lion hears Yayu's inner thoughts, I am afraid it will be scammed by anger. The dignified S-rank powerhouse died in Yayu's hands so aggrieved. It was not that Yayu was too strong, nor was it that the mountain lion was too weak, mainly because of the restraint of his ability. The mountain lion is a hand-to-hand combat type with a slow speed, but Yayu is extremely good at speed. With that strong attack power, the mountain lion has no other choice but to be beaten passively. If it is changed to a slightly faster speed, I'm afraid it won't be so simple. No way, Yayu's speed is so abnormal, it is enough to suppress most of the powerhouses at the same level. Ah! At this moment, a painful cry in the distance caught Yayu's attention. Yayu turned her head to look, her brows were slightly frowned, and her figure disappeared instantly. Humph! Stupid brother, I really don't understand where your courage comes from, so you dare to face me. Are you really not afraid of death? Or, do you think you can have it with this little progress? Kill my hope. The tail of the ghost fire pressed Gibbing to the ground, making Gibbing unable to move at all, and he couldn't help vomiting blood from his mouth, obviously crushing his internal organs. Damn it, Guibing struggled desperately, but couldn't get rid of the tail of the ghost fire. His eyes were full of unwillingness. He had been training desperately for a month, but he was still defeated so quickly in the hands of the ghost fire. Could it be that he really didn't kill him? Is there any hope? Pouch! The strong wind blows, the tail of the ghost fire seems to have been divided by a sharp weapon, the tail that was cut in half is severely damaged, and the half of the tail that suppresses the ghost ice disappears into the air, and the ghost ice gets back again. Learn to save. It's you again. Damn kid! The wrathful anger of the ghost fire sounded. Today is the first day of the new year, Xiao Fei wishes everyone a new year. I wish you all the monkey spirits of the year of the monkey, and everything is monkey. Ha ha ha, by the way, ask for a collection. Thank you everyone. Chapter 40, Humiliating Ghost Fire, Seeking Collection. Last time, I let you escape. This time, you are ready to be eaten. Are you ready? On the horrible ghoul battlefield, Kirishima Yayu stood in front of Ghost Ice, staring indifferently at the ghost fire and said coldly. Yayu, who has just learned to speak, is not very familiar with complex sentences, and can only express it intermittently. But the pause between these sentences exaggerates Yayu's expression, as if an indifferent king disdains you. The conversation is average. Once again, because of Kirishima Yayu, he missed the opportunity to kill Ghost Ice. The ghost fire was naturally very annoyed, but he could feel the dangerous aura radiating from Yayu's body, and the ghost fire was frightened. Thinking of the last short fight, if it weren't for escaping fast, he would almost die in his hands. Although there are reasons for being too careless, this rumored evil spirit is not in vain. The light from the corner of his eye slid not far away, and the corpse of the mountain lion came into view. The ghost fire suddenly trembled, and his heart had already retreated. It's not that the wildfire is as timid as a mouse, but because the wildfire knows the strength of the mountain lion, that terrifying power and rich hand-to-hand skills can definitely defeat him. But less than 5 minutes after the start of the battle, the mountain lion had already died in the hands of this seemingly harmless young boy. With the previous experience of fighting, how can the ghost fire not be afraid? Hey! You have badly done my good things twice, I don't bother to care about you. You won't be so lucky next time. Although Gihwo felt embarrassed to be scared off by a child, his life matters, and he didn't care about that much anymore. He wanted to turn around and leave after leaving behind a stern remark. But will Yayu allow him to leave? Hey! When a strong wind blew, Yayu's figure appeared in front of the ghost fire, blocking his way out, her eyes still staring coldly at the ghost fire. If Yayu could learn a richer emotional expression, his eyes would be full of playfulness at this time. Hey! Do you have to kill them all? Ghost fire was terrified in his heart, but he was helpless. With his speed, it was impossible to escape from this evil spirit. Call out! The answer to the ghost fire was the oncoming 3 bright red scales. A fierce wind blew at lightning speed, and the blood-red color was instantly magnified in the eyes of the ghost fire. Although the strength of the ghost fire is not as good as Kirishima Yayu, it is still good. The attack from the proof is difficult to threaten him. He can easily avoid it when he jumps. A little Yayu scale is under his feet, and his body rushes in front of Yayu. From Gihwo's point of view, Yayu relied on his perverted speed and Linhe's offensive power. Her own melee ability should be very poor. After all, where is the age, where can such a small child go? But the ghost fire has forgotten, are evil ghosts ordinary children? The name of evil spirits is built on corpses. If their fighting ability is weak, can evil spirits still be evil spirits? Sure enough, seeing the ghost fire quickly approaching herself, Yayu's face was as usual, without the slightest panic, a pair of increasingly stronger arms stretched forward, as if foreseeing that he easily grasped the wrist of the ghost fire. In Gui Bing's eyes, this scene is more like the ghost fire sending his wrist into Yayu's hands. Even if Gui Bing has deeply experienced the physical skills of the Night Moon, he still can't help but marvel at it at this time. Sure enough, he is a wicked boy. Hee, I caught it. Both hands were controlled. Before the ghost fire had time to panic, he saw the devil boy in front of him grinning at him. The smile was obviously simple, but looking at the ghost fire's eyes was like a devil's smile, which made his hair horrified. Humph! It's not necessarily who catches who. The sense of crisis in the heart rose to the extreme. The ghost fire could no longer hide the panic on his face, and the pretending calm words were full of tremors. In the midst of a strong threat, the ghost fire seemed to have erupted, and new tales grew at the fastest speed in his life, and he rammed Yayu from the side in an attempt to get rid of Yayu's control. How come? But the tail of the ghost fire just broke out, and there was a violent pain in the tail vertebra. The feeling of the bone being pierced and the he bag was also penetrated, making the ghost face pale and dripping with cold sweat. The ghost ice not far away can clearly see that Yayu seems to have anticipated the plan of the ghost fire. One of the Linhe ruthlessly pierced into the tail of the ghost fire, while the other 2 Linhe pierced separately the kneecap of the wildfire. Click! Yayu's hand pressed hard, and only heard a crisp sound. Accompanied by the scream of the ghost fire, the arm of the ghost fire was twisted into a twist. Pouch! Yayu didn't stop, her right hand pierced like lightning, and relentlessly pierced into the abdomen of the ghost fire, and then agitated, destroying all the internal organs, leaving only a heart and still safe. Snapped! Leave it to you. Ghost fire's body, which had become limp from the intense pain, was thrown in front of ghost ice like trash, leaving a word without emotion. The ghost is no longer visible. Gibbing stared blankly at the ghost fire squirming hard in front of him, his eyes were full of shock, and his face was full of disbelief. His powerful elder brother has perfectly suppressed his elder brother in terms of strength and IQ since childhood. He was once the proud elder brother in his heart, but at this time he was left in front of him in a miserable manner at his disposal. The whole body was severely injured, even Hebeo was pierced, even the ghouls have good regeneration ability, but such a serious injury, not a few days cannot be completely recovered, so Yayu is not worried ghost fire poses a threat to ghost ice. Save me, brother, save me. I'm your brother. It hurts, it hurts. Brother, save me. After Yayu went away, the ghost fire seemed to have found a life-saving straw, desperately crawling to the feet of Gui Bing, raised his head with difficulty and pulled Gui Bing's trousers and pleaded, that blood-stained face was full of dead grey. Obviously, Yayu was hit hard. Yes, even though Yayu is already well known, she is only an 11-year-old boy after all, and Wraith is also an S-rank canon, but she is maimed in Yayu's hands without even having a chance to escape. No, with such a huge gap, how can the ghost fire be ashamed of death? But now, his hope of survival lies on this stupid brother who he has never seen before, and ghost fire feels extremely humiliated. Ha ha, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Brother? You mean brother? Speaking of brother, why don't you talk about mother anymore? Why don't you talk about father? Ah! The picture of them being killed by you in my life unforgettable, it wakes me up from my dream every time. Gui Bing sighed and laughed. As soon as the war started, a big wave of climax, the tide is coming, ask for collection, ask for collection, ask for fierce collection. These days, everyone is busy collecting red envelopes for New Year's greetings, and there is no time to read books, and the collection is so pitiful. Just ask for time, friends who read the book, please help me to collect a collection. Thank you. Chapter 41, Bear the Sin, Seeking Collection. Brother? Do you know how I spent the past few years? Hatred supports me every day, and every day I hold on to the belief that I will kill you, and I have struggled to live to this day. You asked me to save you? Brother, do you remember the expressions on the faces of your father and mother when you killed them? It was a deep despair. They never thought that their children would kill them by themselves. Die them. Their love for you and their trust in you are all easily shattered by you. Help you? Who will save our parents? Who will save your poor brother? Ah! Ghost Ice muttered to himself a little deliriously as if he had lost his soul, sometimes crazy, sometimes hideous, and sometimes peaceful, but listening to the words of Ghost Ice, the heart of the ghost fire sank to the bottom of the valley bit by bit, finally completely desperate. No one knows his brother better than him. His cowardly brother witnessed the scene of killing his parents with his own eyes. From then on, he could only find revenge for himself. At this time, he had no power to fight back. How could Ghost Bing let go? Have you had the best chance? Haha, stupid guy, no wonder you are still vulnerable today. Do you know what is the most important thing in the world of Ghoul? Strength. Only strong strength can keep you alive. Family? What is that? That is the emotion that humans have. Ghoul is a ghoul, don't confuse it with humans, idiot. Once we have the hypocritical emotions of humans, we ghoul will die faster. Anyway, there was no hope of survival, and the ghost fire seemed to be relieved. He looked up at the gloomy sky and slowly revealed his own outlook on life. Bang! Gibbing punched the ghost fire fiercely in the face, making the ghost fire grinning, tears almost streaming out. Bastard! Real bastard! Who taught you these concepts? Who told you that there are no human feelings for Ghoul? Who stipulated that only humans can have feelings? Bang! Bang! Gui Bing was unwilling and unforgiving. He punched the ghost fire with pain, and after a while, he hit him with a bruised nose and a swollen face, completely unrecognizable. The reason why the ghoul is precisely because the ghoul is also a kind of creature with rich feelings. Otherwise, we are just a group of beasts who only know how to kill. Asshole brother, it is because of your stupid reasons that you eat. Did you lose our parents? Ah? Tell me. Tell me. Gibbing beats the wildfire like a lunatic, fists to the flesh. If it weren't for the stubborn life force of the ghoul, I am afraid that the seriously injured wildfire will be beaten to death by Gibbing. Humph, that's right. That's it. Only by eating them can I become stronger. Strong enough to survive in this stupid world. And you will always have to struggle humbly, my stupid brother. How can Wraith admit that his concept is wrong? The ghost fire laughed fearlessly and laughed at Gui being wanton. Okay. If that's the case, then I will let you die on your own ideas. Ah! Gui Bing's eyes became scarlet when he was irritated by the ghost fire, and he bit on the ghost fire like crazy, violently tore off a piece of meat, and then swallowed it into his stomach. Tears slid down his cheeks, but Gibbing didn't stop at all, gnawing wildfire, arms, abdomen, thighs, internal organs, hebeo, and finally, the heart. There was a thunderous thunder in the sky, and pattering raindrops fell from the sky, gently washing the blood-soaked land. The ghost fire had quietly died at some point, on his own brother's mouth, and on his own concept of attachment. The rain hit Gui Bing recklessly, and the cold water droplets finally awakened him from his madness. Looking at the corpse in front of him who was bitten beyond recognition, Gui Bing felt as if he had lost something in his heart. Vomit. A strong feeling of vomiting came from his abdomen. Gibbing vomited violently on the ground, but couldn't vomit anything. The meat that was eaten into his stomach was quickly digested and absorbed. How could he still vomit? Wow! Suddenly, Gibbing stopped vomiting, but cried bitterly, crying like a child. In his sad eyes, tears could not be stopped, mixed with the rain on his face, and fell into the ground. Finally, the grievance was avenged, but Gibbing couldn't get happy anyhow, and the grief in his heart could not be added. Although he avenged his parents, he killed his elder brother with his own hands. However, this account is not clear. He will bear the sins of his life, killing his dearest relatives. Can never be forgiven. Ah! Gui Bing looked up to the sky and wept bitterly. The crying faintly covered the sound of fighting, and the sorrowful emotion made the battlefield a little bit more tragic. But no matter how Gui Bing cried bitterly, the battle continued. Because of the special combat power of Kirishima Yayu, in less than 10 minutes, the Wild Lion group had lost the two generals of the Mountain Lion and the Wildfire. Moreover, because of the soaring momentum of the Free Alliance, the A-grade death rate of the two sides is actually at the same level. You know, the Mad Lion squad has 2 more S ranks than the Free Alliance. The gap between the two sides is gradually equalizing. As the battle continued, the morale of the Freedom Alliance became less effective. The two sides fell into a tug-of-war. At this time, the role of the S-class ghoul began to manifest. The two female S-class ghouls suddenly, it was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, and no one could beat it. Wu Mei, Yunmei, twin ghoul sisters are different from the Ghost Fire and Ghost Ice brothers. Because they are twins, these two sisters are born with a strong heart and are extremely close together. They have always been inseparable. You must know that their two sisters alone are already S-level powerhouses, and their overall strength is infinitely close to SS level under the high tacit understanding of the two. What's more frightening is that due to their innate heart and soul, the two sisters actually developed a combination of skills, which can improve their strength again. Few of the same level can resist the combination of the two sisters. It is a pity that the individual strength of the two sisters is not outstanding, otherwise, under the strong combination, I am afraid that even in the face of the crazy lion, the two of them will have the power to fight. Dance charm, sound charm, as the name suggests, the two sisters are good at dance skills and the other is good at sound skills. The combined skills of sound waves and dance make the two sisters invincible, and there are few opponents. No, the Freedom Alliance had just lost the morale blessings, and they were immediately slaughtered by the two sisters. The ghouls were terrified of being killed one after another, and it was difficult for them to resist. In order to be able to update in time for the book friends to read the book, in order to increase the chance of being collected, Xiaofei specially updated it 2 hours late, hoping that the collection will be improved, Please collect it, thank you everyone. Chapter 42, Thrilling Hands, Seeking Collection. On the fierce battlefield, a woman in red with long sleeves fluttered, 3 bright red scales swaying like a foxtail behind her, and her footsteps were lightly dancing like a fairy. Her attractive posture was very attractive. But often beautiful things hide murderous intent, and this woman is no exception. Every time he moves his steps, his swaying posture is fascinating like a dancing elf. The 3 unusually beautiful linhi behind him also dances with a beautiful trajectory, but unknowingly kills the surrounding ghoul species. What is even more frightening is that those who have died still have drunken smiles on their faces, as if they died willingly. Dancing charm, relying on his own dancing talent, integrates beautiful dance into the battle, uses moving dance to confuse the enemy, and at the same time, the hidden murderous linhi takes away the enemy's life. And because he is good at dancing, the speed and flexibility of the dance charm are extraordinary. Every dance will take away the life of a ghoul, which is really terrifying. Wu Mei's sister, Yinmei, is good at sound waves. Using Yuhi's high-speed vibrations to produce extremely special fluctuations, coupled with the beautiful melody humming in her mouth, it can easily make people fall into hallucinations, and then die in Yu. On the Kago who lazed. And the 2 sisters sang and danced, and when they played together, they were even more powerful. There was no enemy of the A-level ghoul on the battlefield. Seeing that the Free Coalition forces suffered a lot of casualties, and when this went on and it would be a big defeat, the evil ghost Kirishima Yayu finally noticed the abnormality here, and after throwing the ghost fire to the ghost ice, he quickly drove over. Hey yet! Yinmei's mouth was humming a wonderful melody. Under Yuhi's high-speed vibration, the melody was quickly amplified and then radiated. The surrounding ghouls were all affected, and the closer the ghouls were also affected. Bigger! Wu Mei danced her body like a phantom beside Yinmei, attracting all the ghoul who saw it, and then her vision became blurred, and then she was taken away by lightning-like scales. Ga! Suddenly, the melody of Yinmei stopped abruptly, and Wu Mei couldn't help but stop her figure. The 2 sisters looked at the beautiful boy who suddenly appeared 10 meters in front of them, their faces covered by veils were full of surprise. The 2 sisters are both smart people. Judging by the age and appearance of this beautiful young man, you know that he is the evil kid who couldn't find it in the night. It is said that his strength is quite amazing. And now after experiencing it up close, the 2 sisters are even more convinced of the rumors they heard. With the strength of the 2 sisters, anyone who confronts this evil boy alone will probably die miserably. When I thought of this, the 2 sisters were grateful that they had always been inseparable for no reason. Sister! Yinmei's beautiful voice sounded like a ringing sound. The 2 sisters looked at each other, and both saw the solemn color in each other's eyes. They nodded slowly. The natural tacit understanding made them understand each other's thoughts in an instant. Yinmei's singing sounded again, and the voice became louder and louder. The pair of blue yuhi vibrated rapidly, and the invisible sound wave spread. The charm of dance begins its own dance with the singing, that graceful figure is jumping in the mountains like a dancing elf, and the 3-inch golden lotus-like jade feet lightly touch the ground, floating slowly as if there is no weight. To that beautiful boy! Yayu didn't pay attention to these 2 people originally, but when the 2 sisters launched this special attack, a different color suddenly appeared on that handsome face. For the first time, there was a hint of psychedelic color in Yayu's 2-way clear eyes. In just a moment, Yayu reacted immediately, shaking his head vigorously, and suddenly awake a bit, but when he raised his eyes to look at Wu Mei again, he couldn't help but fell into hallucinations again, and his eyes gradually became blurred. Wu Mei's figure is like a phantom, intangible, untouchable. As if a certain string in his heart had been touched, Yayu instantly recovered from the illusion. With instinct, he quickly bent back, and the 3 scales instantly rubbed his abdomen and shot back. Yayu slapped her hands on the ground fiercely, and her body turned to the right side with strength, and once again escaped Lin He's beating in a thrilling manner, but that was the case, Yayu also left a long blood mark on her abdomen. That's because I didn't completely escape the attack of the dance charm just now, and it was still wiped a bit. But if it wasn't for Yayu's beast instinct to awaken him from the illusion in time, I am afraid that Yayu has been skewered by Wu Mei at this time. The personal pain made Yayu understand that although these two women seemed weak, their abilities were strange. If they were not careful, they would make people confused, and they didn't know how they died. Looking coldly at the dance charm that has been close to her, Yayu has no pity and love for Jade. When her figure moves, she immediately gets close to Wu Mei's demon body, with her palms stretched out into a knife-like shape, and straightly stabs Wu Mei. Heart. The evil spirit never shows mercy. Even if the opponent is a beautiful beauty, it is only an enemy in the evil spirit's eyes, and the enemy must do everything possible to kill the opponent. The mercy of his men will only make him dangerous. Wu Mei, who was already about to succeed, didn't even have time to show a complacent look, and saw that Yayu instantly regained her sanity, avoiding her fatal attack from an incredible angle. And while Wu Mei was still surprised that Yayu was able to avoid her own killer blow, Yayu had appeared in front of her for unknown time. Wu Mei could even feel Yayu's breath spray on her neck. Wu Mei only felt that her heart was shrinking, which was the instinctive reaction of her body when it was in a fatal crisis, but it was too late. Wu Mei didn't even have time to escape. There was a look of despair in his eyes. Are you going to die? Just die in the hands of a child so easily. Hey! The invisible sound wave ran across the skin, awakening Wu Mei, and Yayu's body stiffened for a moment. Sister, run away! At the same time Yin Mei exclaimed, Wu Mei's spirited dance with Yin Mei's heart had already reacted instantly, taking advantage of the stiff body of Yayu and flying backwards quickly, avoiding Yayu's fatal blow in a thrilling manner. Yayu didn't chase, just staring at Yin Mei in the distance and frowned, recalling the feeling of stiffness in her body just now, as if she was paralyzed. The fight between the two sides was just a few breaths from the beginning to the end, but in these short seconds, both sides suffered a life and death crisis, which was extremely thrilling. Sister, be careful, don't get too close. After Yin Mei softly reminded Wu Mei, the two looked at each other and nodded again, and then attacked again. The two women knew at this time that this seemingly harmless teenager was actually an extremely dangerous existence. If they didn't go all out, they might have to die here today. After all, they have discovered that this young man has no intention of pitying Xianjiu at all. I believe it's the end of New Year's greetings, right? You can read novels if you have nothing to do at home? Come on, don't hesitate, and help Xiao Fei collect a collection. Thank you everyone. Chapter 43, Ruthless Battlefield, Seeking Collection. Hey! The invisible sound wave carried the sweet singing voice in the air, and instantly filled all around Kirishima Yayu. The untouchable sound wave penetrated Kirishima Yayu's body, and the strange rhythm made Kirishima Yayu's body become numb and dull. Shoo! At this time, the dancing elves were swaying in front of Kirishima Yayu's eyes, bewildering his sight, while the murderous Linhe even stabbed Kirishima Yayu's most vulnerable heart without mercy. Chiang! Kirishima Yayu struggled to control his own Linhe to resist the attack from the front, and the speed that was a bit slower than usual made him very uncomfortable, as if he was caught in a quagmire. The sound waves affect the enemy's actions, and then the dance charm confuses the opponent's sight, and finally the close dance charm launches a fatal attack. The two sisters' combined skills have never been disadvantageous. When occasionally encountering some opponents who are tenacious and still able to resist stubbornly, Yin Mei will also assist in the attack from a distance, completely disrupt the opponent's rhythm, and finally let Wu Mei seize the opportunity to kill. Shoo-hoo! Just as at the same moment, Wu Mei could not attack for a long time, and Yin Mei in the distance was also a little anxious. A pair of feathered fans, countless kazuzas shot out, densely shot towards Kirishima Yayu. Puff puff! To the surprise of the two sisters, Kirishima Yayu did not evade at all as if she had no consciousness, and directly suffered all the attacks of Yunmei. But the two sisters didn't even have time to be surprised. When they saw Kirishima Yayu, who was covered by Kazuko's body, they just screamed out, and took the opportunity to step back a few steps, suspending the offensive from Wuyumei. The dependent Kazuko quickly disappeared in the air, but the dense wounds on Kirishima Yayu's body healed quickly with his few breaths, and in an instant it recovered as if it had never been injured. What kind of monster is this guy? The two sisters looked at the terrifying resilience of Kirishima Yayu in horror, and a haze was added to their hearts. What even the two sisters did not know was that the pain of injury caused Yayu Kirishima to recover part of her consciousness, and her body was less affected. Then, it's time to fight back. Yayu grinned and revealed a bloodthirsty smile, which made the two sisters who had been staring at him startled and their scalps numb. But in the next instant, Yayu's figure disappeared. Wu Mei vigilantly guarded her surroundings, but found nothing. Not good. Wu Mei didn't notice, but Yunmei did, because Kirishima Yayu rushed straight towards her. Yayu's battle intuition was extremely sensitive. After fighting against this thorny pair of sisters, Yayu found a breakthrough to disintegrate them. And this breakthrough point is exactly his goal at this time, Yunmei. Dancing magic is not weak in close combat. With the assistance of dancing, it can often kill most opponents. Even if you encounter unmatched opponents, dancing can use sound waves to influence the enemy's attack, so that dancing can go smoothly. Escape. Therefore, Yunmei is the breakthrough point. Yunmei itself does not have much self-protection ability, and the close combat effectiveness is very weak. Once she can take the lead in solving her, the remaining Wu Mei will be vulnerable. But at this time, Wu Mei obviously also discovered Yayu's purpose, and suddenly became a little flustered, and hurriedly chased behind Kirishima Yayu. Although Wu Mei's speed is also extremely fast, she can't see enough in front of Yayu. Even if Yayu can't play full speed at this time, Wu Mei can't easily catch up. Kirishima Yayu is getting closer and closer to Yunmei. Yunmei hurriedly hummed and tried to repeat the old tricks, using sound waves to affect Yayu's speed. But Yayu just smiled, reaching out and scratching her abdomen, leaving 5 scars easily. Yunmei was stunned when he saw Yayu's movements, and then he realized that this guy turned out to use pain to crack the sound waves' influence on him. Oh no! Yunmei had no choice but to turn around and flee, but it is ridiculous that Yu He, who is good at speed, was easily overtaken by Yayu, Lin He. Shuhu! Yunmei controlled Yu He to slap quickly, while trying her best to escape, while using He's long-range strike to hinder Yayu. Unfortunately, Yayu dodges left and right, advancing fast in a zigzag shape. After the influence of sound waves, his speed gradually recovered, and he caught up with Yunmei without any effort. Don't underestimate me. Yunmei had no choice but to turn around to fight Kirishima Yayu. As long as she could buy a little time and let her sister rush over to help, she still had the hope of alive. But is it too late? Yunmei's melee combat is like ridiculously embroidered legs in front of Yayu, it is useless. Snapped. Kirishima Yayu directly ignored Yunmei's punches and kicks. A white and tender right hand that was full of power pinched Yunmei's delicate neck, and Yunmei, who had difficulty breathing, struggled even weaker. Looking back, Kirishima Yayu looked at Wu Mei, who was about to come in front of her. A smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, and then she pressed her hand and wiped it. Do not! The stern shouts resounded across the battlefield. Wu Mei, who was running with all its strength, staggered and fell to the ground embarrassedly, dust and blood covered with thin clothes, like a fairy falling into the mortal world. Puff! Kirishima Yayu held Yunmei's body in one hand, and pierced Yunmei's heart with the other hand, killing her completely, and then abandoned her like a shoe and threw her on the ground. Sister! Yunmei's smart eyes gradually turned grey, her lips moved slightly, but the voice sounded from Wu Mei's heart, and then it seemed as if the signal had been broken. Wu Mei could no longer sense her sister's heart. No! Yun'er! Don't die! Don't leave me! While weeping bitterly, Wu Mei crawled to the corpse at the foot of Kirishima Yayu, took the breathless Yun Mei into her arms, and cried out her sister's life in grief. But nothing is too late. Puff! There was another soft sound, and Yayu looked at Wu Mei's fallen body in surprise, silently. Wu Mei committed suicide. The two sisters, who have been inseparable since birth, not only corresponded in their hearts, but also indifferent to each other. Now one of them has died, and the other has lost the meaning of life, so Wu Mei chose to commit suicide. As an elder sister, she did not protect her sister. She was sad and guilty. She also knew that she had no hope of revenge, so she would rather die with her sister. This is the battlefield, the ruthless battlefield. Every ghoul who has died has his own relatives. After every ghoul dies, the sad ones are still alive. The original copy is now written, and it will not be long before it will be on the shelves, but the collection is still far away. I hope the book friends can help me and help Xiaofei some collection. Thank you. Chapter 44, Fight Against a Mad Lion, for collection. Mountain Lion, die. Ghost Fire, death. Two sisters, Wu Mei and Yun Mei, went to Huangchuan together. In half an hour, the Mad Lion group lost the Ghoul, and the Freedom Alliance, without the dance charm and the sound charm, set off a wave of counterattacks, which caused the Mad Lion group to retreat steadily. The balance of victory seems to be slowly leaning towards the Liberty Alliance, but is that really the case? On the Liberty Alliance side, Gui Bing has no intention of fighting again. Red Luan, Big Mouth, Stone Tiger and the Faceless Man still play inextricably with their opponents. The strength of the two sides is similar, and it is impossible to solve the opponent as quickly as Kirishima Yayu. In other words, although the situation looks like the Freedom Alliance is full of advantages, in fact, it has only liberated the fighting power of Kirishima Yayu, and the fighting power of the two sides is still the same. Maybe, it hasn't been even. Because, at first, the old man who led 50 Ghoul to stop the Mad Lion was already in danger. Mad Lion is a SS grade Ghoul, and its combat power is terrifying. If the old man confronts alone, I am afraid that the battle will end no later than the battle between Kirishima Yayu and Mountain Lion. Fortunately, the old man had self-knowledge and brought 50 A-level helpers, which could hold back the Mad Lion's footsteps. But it's just dragging it. 50 Ghoul is as vulnerable as an ant in front of the Mad Lion. If it weren't for the assistance of the old man, the 50 Ghoul will be assisted by the side planted. But the current situation is not much better. After Kirishima Yayu solved the two sisters of Wu Mei, the wild lion easily killed more than 30 A-level canine species. At this time, only a dozen A-level were left. Kind of struggling to support with the old man. But now the old man is also wounded all over his body. According to this progress, I am afraid that he will not be able to hold it for 3 minutes in the hands of Mad Lion. Seeing this scene, Yayu, who originally planned to help her sister Hongluan solve her opponent first, had to give up this idea, and the figure quickly passed the battlefield, rushing to the old man's location quickly. If it took a few more minutes to slow down, maybe the old man will die at the hands of the Mad Lion. Oh? Is it the kid called the Evil Spirit? Unexpectedly, he is very young, and his strength is terrible. He actually killed so many of my men. The Mad Lion who was playing with the old man at first eased to the Kirishima Yayu who was coming from a distance. Looking further away, he saw the corpses of the Mountain Lion and the wildfire. It was immediately clear. With the impressive strength of Kirishima Yayu. However, since you have killed so many of my subordinates, let you be my subordinate to make up for your process. The angry lion made a decision in his heart. Originally intended to unify the 3 districts as soon as possible, establish a huge power, and then plot greater ambitions, so the wild lion naturally hopes that he has more power in his hands. This is also what he has always wanted, to conquer the 3 districts without blood. The reason? But now Kirishima Yayu killed several of his capable men, how could the Mad Lion not be angry? If it wasn't for Kirishima Yayu's own strength to be stronger, if he could be subdued, it would be more helpful to him. I am afraid the Mad Lion would choose to kill Yayu without hesitation. Old man, can't you die? The cold voice of Kirishima Yayu came from behind, and the short-breathing old man turned his head slightly, giving Kirishima Yayu an ugly smile. Yayu, I'm fine. It looks like I was beaten badly. Yayu walked to the old man, looked at the wounds all over his body, frowned and said, but her tone became colder. Although what Yayu said in her mouth seemed cold, in fact he liked the old man very much, not only because of his kindness, but also because he taught himself a lot. If Hongluan is the guide who brought Yayu into group life and the teacher who taught him language, then the old man is the teacher who taught him many things. The old man once said that although Ghoul and human seem to be two races, they are extremely similar. Many human principles can also be applied to Ghoul, such as knowing how to be grateful, such as making friends, and having power. After that, protect the people you care about. The devil child, who had been struggling for survival like a beast, was precisely because of the existence of Hongluan and the old man, which completely opened a door for him to open the door to this vast world, and language is the key, knowledge is the power to push this door open. So now seeing the old man being hurt so miserably, an emotion called anger naturally developed in Yayu's heart. Her eyes glowed with appalling red light, as if she wanted to tear the Mad Lion to pieces at any time. Little guy, your eyes are very interesting. How about, do you want to come to me to do something? I can give you, obviously this useless old guy can't give it in this life. Mad Lion wouldn't be frightened by Yayu's eyes. He looked at Yayu up and down with interest, but he admired this beautiful boy more and more. I want your hebeo, can you give it? Yayu straightforwardly said what she wanted, but with just the right sentence, she choked the Mad Lion. Ha ha ha, the kid is really funny. I'm so courageous. Want my hay bag? Then get it yourself. Mad Lion's face was stagnant, and then he laughed. However, the flash of anger in Mad Lion's eyes revealed his inner thoughts. I don't know how high the earth is. You will know which choice is right after I teach you a lesson. Okay. Yayu didn't think so much, but simply thought that the Mad Lion had agreed, so she responded softly, and the figure was like a breeze blowing in front of the Mad Lion, and her small fist contained powerful power and rushed directly towards the Mad Lion. No fear. Haha, refreshing enough. I like it. The Mad Lion laughed loudly and did not shrink back. He stretched out his iron fist and greeted him. Suddenly, two fists, one big and one small, slammed into the air. Boom! The strong wind raged, and the sound was like an explosion. The two people who had collided with their fists shook their bodies at the same time. The next moment, the wild lion slowly retracted his fists, but Kirishima Yayu flew back directly and hit the old man's arms here. It was able to stop. Yayu, be careful, this guy is very strong, not so easy to deal with. The old man said with a solemn expression on Yayu, who was numb all over by the punch of the Mad Lion. The old man thought that with himself and Kirishima Yayu, they should be able to easily contain the Mad Lion. After the rest of the people settled the battle, they would besiege the Mad Lion together, and it would have been easy to win the victory. Unexpectedly, he still underestimated the strength of the wild lion, the strength of the SS rank, far from being able to deal with the two S ranks together. It's worse than expected. Up to now, I will officially enter the plot soon. Of course, Xiao Fei has to prepare for the shelves. The recent collections are still objective. Yesterday, there was 100 short of 10, so I hope everyone can cheer. I am striving for more than 100 today. Xiao Fei will add another chapter. Also, thank you for giving 2,100 points to the little girl. Thank you for your support. Chapter 45, Huge Gap, Seeking Collection. Old man, he is indeed dangerous, but I can deal with it. Go help my sister and them. Ignoring the fighting in the distance, Kirishima Yayu stared tightly at the smiling crazy lion. Feeling the body still numb, Yayu told a lie for the first time in her life. With Yayu's super intuition, he could feel that he was not the opponent of the Mad Lion at all, and the gap between him and the Mad Lion was much larger than he and the half-herald boss at the beginning. But at that time he was already very powerless to face the half-heroes, not to mention the horror that he had to face now is the state of the whole body. Standing in front of the Mad Lion at this moment, Yayu's instinct is constantly warning him to stay away from danger, but how is this possible? If he were to change to the previous Yayu, he would definitely obey his beast instincts, and would decisively choose to escape when encountering an irresistible crisis, but now it is different. After getting in touch with group life, Yayu has already understood what is gratitude, what is partner, and what is not abandoning or giving up. Although this group lived for only a short period of 1 month, the impact on Yayu was huge, and it directly changed his behavior and concept of doing things. Now Yayu is no longer the evil kid who only knows how to hunt. He has a name, and his name is Kirishima Yayu. He has thoughts, he knows how to think on his own, instead of simply following instinct to act. He has grown. So at this moment, even if he might die, even if he knew he was not an opponent, he still chose to face the difficulties and no longer escape. Yayu, I'll stay and help you. After the old man had lived for so many years, he naturally heard that Yayu was not sure of dealing with the crazy lion, so he was reluctant to leave, leaving Yayu to face the danger alone. Go! A low growl came from Yayu's throat. Yayu didn't look back, but the old man seemed to see the perseverance on his face. It can be said that it is stubbornness, or it can be said that it is attachment. Yayu, hold on! The old man nodded, no longer hesitating, turned around and left quickly, rushing in the direction of Hongluan and the others in the distance. He taught Kirishima Yayu personally and witnessed his growth. The old man naturally knew what Yayu was thinking, but the old man could not dissuade him, because Yayu's method was the best. The strongest of them, Yayu, drags the Mad Lion, and then the rest of them try their best to solve the Mad Lion's subordinates, and finally gather all their strength to deal with the Mad Lion, and then there is hope of victory. However, the old man originally intended to hold the Mad Lion by himself, but at this time he had to replace it with a young boy like Kirishima Yayu. Hey! Little guy, he is really courageous. After seeing my strength, I dare to face me alone. Are you really afraid of death? The Mad Lion snorted coldly, and didn't stop the old man from taking the rest of the ghouls away. Instead, he stared at Kirishima Yayu, unable to tell whether he appreciated more or killed more. Hehe, why are you afraid of death? I haven't tried it again. After the old man left, Yayu heaved a sigh of relief. Hearing the words of the Mad Lion, Yayu did not rush to start fighting, but answered his question very seriously. Hearing Kirishima Yayu's words, the Mad Lion was stunned. After chewing Yayu's words carefully, he felt very reasonable. Yes, no matter whether you are a person or a ghoul, why are you so afraid of death? What is the feeling of death? No one has ever tried it, because the person who tried it has died and is no longer there. Then why are so many people afraid of death? The feeling of death is illusory, no one can truly describe it, but it can make many people deeply afraid, even if they give up their dignity and give up everything they have in order to survive. In fact, people are not afraid of death, but afraid of no longer exist. Because once you die, you will completely disappear from the world, leaving no traces. Time will obliterate everything you left. Before long, no one will remember that such a person once existed. Up. Ha ha ha, kid, I don't think I know a lot at a young age, but this won't make me show mercy. If it doesn't work for me, then I will have to destroy you. Otherwise, you will definitely become my obstacle in the future. Waved away the meaningless thoughts in his head, the Mad Lion smiled again at Kirishima Yayu, his words filled with appreciation for Yayu. Then try it out. Yayu stared at the mad lion without any fear. With the silence of the two, a dignified aura slowly surrounded the two. It was a contest of aura between the strong. Fu. The violent wind blows, but Yayu and Mad Lion are motionless, as calm as a mountain, but in the next instant, the two figures almost disappeared in place at the same time. Bang bang bang! The sound of intensive beating sounded continuously in the air. The Mad Lion and Yayu turned into phantoms and quickly collided together, then retreated, then collided, and so on. But after each impact, Yayu flew farther backwards. From a distance, it was as if a mad lion was constantly hitting Yayu. The strength of the two was not on the same level. But Yayu seemed to be unaware, still reluctantly banging against the mad lion, and refused to back down. Bang! There was another bang, and Yayu was blasted into the distance by the huge power of the mad lion, and plunged into the ground for a long time without any movement. Boy, it won't work after only a few strokes? Get up, let's continue. The mad lion fell in front of Yayu and cried as he watched the quiet Yayu, his eyes filled with playfulness. The wild lion does not have any special abilities like the dance charms. He is only good at strength, but unlike the mountain lion, the speed of the wild lion is not weak, and the fighting ability is also very strong. But it is precisely these characteristics that make the strength of the mad lion very stable. It is difficult to find weaknesses, and it is even more difficult to target. Cough, cough, cough. Kirishima Yayu, struggling fiercely from the mud, spit out the mud in his mouth, and couldn't help coughing violently. Looking down at her numb fists, Yayu clearly saw that her hands were swollen a little bit more than usual. As the restoring force took effect, her hands began to feel a little numb, and the swelling disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then it returned to normal. How about, kid, have you considered it? Mad Lion was also surprised to see that the injury on Kirishima Yayu's hand was fully recovered in just a few breaths, and he was shocked. Even if he was as strong as the SS rank, he did not have such a perverted resilience. But Mad Lion didn't take it to heart. No matter how strong the resilience is, it is just a sandbag. As long as the attack power is enough, it will always be beaten to death. After all, the strength gap between them is like a chasm. Mad Lion is the first big boss in the book, for the current protagonist. So it will be a little harder to play, otherwise how to bring out the shock that broke out later. Haha, book friends, help to order a collection, let the little ones when phase collection increases, Xiao Fei will add even more. Chapter 46, The Weak and the Strong, Seeking Collection. Come again. As if reluctant to admit defeat, Kirishima Yayu stubbornly launched an offensive again and again, simply relying on physical skills to wrestle with a wild lion. The two fought each other, you come and me, the speed is as fast as thunder, ordinary people are simply difficult. See the movements of the two clearly. The two of them were very tacitly aware that they didn't use their Kazuko, they just competed for the ability of close combat, but only close combat. The gap between Yayu and Mad Lion was not even a star and a half. Kirishima Yayu has been struggling to survive since she was a child, mostly fleeing and hiding, so Yayu's speed and concealment ability are the most outstanding. On the contrary, it was only a year ago when he had the strength to fight against the ordinary ghoul species, so Yayu's combat experience is actually much less than that of most ghoul species. But why does Yayu still have such strong physical skills? Strictly speaking, Kirishima Yayu doesn't know any physical skills, and he doesn't know how to fight in close quarters. He just fights instinctively. That mysterious system gave Yayu a strong instinct. Just by following the instinct to fight, Yayu was already able to overcome many ghouls, so he has always been able to defeat one opponent after another so smoothly. But now the Mad Lion in front of him is different from ordinary opponents. The difference in strength between the two is too big. Even with amazing fighting instincts, Yayu can only resist for a moment and wants to defeat the Mad Lion in physical skills. That is impossible. But what is even more strange is that even though Yayu has been beaten by the Mad Lion again and again now, Careful people can find that Yayu has been holding on to the mad lion for longer and longer. He is studying. He is improving. This terrible evildoer turned out to be stealing the opponent's moves in battle. Relying on his instinct, not only learn how to resist, but also secretly learn the opponent's moves and use it for himself. In just this short time, Yayu felt that her fighting skills had grown a bit, and she was immediately happy. Even the pain on her body was ignored, and she continued to attack, and attack again. Anyway, the injuries suffered by fighting alone were not too serious. With Yayu's resilience, he fully recovered in the blink of an eye, and it could make himself stronger. Kirishima Yayu naturally enjoyed it. Yayu's body flickered, and Yayu's right fist swiftly struck out. In an instant, he hit 5 or 6 punches, but there was no use for eggs. Each punch was easily and freely received by the mad lion, and then he became short, right knee go up. Kirishima Yayu only felt a sharp pain in her abdomen, followed by the constant vomiting in her stomach. A mouthful of bile was sprayed out, but the wild lion flashed behind Yayu, and her right leg slammed hard. Yayu bowed on her back. Click! That is the sound of the spine being interrupted. Yayu's body fell to the ground like a rag, and he rolled around in embarrassment before she stopped. The RC cells in her body surged wildly, repairing the broken spine, and the naked eye could easily see under his skin. His bones were squirming and healing. In just a few breaths, the injury to the spine had recovered, but the physical exhaustion was huge, and Kirishima Yayu could not help but began to gasp. On the other hand, the mad lion still calmly hugged his arms and watched Yayu Kirishima to repair his injury. He looked like Taishan collapsed in front of his face without changing his face. Yayu felt quite upset in his heart, but he was helpless. Who said he was not? The opponent. It's just that surrendering in this way has never been Yayu's style. Even if it is not an opponent in strength, the final victory or defeat is not entirely determined by strength. Who stipulates that the weak cannot win the strong? Kirishima Yayu, who has survived like a beast since childhood, follows the rule of law that the weak will eat the strong. Whoever lives to the end is the winner. Strength? That just adds a bargaining chip to the final victory. Therefore, even if the strength is not as good as the mad lion, Kirishima Yayu has no idea of giving up. The idea in his heart is always to kill the man in front of him by all means. Perhaps, it is precisely because of Yayu's unyielding spirit and his daring character that will make him stronger and stronger until he sits on the highest seat of God. Boy, my patience is limited. If it wasn't for your outstanding talent, you would have become a corpse. If you don't agree, I won't be so gentle. As a SS-level horror powerhouse, Mad Lion can naturally see that Yayu is learning her fighting skills secretly, but his extreme confidence makes him disdain to care about it. But Mad Lion has poor patience and Yayu has been reluctant to agree. For his use, his killing intent has also increased. Ahem, really? That's right, I'm planning to take it seriously. Kirishima Yayu clutched her chest, coughed, then looked up at the crazy lion and said coldly. From the beginning of the fight between the two to the present, both of them have not used Ghoul's strongest weapon, Kazuko. Only when they use Kazuko to fight, it means that they have begun to get serious. Click! Click! The bony evil spirit mask covered the handsome face of Kirishima Yayu, and 3 scales swayed behind him, and a faint black light appeared on the originally bright red scales. And among the only pupils that can be seen on Yayu's face, the Scarlet He's eyes flashed with craziness, bloodthirsty, and brutality. Oh? Funny kid. In that case, let you see the real gap between us. Looking at the changes on Kirishima Yayu's body, the Mad Lion seemed to see something, but didn't say it, instead just clenched his fist and responded coldly. Call out. Yayu moved. Like an arrow from the string, it rushed in front of the Mad Lion with a thunderous force, and the 3 lins stabbed the Mad Lion from the left and right sides and from above. The black light shining with a frightening aura. surprised the Mad Lion. But that's all. The Mad Lion did not panic at all, and his waist swayed slightly, and a huge tail he swept past behind him, and together with Lin he swept Kirishima Yayu away. This is simply an overwhelming force. Rolling in the air to remove the power from her body, Yayu lightly landed on the ground, raising her eyes to the Mad Lion's Kazuko, and suddenly her pupils shrank. What kind of tail he is that? It's not the same as the tail he's ever seen. It's an extremely huge tail. Barb, this is simply a murder weapon. Compared with Yayu's Lin He, the wild lion's Mai He has crushed him just by appearance. Yayu's only advantage is probably the quantity. Yesterday's collection finally broke 100. Xiao Fei will add another chapter tonight. A total of 3 changes will be presented. Don't dislike it. I hope you will continue to help with the collection. Xiao Fei is grateful. Thank you for your support. Chapter 47, The End of the War, Seeking Collection. The war between the Mad Lion Group and the Freedom Alliance is coming to an end. The contest between the A-level ghoul species is obviously the more morale of the Freedom Alliance occupying an overwhelming advantage. The original 70 members of the Mad Lion squad, now it seems that there are only a dozen sparsely left. On the high-level battle side, with the participation of the old man, the two dealt with one. Although it was not as fast as Yayu's solution to the battle, it was not much slower. He quickly helped Hongluan kill the blue bird of the Mad Lion. After liberating the combat power of a member again, the advantage of the Freedom Alliance side is getting bigger and bigger, and the Demon Man also stepped into death under the siege of the Old Man and the Stone Tiger. Only the Stone Lion and the Flower Girl are still there on the Wild Lion side. Supported hard. But facing the Freedom Alliance, this is only a high-level combat power that consumes a lot of physical strength. Shishi and Huanyu can't hold it for a few minutes. Boom! A roar caught everyone's attention, and several people stopped the fight one after another, turned their heads to look at the battle in the distance, but their faces were shocked. Brother! Hongluan couldn't help but exclaimed, covering his mouth. Looking along the sight of everyone, I saw that the Mad Lion was like a demon god, its sturdy body was moving fast, and the terrifying tail he behind him could easily take Kirishima Yayu out with every swing. And the loud noise just now was the sound of Kirishima Yayu being hit by Uhi, and was directly bombarded into the ground. The mud cracked and the smoke danced wildly in the air. Hey! It's useless. Even if you kill all of our men and the waste, as long as there is the boss, you will never have the hope of winning. The strength of the boss is not something you can contend. Seeing Yayu being crushed by a Mad Lion, Huanui said proudly. Although the Flower Girl is a female, her strength is far stronger than that of the Wildfire and the like. Like the Stone Lion and the Mountain Lion, they are the most important combat power of the Wild Lion. This is why the Flower Girl and the Stone Lion can hold on to it. The reason now. Although Hongluan and the others occupy the advantage in numbers, the consumption of both sides is very large. The fighting is nothing more than fighting skills and experience. At this point, the Flower Girl and the Stone Lion are obviously more advantageous, which makes Hongluan and the others late. The last two have not been resolved. If this is the case, then we will kill you two first, and then help Yayu deal with the Mad Lion. I don't believe it. With so many of us, you can't kill your boss. Watching Yayu's injuries again and again, Hongluan felt extremely uncomfortable. Huanyu's words immediately ignited Hongluan's anger, and she rushed forward to attack, extremely fierce. Boss, quickly solve that kid. We can't hold it anymore. After the Flower Girl blocked Hongluan's attack, she took the opportunity to retreat for a certain distance, and then shouted loudly in the direction of the Mad Lion. Huan and Shishi are not stupid. Knowing that they cannot win more with less, they can persist until now and have not been killed. They only rely on strength that is a little stronger, and it is not enough to support them for too long. So after the Flower Girl put a harsh word, she hurriedly called her boss. Because both Huanyu and Shishi firmly believe that as long as the wild lion is serious about getting rid of the evil ghost child, then the rest of these guys will be much simpler. However, when the wild lion saw the sight of the flower girl, his reaction was somewhat different. The previous attention had been on Yayu, but Mad Lion didn't realize until now that only She Lion and Flower Girl were the only one of his capable men. His entire Mad Lion group, adding up to more than 100 people, now there are only 2 usable people left. Waste. It's all waste. The angry lion couldn't help but yelled. His angrily and depraved appearance looked a little horrible. Originally, the Mad Lion did not pay attention to these idle ghouls in the 3 districts, thinking that they would not be a mob. How could he be the opponent of his Mad Lion group? Mad Lion thought that as long as he took action, he could easily win this unequal war, but the result now caught him a bit by surprise. His subordinates are almost wiped out. What role can the remaining 2 play? For the Mad Lion, he has already lost this war, saying it was a big defeat, not an exaggeration. Looking at the Freedom Alliance, apart from the deaths of dozens of A-level ghoul species, S-level ghoul is just full of injuries, and the regenerative power of the ghoul species will soon be restored. The Mad Lion was thinking about unifying the 3 districts and planning a bigger world, but now, even if it can surrender Kirishima Yayu and the others, what storms can this half-shrunk power bring up? It's not even comparable to his original Mad Lion group. Damn it! Damn it! The original disdain, the original pride, the original disregard, led to the disastrous defeat of the wild lion at this moment. It turned out that before he knew it, his subordinates were being swallowed up bit by bit, but he didn't know it himself, and he was still lobbying Kirishima Yayu leisurely to surrender to him. Thinking of his stupid performance, the Mad Lion's heart was filled with anger. How could his dignified lion become so stupid? Could it be that after easily annexing the Scarlet Group, his soaring strength made him lose himself and become so blind? Thinking back to what he had done during this time, Mad Lion couldn't help but regret it. Because the Scarlet Group was disturbed by the evil kid, he took the opportunity to pick up the leak, and easily annexed his old opponent, the Scarlet Group. The power in his hand was greatly enhanced, and the unification of the 3 districts was at your fingertips. So I was lost in my beautiful fantasy about the future. Because of the evil spirit child, the Mad Lion has become the largest force in the 3 districts, but also because of the evil child, the Mad Lion is defeated at this time, almost nothing. Crazy Lion, Mad Lion, really become a ghost, and defeat a ghost. The full of unwillingness and regret turned into endless anger, and the target was Kirishima Yayu, who had just gotten up from the pit. This evil kid that he hates so much. Since you are stubborn and ruined all of me, then take your life to extinguish my anger. I won't be merciful. Every word of the Mad Lion contains raging anger. With the words of the Mad Lion, its momentum has become larger and larger, and the air has become extremely dignified and depressed. Hoo-hoo! Kirishima Yayu didn't reply, just panting slightly, calming her breath while quickly recovering from various fractures on her body. However, Yayu's expression has also become more solemn, and he also feels that the Mad Lion is really going to kill. Life and Death Crisis. Today's second update. There is one at 10 o'clock. A total of 3 changes are offered. Please continue to collect vigorously, and wait for Xiaofei to guarantee a crazy outbreak. Currently working hard to prepare for the outbreak. Thank you for your support. Chapter 48, Terrible Mad Lion, for collection. The fact that his men were almost wiped out was like a resounding slap that awakened the Mad Lion from the overwhelming self-confidence, with fiery pain on his face, but volcanic anger in his heart. Boy, you ruined everything I have, today you must die. With the sound of the killing intent of the wild lion, the violent aura suddenly broke out, as if it were a beast that had released its shackles. The aura on the wild lion became extremely terrifying and dangerous, and the scarlet eyes flickered. Shocking light. Originally, the strength of the Mad Lion group was enough to crush the Free Alliance, so the mad lion was so arrogant at the beginning, but the evil spirit he had missed became an unexpected variable for him, and it changed this after flipping hands. The end of the war. For this reason, how can the mad lion not be angry? How can he not hate the evil spirit boy he just wanted to solicit? No. Big mouth, faceless man, Shihu, you deal with these two guys. Hongluan will go with me to help Yayu, otherwise Yayu will be killed. Feeling the terrifying aura on the mad lion in the distance, the old man's expression changed, and after a hurried confession, he rushed to the location of Kirishima Yayu at the fastest speed. The old man's worries are not unreasonable. Although Yayu has few opponents in the S rank, after all, the gap between the ranks is huge. The danger of the SS rank mad lion is not something Yayu can face alone. Okay. Don't let that kid be killed. The big mouth nodded, and his body blocked the demon man who wanted to stop the old man and Hongluan. His aura firmly locked the demon man, and he didn't dare to care about it. After all, the strength of the demon man was even stronger than him. Hey! Kirishima Yayu jumped out of the dirt pit, his chest undulating violently, and he was seriously exhausted, but he did not dare to relax, because he could clearly feel that the dangerous guy on the opposite side was already killing him. If you care about it, you will die. Crack wipe. There was a crisp sound from the twisted right leg, and the broken bones quickly healed. On the other hand, Yayu's physical strength was even weaker. At this time, the wild lion had already begun to kill him. It was a life and death crisis. What? Younger brother? Anxiously, a soft shout came from behind, but Yayu's cold face showed a smile. That was a person he agreed with in his heart, Hongluan. Swish! Two figures, one from the left and the other, quickly landed beside Yayu Kirishima. It was Yayu and Hongluan who came to support. Yayu, it seems that we can fight together. This feeling has not been felt for a long time, I really miss it. The old man said with emotion on the vicissitudes of life. Those muddy eyes seemed to fall into the memory, but Kirishima Yayu and Hongluan were very clear that the old man's attention was all on the crazy lion, and he did not relax at all. Haha, are there two helpers here? Two trash fish, do you really think you are capable? The killing intent on the wild lion's face did not change because of the arrival of the old man and Hongluan, but just sneered. His eyes were full of disdain, like a king who scorned his enemies. Call out! Before the voice completely fell, the figure of the mad lion disappeared instantly, but appeared in front of the old man in the next moment. His strong right arm twitched fiercely, and the old man was taken away before he could even react. Mad lion turned his body with strength, kicked in the air with his right leg, and headed straight towards Hongluan's abdomen. If this kick hits, Hongluan may not be able to avoid serious injuries. The attack power of the mad lion is extremely terrifying. Kirishima Yayu has a deep understanding of this, so he has always been guarding against the mad lion, but he did not expect that the speed of the mad lion would be so terrifying when the mad lion exploded with all its strength. This caused him to react after the old man was taken away. Yayu, who reacted in time, naturally couldn't watch her sister being hit by the mad lion, and the three scales Heki shot out, trying to stop the attack of the mad lion, but was helpless by the mad lion who had already anticipated it. Stop it with me he! Boom! There was a bang, and the smoke raged. The mad lion stood there in time, but was a little surprised in his eyes, because his attack finally failed. After her intention was seen through and blocked by the mad lion, Yayu could only stand in front of Hongluan in desperation, and used her body to help Hongluan withstand the fierce blow. At the moment of being kicked, the sharp pain in the abdomen and the soft touch from the back rushed into my mind. Yayu spit out a large cloud of blood, and the internal organs were as painful as burning. The burning pain was unbearable even if it was as strong as a ghost. In Yayu's painful cry, he and Hongluan crashed into the ground together, and the soil burst. Brother, are you all right? With an anxious cry, Hongluan hurriedly asked Yayu in spite of her pain. I'm fine. Yayu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and stood up hard to answer, but her eyes still did not dare to relax and stared at the crazy lion. But when he saw the jokes in the eyes of the mad lion, he couldn't help his heart tighten, and for the first time he had a kind of emotion called tension. Why? Yayu still couldn't understand the nervousness, but it didn't prevent him from being full of vigilance. But was this really useful? Boy, I didn't expect you to care about this woman so much. Ha ha ha, very good, then, next, let you taste the pain of loss. Mad Lion seemed to have discovered something interesting, grinning and sneered, but his eyes fell on Hongluan. He only discovered at this time that this beautiful woman seemed to be very important to Yayu, so what would Yayu look like if she destroyed this woman in front of Yayu? Mad Lion can't help but look forward to it. So the Mad Lion moved again. Hey! The wild lion's figure was like electricity, and it passed Yayu in the blink of an eye, and appeared behind Hongluan, with a big hand and mercilessly grabbing Hongluan's white neck. Do not! Yayu's pupils shrank, turned around hurriedly, exclaimed in her heart, but it was too late. Before he shot, Mad Lion was enough to catch Hongluan. Speaking of Hongluan, she is also S rank, and her strength is a bit stronger than that of Big Mouth, but she is as weak as a child in front of the Mad Lion. She had no time to react in front of the Mad Lion because of her speed. Terrible! The strength of the Mad Lion is really terrifying. I added a new chapter for the collection of the Broken 100 yesterday. The plot of the 3 districts is almost over, and I will enter the plot immediately. I hope that the book friends will continue to collect it. Thank you for your support. Chapter 49, Ghost Eyes to Help, for collection. Boom! Just when Kirishima Yayu was in a panic but couldn't save Red Luan in the hands of Mad Lion, a black shadow flashed past, hitting the Mad Lion and blasting it away. Old man! Kirishima Yayu was a little dazed, watching the figure squat and panting, but rescued Hongluan's old man in a critical moment, as if she had understood something in her heart. At that moment, when Hongluan was about to fall into the hands of the Mad Lion, Yayu finally understood what the nervous mood was. Because it will be lost. Once Hongluan falls into the hands of the Mad Lion, it goes without saying that he will definitely die. Maybe he will suffer torture and die. Hongluan made him from a beast to humanity, with his own thoughts, understands the language, and almost lost the most important person in his life when he thought of it. Yayu couldn't help but fear in her heart. Fortunately, there were old people. Fortunately, he appeared in time. But Yayu still can't forgive. Can't forgive Mad Lion for trying to kill his important person. I don't know when it started, Yayu's life goal has changed from simply living to someone who still needs to protect herself. Perhaps it was the guidance of Hongluan, or the teaching of the elderly, and it was even more likely that Yayu learned from the group life of this month. Therefore, Yayu will never allow the Mad Lion to threaten Hongluan's life, absolutely not allowed. Kirishima Yayu roared angrily, the evil ghost mask that had been cracked on his face became more solid, and the color of the 3 scales became even more red and black, exuding an extremely dangerous aura. The skin on both hands wriggled, and the bones under the skin became firmer, harder. Why, are you angry like this? Haha, come on, let me see your angry kid. The wild lion looked at the eruption of Kirishima Yayu in amazement, and said something indifferent, but he couldn't help but feel a little vigilant in his heart, because the Yayu at this time even made him feel a sense of threat at the SS level. Call out! With a soft sound, Yayu's figure shot out through the air, and went straight to the Mad Lion's face. The 3 scales turned into sharp arrows to pierce the Mad Lion's heart. The feeling of danger caused the Mad Lion's pupils to shrink, and the slightest in his heart, don't be careless. He rushed out from the right and stopped the stabbed Lin He from mid-air, but unexpectedly, Lin He's attack power was astonishing. He actually pierced me deeply and almost penetrated it. That was the case, Mad Lion still felt the slight pain from Mei, which made his face slightly changed, but he couldn't take much care of it, because Yayu's offensive was still going on. Relying on Lin, he stuck to Wei. Yayu took advantage of her strength to stop in mid-air, and fisted at the Mad Lion condescendingly. His fists banged against each other again, making a soft bang. But this confrontation once again exceeded the expectations of the Mad Lion. Yayu, who had been beaten every time in the past, showed no sign of retreating at this time. On the contrary, the huge power from his fist faintly surpassed it. Yourself! Boom! After a stalemate for a few breaths, the huge body of the Mad Lion was actually blown out. Click! Yayu lightly landed on the ground, rubbed some numb wrists, stared at the crazy lion with cold eyes, moved, and chased him up again. Boom boom boom! A dense confrontation followed. In the shocked eyes of the old man and Hongluan, Yayu was actually on par with the wild lion. The phantom-like physical confrontation made the two bedazzled and almost unable to keep up. The speed of the two. Boy, don't be overwhelmed. You know I'm a Mad Lion, and you can't compete with just a little devil. Feeling that Yayu Kirishima seemed to have changed her personality, her strength became more and more amazing. Mad Lion couldn't help but feel ashamed. He was actually on a par with a small ghost. He is a Mad Lion, the boss of the Mad Lion group. The future ruler of the 3 districts. Boom! The humiliated lion's strength was fully deployed, the muscles on his arms were agitated, and his fists seemed to grow in a circle. With unmatched strength, he slammed Yayu's body fiercely, and Yayu was blown away without any accident. Get out! But the Mad Lion didn't leave the moon there. When he moved his body, he immediately caught up with Yayu, Dao Fei Li. The terrifying tail he mercilessly slammed into him and slammed him into the ground. Leave a broken pit. Younger brother. Yayu. Hongluan and the old man made almost a sound, and at the same time rushed to Yayu's position, but they were greeted by the whistling Mihi who didn't even have room to dodge, and they were easily knocked out. The Mad Lion expressionlessly manipulated Mihi to roll the powerless Yayu in the air, and Mihi slowly tightened. Kakeka. Ah! The sound of the bones being squeezed and broken, followed by the sound of Yayu's painful cry, but Hongluan and the old man were wounded and unable to save. Call out! The dense Kazuko shot from a distance and hit the tail, but the wild lion didn't hurt or itchy. He didn't even bother to hide, so he ignored it. Yayu! The voice of Gui Bing sounded, and the figures of the people with Big Mouth also appeared. Finally, Big Mouth and they joined forces to kill the Demon Man and the Flower Girl, and even Gui Bing recovered from the extreme sadness and joined the battle again. Big Mouth, let's rescue Yayu first. Gui Bing looked at the Big Mouth beside him and asked. Does this still need to be said? Sure. How could this funny kid die like this? The Big Mouth grinned and said, although the smile was ugly, the words were full of sincerity. The silent Shihu and the faceless man nodded together, and the 3 looked at each other and rushed in unison. To the Mad Lion. Hey! A few more people who want to die? A few trash fishes unite together, do you think they can pose a threat to me? It's ridiculous. The Mad Lion snorted coldly, his face was full of disdain, but he didn't really care, because the other 3 are all S-class ghoul species. Although a single person poses no threat to him, they can be united. His strength is still enough to make him dare not underestimate it. Boom boom boom. The Big Mouth trio took the initiative to attack, and under the combined efforts of the 3, they actually pushed back the Mad Lion a little bit, and Yayu was liberated even more, and was thrown aside by the Mad Lion. Ghost Bing, which had already been prepared, was at full speed and took the opportunity to come to Yayu's side. Yayu, hurry up, this is for you. Gui Bing said anxiously, and handed Kirishima Yayu a package. The pungent smell made the weak Yayu regain a little spirit. Opening the package, Yayu's eyes were greeted by several Haibao. Pig's feet are about to explode. The real half-herald. Seeking collection, seeking fierce collection. One more chapter will be added on the weekend. Chapter 50, The True Half-Herald, Seeking Collection. This is. Looking at the pack of Hebeo that had just been dug out, Kirishima Yayu was shocked and couldn't help taking a deep breath before asking. It's for you. I deliberately dig it out for you. Ghosts, ghosts, don't eat some of these things, now you can't be called the evil ghost in the rumors. Gui Bing put the package with Hebeo in front of Yayu, and said with a serious deal of trouble. Yeah. I get it. Yayu nodded, looking down at Hebeo who was close at hand, her dim eyes gradually brightened, the evil spirit mask on her face gradually shattered, falling to the ground, and then her head suddenly lowered. One after another Hebeo was eaten into the stomach like a wolf by Yayu, and with the help of the mysterious system, it quickly turned into a huge energy, rushing violently in its body. The Hebeo of the mountain lion and Mume sisters who died in Yayu's hands at the beginning has already entered Yayu's stomach. At this time, these Hebeos are all the Hebeos of the remaining 5S class Ghoul, the old man and them. None of them were occupied, all was left to Yayu, to this evil ghost who could perform miracles. While Yayu is trying to digest the energy in his body, the battle on the other side is also going on fiercely. The old man, the red Luan, the big mouth, the faceless man, the stone tiger, and the 5S class cannons from the 3 districts work together to deal with the madness. The lion did not have the upper hand, but was embarrassed. If it weren't for the 5 people to take care of each other, and their strength is good, I am afraid the crazy lion has already killed him. But this is the case. These 5 people were also badly injured by the mad lion. Everyone was wounded. With the resilience of the ghoul species, they were unable to recover in a short time. This shows the terrible nature of the mad lion. With a pair of unusually strong arms and that terrifying tail, the wild lion is a man, facing the attack of the 5 people without any chaos. Although there are occasional attacks that cannot be avoided, the injuries on the wild lion are negligible. Healed instantly. Boom! Boom! The battle was fierce, and there was a continuous roar, and from time to time, one person was blasted out, and then joined the battle again, relying on the number to always hold the mad lion in check, preventing him from killing anyone. 5S grades. The strength of a single one is already extremely terrifying. With the joint efforts of 5 people, only the SS level mad lion can calmly face it. If this battle lasts to the end, the outcome is really unpredictable. Maybe the old people can kill the mad lion at the expense of 2 or 3 people, or maybe the mad lion defeats one by one with strong endurance and wins the final victory. However, with the existence of Kirishima Yayu, everything is different. Roar! The terrifying roar interrupted the battle on this side, and several people stopped the attack in unison. They all looked in the direction of Yayu, and their faces were filled with horror. What kind of monster is that? The original evil ghost mask, which looked a little ordinary, now became even more hideous. A pair of scarlet eyes appeared under the eyes of the evil charm, and the eyes were full of cruelty. It was originally just a little black, but now it has been completely dyed black, and its length has increased to 4 meters. It is like 3 ferocious pythons choosing people to eat, exuding a dangerous atmosphere that makes the scalp numb. A pair of clenched fists seemed to be a circle larger than before, and the finger bones were slightly raised, as if spiking, and a simple black armor extended from the back to protect the chest while still protecting the chest. Will not affect the action. What caught everyone's eyes at this time was a humanoid beast. Gudong then, wouldn't that be half-hero? Big Mouth swallowed hard, and asked with a trembling tone. Although the 3 districts are equally prevalent, the competitive pressure here is also very high, and the mortality rate is extremely high, so there has been no new half-herald in the past few years. In the previous 3 districts, there were extremely half-heritors, but after the battle with CCG, they died and disappeared. As a result, there were no more half-heralds in the 3 districts. Oh? Is this the half-herald? It is really interesting. Mad Lion was also unable to conceal the shock on his face. Seeing Kirishima Yayu's brutal and tyrannical appearance, his heart trembled, and the sense of crisis began to spread wildly. Half-hero. In the rumors of the 3 districts, the true half-heroes are extremely crazy when fighting, like a bloodthirsty beast, tireless, but will retain a trace of reason to ensure that they can distinguish the enemy from us. What's more frightening is that the true half-herald can definitely suppress the SS level. It is not an exaggeration to call him the strongest in the SS level. So, is the devil boy in front of him a true half-hero? Everyone could not help but put a question mark in their hearts. The characteristics of each ghoul species are different. After becoming a half-heriter, the form is naturally strange and different, so they can't determine whether the evil spirit at this time is a real half-heriter, because they have never seen it. Call out. No matter how shocked everyone was, Kirishima Yayu disappeared without warning at this time. Only heard a whistling sound. Almost at the same time, the Mad Lion seemed to be hit by an invisible attack, and flew out with a bang. Roar! Yayu's figure appeared at the original position of the Mad Lion, and roared in the direction of the Mad Lion. Linhe swung the air, and Yayu shot out again. The speed was like a teleport. Hongluan and there's the eyes can't catch up with him at all. The Mad Lion that was blasted by Yayu immediately reacted when it landed. The strong sense of crisis made him careless, and he hurriedly blocked Weha in front of him. This dangerously blocked Yayu's first place. Second attack. Bang bang. Bang bang bang. Although Mihi was torn to pieces by Yayu's Linhe mercilessly, the Mad Lion also had room for buffer, and hurriedly counterattacked. A pair of iron fists were swung out again and again, turning into a phantom intertwined with Yayu. That dazzling the battle of physical skills begins again. But the difference is that Yayu is in a half-herald state at this time, and various physical qualities such as speed and power have been greatly improved. Although the combat experience is still somewhat inadequate compared with the wild lion, it can rely on better speed. Yayu actually showed signs of suppressing the Mad Lion. Boom! Hey! The fierce collision between Uhi and Linhe left at the touch of a touch, leaving little sparks flashing away. The duel between the SS-level ghoul and the half-hero was dazzling. The final outbreak has broken out. When it is over, the 3 districts will end, and the original plot will begin. Stay tuned, it will only become more and more exciting. Please collect. Thank you for your support. Chapter 51, The End of the War, plus 1 more. Gudong. Is this a half-herald? Well, what a terrible strength. The battle between the evil ghost and the Mad Lion was dizzying. The Red Luan in the distance had obviously been dumbfounded, and the big mouth was even more unconsciously whispering. Originally, Hongluan and the others were planning to help Yayu deal with the Mad Lion together, but now, they can only watch the battle helplessly. There is no reason. The high-speed moving figures of the 2 are enough to get rid of them. How can you catch up? Bang! Another collision of evil spirits and wild lions, sparks shoot. The 2 of them exchanged their eyes, and after a stalemate for a second, they separated and retreated in an instant. The Mad Lion saw the madness and indifference in the eyes of the evil spirit, and even smelled the bloodthirsty breath, but the evil spirit saw the solemnity and shock in the eyes of the Mad Lion. The little devil who hadn't been in his eyes, was now promoted to the half-herald who hadn't appeared in the 3 districts for several years. The soaring strength actually squeezed his head, and the Mad Lion's heart was naturally very dignified and faint. A sense of threat continues to spread from the evil spirit. However, as a SS-level ghoul, the lion also has his arrogance. What about the half-hero? How could his Mad Lion shrink because of a kid? This is not his Mad Lion style. Crazy lion, arrogant lion. He is an arrogant lion, and he will never allow himself to shrink in front of a kid. No way. The mad lion at this time has not stopped since the beginning until now. Although it has not been seriously injured, its physical strength is not a lot. At this time, only 60% of the physical strength is left. It took 40% of the fighting for so long, which shows that the wild lion does have the arrogant capital. And even though Yayu Kirishima ate a total of 8 S-class hebas in a row, he was accidentally promoted to a half-herald under the impact of the huge RC cell energy, but after all, he was just promoted, in all aspects. The abilities are not yet fully understood, so the strength that Yayu can display is only 70%. With only 70% strength, Kirishima Yayu, who was originally an S rank, under the blessing of the half-hero state, can actually suppress the crazy lion slightly with the strength of 70%. Obviously, the evil spirit in the half-herald state is more terrifying than the wild lion. Puff puff. The 3 pitch-black scales were turned into javelins and stabbed out one by one, but they fell into the ground one by one, leaving 3 round holes, but Yayu rushed and dodged madly. Lion spurred his fists again and again, blowing strong whines. Bang bang! The 4 fists faced each other and made a sound. The bone spurs on the hands of the evil spirits broke, and a trace of pain flashed across the face of the wild lion. After the fists were separated, the hands of the wild lion left 10 shallow circular wounds, blinking. It recovered in a while. Shoo! Lin He then broke through the air, and the mad lion had only time to twist his waist, and dangerously avoided the deadly heart position, but one of the Lin He still made a wound under his ribs. Hateful! As Yayu became more and more comfortable with the state of the half-herald, and its strength also increased by half, the mad lion had obviously begun to be completely suppressed. Boy, don't be proud! A sharp look flashed in the eyes of the wild lion, and Weha rushed out suddenly, slamming straight into Yayu, and the end of Weha opened, as if a big mouth wanted to eat Kirishima Yayu in one bite. But, will Yazuki Kirishima make him what he wants? Yayu didn't dodge and didn't evade, and there was no fear in his eyes. The 3 scales pierced out quickly, and automatically got into Weha's mouth like a sheep entering a tiger's mouth. Tear! The 3 scales wound together and turned into a huge scale, like a sharp arrow plunged into the tail, all the way forward, like a broken bamboo, easily tore the tail, and went straight to the unsuspecting wild lion. Abdomen. Pouch. Lin He's speed is extremely fast. The mad lion didn't even have time to dodge, and he felt a sharp pain. Lin He instantly penetrated his body and pierced his abdomen. Ah! Mad lion's eyes became more and more fierce, regardless of the severe pain on his body, holding the huge Lin He in both hands, roaring and twisting, the blue veins on his arms bulged. Click! Cracks appeared on the surface of Lin He, and it seemed that it would not be long before it would be crushed by the mad lion. As the predator organ of the ghoul species, if Kajut is traumatized, it will cause harm to the ghoul species itself. The tail of the wild lion was hit hard by the evil spirits one after another, and at this time his strength had dropped a lot again. He naturally wanted to weaken the strength of the evil spirits by destroying the evil spirits of Lin He. Otherwise, if this continues, I am afraid that the mad lion will fall away soon. However, can the plan of the mad lion really come true? Yayu didn't pay attention to Lin He, who was about to break. Instead, she leaped forward with her strength. She jumped on the shoulders of the mad lion like a monkey, clamped the head of the mad lion with her knees, and twisted her waist. Click! With a slight sound, the head of the mad lion did not move at all, but the cervical vertebrae were slightly injured, and there was a trace of cracks. Hey! A black shadow struck from behind. Kirishima Yayu instantly reacted, and fell forward following the strong wind, kicking his feet fiercely on the shoulders of the wild lion, and the huge force blasted the wild lion away. The tail attack that had just reformed in the body failed again. Wow! As the mad lion was knocked into flight, Lin He was also drawn out, and a large group of red and black blood spewed from the horrible hole in the abdomen of the mad lion. Hey! Mad lion gasped frantically, while struggling to stand on the ground again, but the wound in his abdomen recovered extremely slowly. After all, he didn't have the terrifying regenerative ability of Yayu. However, the arrogance in the eyes of the wild lion no longer existed, and a trace of fear gradually expanded, and then occupied those dim eyes. Death has gradually approached the mad lion. The mad lion, whose body was severely damaged and exhausted physically, had no chance of winning in the face of evil spirits who did not consume much at this time. Da-day, da-day. With footsteps moving from far to near, Kirishima Yayu, who was in a half-herald state, walked towards the mad lion without any haste. The madness in those eyes gradually disappeared, and the indifference filled her pupils, and Lin He separated into three again, behind her. Was vacillating, like a poisonous snake staring at its prey. No, do not want. Even if he was once one of the strongest in the 3 districts, even if he was the future ruler of the 3 districts, when death is just before his eyes, the wild lion does not behave more calmly than ordinary people. Fear, panic, pleading, in front of death, no matter how powerful people will show their original nature, fear. Pouch. After a soft sound, everything returned to peace. The plot of the 3 districts is over, ready to enter the original plot, it will become more and more exciting. Please collect it. Chapter 52, 5 years in the blink of an eye, seeking collection. Kitty kitty. 2 orioles fell on the branches, chattering non-stop, the beaks of the birds collided gently, like a couple in love. The sun was shining in the sky, and the dazzling sunlight poured down wantonly, dyeing the whole land into a golden color. In a small city shining by the sun, the streets were full of people comfortably hiding in the shade of the trees, 3 or 2. Talking about something in groups. Have you heard? Lord Yayu has been hunting in this area recently. It is said that the ghouls there are terrified, ha ha ha. One of them, a middle-aged man in rags, said with some pride, as if he was the Lord Yayu. Yes, since Lord Yayu left with Hongluan and Gibing 2 years ago, the name of evil spirits has spread throughout Tokyo. The person next to him immediately took the topic and said with some emotion. I understand better. Lord Yayu first returned to the 9th district first, and destroyed the small group called Demon Eater, and then destroyed the CCG branch, leaving the 9th district completely in chaos. Another younger guy grabbed the topic and said braggingly. After a pause, he continued eloquently. After that, Lord Yayu went to the 4th district and beat all the strongest guys in the 4th district, and then declared that the 4th district became his hunting ground. Soon afterwards, the ghoul in the 4th district escaped and died. There are still a lot of ghouls who have come to us. After getting tired of playing in District 4, Lord Yayu moved to District 2, District 6 and District 5, and then to District 1 now. Lord Yayu has left footprints in these chaotic areas. Hey, I really don't know what Lord Yayu thinks. If he wanted to, our Freedom Alliance would have already occupied these areas. SHH. When the young man said this, at first the man hurriedly stopped him from continuing. After looking around for a few times, he lowered his voice and said. You are looking for death. You dare to question Lord Yayu's decision. Be careful to be heard by others. It is only light to be beaten. You must know that after Lord Yayu killed the crazy lion, it was a collective request from all of us. I just became our king, otherwise, where can we live so leisurely now? I just don't know why, Lord Yayu only stayed in our 3-district base camp for 3 years and then went out hunting around. Now it has been 5 years since killing the wild lion. I don't know how terrifying the strength of Lord Yayu is. That's it. At the end, the middle-aged man's tone was also a little nostalgic. Shit-free league. 4 years ago, we officially changed the name to Fangxing, guarding the stars of Lord Yayu. Why do you always call the wrong name? You should be beaten. The young man caught the middle-aged man's mistake and crusades, and said that the middle-aged man smiled bitterly. In the center of the city, on the roof of the tallest building in the center, an old man quietly looked into the distance, his eyes cloudy as if he was blind, but anyone who knew him knew that the old man's eyes were very bright. Yayu has already gone to a district. I really don't know when he will come back and take a look. The old man murmured, his face showed kindness, as if he was missing his grandson in the distance. Hee, old man, don't worry about it. With the king's strength, he is the only one who can bully people. No one can bully him. Among the three people standing behind the old man, the man with a big mouth said with a big grin, but when he mentioned the king, his eyes were full of awe, and the faceless man and Shehu beside him were also full of awe. That's right, we can only help him guard the base camp peacefully, and when he needs it, we can use the stars. Alas! The sigh of the old man drifted into the distance with the breeze, that is the direction where the sun is about to set, one area. Puff! The sound of hard objects piercing soft flesh sounded, and a bright red shadow flashed past, and a huge scary wound appeared on a male cannon, his heart was shattered, and the bag had disappeared. Pattern. Not far away, a black shadow lightly fell on the ground, a pair of scarlet eyes staring at the hebeo wrapped in scales in front of him, sniffed lightly at the end of his nose, and then frowned, what a bad smell. Immediately, hebeo was thrown on the ground disgustingly, and he walked straight forward without looking again. Brother, your taste is getting more and more critical. A silver bell-like chuckle suddenly sounded, the slender figure fell on the side, a pair of beautiful eyes stared at him with a full smile, a black jumpsuit and tight skirt covered the whole body, and a long red hair poured down like a waterfall, obliquely under her bangs is a suffocating face, which is Hongluan. Sister Hongluan, Boss Yayu has eaten ghouls from several districts in the past 2 years. If you eat too much, the taste will inevitably be picky. Anyway, we have a lot of time, so we can find it slowly. I heard that there is a district S. There are many kinds of ghoul at level, and there are even a few at level SS. I think they must meet the taste of Lord Yayu. Another black figure appeared next to Hongluan. He was wearing a black coat and wrapped his body. Under his short blue hair was a delicate face. He was only 25 or 6 years old. He was very young. It was not a ghost. Who is it? If it hadn't been for the trash to be delivered by myself, I wouldn't even be interested in it. The Black Shadow's voice is still a little immature, and he can hear that he is not very old. He looks like 17 or 18. If you look carefully, he is also in a black tight-fitting combat suit. The height of 1.75 meters looks a little thin, but serious. Seeing it, the streamlined texture on his body obviously contains explosive power. He has a very casual black hair, and the fading pair of high he now has a handsome face with a high nose and a thin face. The only drawback is the indifference in his eyes, which is handsome but handsome. Make people afraid to get close. 5 years have passed. The evil ghost kid has now transformed into a beautiful young man. The hidden dangerous aura on his body is like a sleeping 1,000-year-old beast. Once he wakes up, he will explode with extreme horror. Momentum. Not only the appearance has changed, but the mind of Kirishima Yayu has already caught up with his age, and has even surpassed his youth now. There is no lack of wisdom in those cold eyes. In the same way, the name of evil spirits resounds in Tokyo, even in areas where evil spirits have not set foot. They have already heard of their brutal and tyrannical reputation, and everyone is afraid. Finally ready to enter the 20th district, I will soon enter the original plot, please look forward to it. Please collect it, and if you like it, please help me to collect it. Thank you for your support. Chapter 53, Turn to the 20th district, for collection. 5 years ago, with the death of the Mad Lion, the Mad Lion group was completely wiped out, the 3 districts were completely free of threats, and the Freedom League cheered. Obviously, in this miraculous comeback war, the most dazzling nature is the evil ghost boy Kirishima Yayu, who is also the biggest hero. Everything he did was seen by everyone, that kind of nothingness. Fear, full of blood, and the crazy and fierce fighting style shocked everyone in the 3 districts. The biggest enemy no longer exists, and the Freedom Alliance established to resist the rule is also facing dissolution, but strangely, everyone in the 3 districts unanimously launched a call to ask Kirishima Yayu to be the king of the 3 districts. There are many reasons for this. There are reasons for hoping to be blessed by Yayu, there are reasons for being dumped by Yayu, and the reason for grateful to Yayu for protecting them. In short, in the end, the ghouls of the 3 districts voluntarily became the subordinates of Kirishima Yayu, and at that time Yayu did not understand these complicated things. When Hongluan and the old man saw this, they naturally pushed the boat along the river, and the 2 of them personally helped to form a Fangxing, which belongs to the stars of Kirishima Yayu. Yayu, who ignored these complicated things, spent more than 2 years digesting the remaining RC cell energy in his body, allowing him to fully control the state of the Half-Herald. And Yayu's strength also broke through to the SS level, and truly became the strongest in the 3 districts, the king they support. After masterfully controlling the Half-Herald, Yayu, who has not eaten for more than 2 years, is naturally hungry, and can't attack his subordinates. She can only use the nearby 9 districts to perform surgery. After some wanton killings, Yayu finally once again enjoyed the pleasure of hunting. As if addicted, Yayu is no longer willing to go back to the boring 3 districts, and went directly to other ghoul areas, enjoying fighting and hunting to the fullest. As his strength slowly increased, his experience also increased. The mind and appearance also began to change. And at this moment, the 17-year-old boy in a district is the evil ghost boy after 5 years of growth and changes, Kirishima Yayu. Boss Yayu, should we go directly to those SS level guys now, or should we play with those S level first? Compared with 5 years ago, Ghost Bing is a bit more mature, hatred disappeared between his eyebrows, a bit more cheerful, and there is always a faint smile on his face, but his brown eyes are hidden deep in his eyes. The sorrow of not going away. The sin that he has to bear all his life cannot be washed away anyway, and Gui Bing is destined to endure this pain for the rest of his life. Originally, with the death of the ghost fire, Gui Bing also lost the meaning of survival, because his parents died and his biological brother died, so what else could he live for? Just as he was about to sever himself, he saw Yayu Kirishima in crisis, and remembered that he rescued himself from a ghost fire for the first time, accompanied him for a month of penance, and then another one. He rescued himself twice, and brought the brother he wanted to kill in front of him. To him, Kirishima Yayu is not only a life-saving benefactor, but also a benefactor who helps him get revenge. How could he kill himself before repaying this great kindness? So there was the next scene. He collected the hebas of the dead S-class ghoul, and brought them to Kirishima Yayu. This allowed Yayu to smoothly regain his strength and break through to become a half-herald. After the battle, Gibing was even more willing to be Yayu's younger brother, willing to saddle with her horse and follow Yayu, and Hongluan, who had already regarded Yayu as her own brother, naturally chose to follow Yayu, and was unwilling to do so. Go away. The old people who originally wanted to follow Yayu had to stay in the 3rd district to help take care of Fangxing. Otherwise, without the leader, Fangxing might not be worthy of its name. As for the 3 big mouths, it was because they were used to staying in the 3rd district and did not want to leave. In addition, they really admired Yayu's strength and character in his heart, and they simply stayed in the 3rd district as a high-level fan in the stars. Find the strongest ones first. After eating them, play with the remaining little mice. Hearing Gui Bing's question, Yayu groaned and replied. Since having SS rank strength, Kirishima Yayu basically has no opponents that can pose a threat to him. He who originally aimed to survive, has no longer worried about this, and life has become boring. After a lot of it, I can only tease those ghoul who have good strength everywhere. Brother, let's go to the 20th district in a while, what do you think? The smiling Hongluan stared at Yayu's handsome face intently, and finally said what he had brewed in his heart for a long time. 20 districts? Good. Sister wants to go, so why not go now? When Yayu heard the words, she omitted even thinking, and nodded her head without hesitation. Silly brother, why don't you ask me why? Yayu's lack of hesitation made the smile on Hongluan's face even greater. Because I don't need a reason. Sister wants to go, then go. Yayu replied without thinking. Kirishima Yayu's trust in Hongluan is fully manifested in these simple dialogues. Hongluan is the guide who turns him from a beast to a normal person. He regards him as a relative, and even more so. The only person in this world who is completely trusted. Even if it is an old man who treats him like his grandson, Yayu is only trusting, but not completely trusting. This is also true of Ghost Bing, and the rest, like the big mouths, are just regarded as subordinates. Brother, elder sister has a brother named Kirishima Shin, who was arrested by CCG many years ago, leaving a son and a daughter. Recently I heard that in a coffee shop called Antique in the 20th district, there is one named Dong Kirishima. Fragrant girl, I want to see her. Although Hongluan felt warm in her heart because of Yayu's trust in her, she still slowly explained the reason. Well, whatever. Yayu's reaction was cold. He promised to go to the 20th district only because Hongluan wanted to go, that's all. As for where to go and who to meet, he didn't have much interest. Although the girl who is about to meet may be Hongluan's relatives, it does not mean that she will also be recognized by Kirishima Yayu. Well, it seems that the guys in the first district are really lucky, they can all escape this way, and they will be cheaper. Seeing Yayu and Hongluan's 2 words to determine the next whereabouts, Gui Bing couldn't help but curled his lips, reluctantly followed the 2 of them, adjusted their direction, and walked towards the direction of the 20th district. Second. The plot will start slowly, and it will become more and more exciting in the future. Please collect it. Chapter 54, Antique Coffee House, plus more. Tokyo, the 20th district. The 20 districts are the safest area for Ghoul in Tokyo. Here, Ghoul assaults are so few, there are only 1 or 2 missing cases every month, compared to other areas. It's like heaven. Because of this, the human life here is quite comfortable, and the CCG branch located here is also quite leisurely, because they have almost no tasks to perform. Both CCG and human beings think that there are very few Ghoul species in the 20 districts, so few that there are almost none, but they don't know that there are actually a lot of ghouls hidden in the 20 districts. The reason why there is almost no such illusion in District 20 is that there is a coffee shop in this area called Antique Coffee House. This coffee shop has been open for many years. Many people like the coffee there. The taste is authentic but unique. It also offers desserts. It is a good place for many people to drink afternoon tea. So this coffee shop's business very nice. But no one knows that this coffee house was opened by a ghoul, an SSS-level ghoul who was called the One-Eyed Owl 10 years ago. Since the One-Eyed Owl opened this coffee shop under the guise of Fanfiction Gongshan, the assault incidents in the 20 districts have decreased dramatically, because it was Fanfiction Gongshan who secretly conquered the cannons in the 20 districts and established an organization for the purpose of protecting the weak and small and living in peace with mankind, stable district. Since then, the ghoul in the 20th district rarely hunts and kills humans. Almost all feed on dead corpses. They are usually hidden. Only the more powerful ones have chosen to work as waiters in coffee shops. Gujin, coffee. On this day, the sun was shining brightly, and 3 figures came slowly. The youngest black-haired teenager was looking at the coffee shop in front of him, muttering the words on the house plate, his tone a little uncertain. Brother, it's an antique, not a gujin. This coffee shop is what we are looking for. The red-haired beauty beside her had a soft smile, and when she heard the boy's words, she couldn't help rubbing his head to point out his mistake. Ha ha ha, Boss Yayu, you are indeed a monster in combat, but language seems to be your weakness. It's been 5 years, and I haven't fully learned human writing. On the other side, Gui Bing with short blue hair smiled and joked. Although I regard Kirishima Yayu as his most respected boss in my heart, the way of getting along between Gibing and Yayu is like a friend, without restraint. This is what Yayu asked for, because he doesn't like his side always following a guy who is respectful, and respectful to himself will make him very uncomfortable. I feel there are several breaths that are not weak, one of them is very strong. Yayu ignored Gui Bing's jokes, and said with some caution, a bright light flashed in his eyes, as if he was full of interest in the strongest guy. Oh? Is it true? Hearing Yayu's words, Hongluan and Gui Bing's expressions became serious. Although they were asking questions, they actually didn't doubt Yayu's judgment, but could make Yayu feel a strong presence. How strong should it be? Brother, or else, let's leave. Hongluan said hesitantly in his eyes. Although she really wanted to know if her niece was really here, since there was an extremely dangerous presence in this mysterious coffee shop, she chose to proceed cautiously for the sake of safety. She didn't want to put her brother in danger. No need. They have found us. Yayu shook her head. As soon as the voice fell, she heard only a squeaky sound. With the sound of wind chimes, the door of the coffee shop was opened, and a middle-aged canon with the nose of an airplane walked out, smiling at the station. 3 people at the door. Welcome to the antique coffee house, 3 distinguished guests, our manager would like to invite. Slightly bowed, the ghoul said in harmony, and then turned sideways slightly and waved his left hand to signal Yayu and the others to enter. Let's go. Yayu just glanced at the man and ignored it, walked straight into the coffee house. Hongluan and Gui Bing looked at him more, and immediately followed Yayu. When Yayu walked in front of that person, the ghoul named Gu Jian suddenly became tense and nervous to the extreme, as if the young man in front of him was extremely dangerous, especially when Yayu's eyes had just been swept away. He felt as if he had been seen through. Fortunately, Yayu quickly walked into the store. Gu Jian breathed a sigh of relief, and even his back was slightly moist. It was just a high degree of tension that caused the secretion of cold sweat. With Yayu's strength, Gu Jian's strength can be seen at a casual glance. SS rank, there is no threat to him, so Yayu directly ignored Gu Jian. After entering the coffee house, Yayu's eyes were swept away. Most of the guests were humans, and a few were very scumbags, ignoring them. Among the waiters, there was a girl with short blue and purple hair, S-class, ignored. A woman with long brown hair, SS class, ignored. Soon, Yayu turned her gaze and walked directly into the inner room of the coffee shop, not caring about the surprised and alert gaze of the 2 waiters. Instead, he followed Hongluan and Gibing, who came in behind Yayu. Gibing looked around curiously, and then followed Yayu into the inner room. As soon as Hongluan entered the door, his eyes fell on the blue man. The girl with short purple hair trembled slightly. Are you Dong Xiang? Hongluan slowly walked to the girl, looking at the doubt and alertness on the girl's face. Hongluan asked with a trembling voice. You know me? The short-haired girl asked in surprise. Xiao Dong Xiang, I'm your aunt. Have you forgotten? When you were young, you liked chasing after me the most. Tears flickered in Hongluan's eyes, staring at Dong Xiang with joy, and then violently hugged Dong Xiang into his arms. The crystal-clear tears fell to the floor, cracking with a snap. Aunt! Frightened by the sudden hug, Dong Xiang, who was on high alert, heard Hongluan's joyful words, couldn't help but recall his childhood memories that had been buried for a long time. Soon, a red-haired man, the little girl, appeared in her memory. Aunt? Are you Aunt Hongluan? Dong Xiang was obviously shocked by the sudden news and his brain was a little confused. After comparing the red-haired girl in his memory with the red-haired woman in front of him, Dong Xiang finally confirmed that she was really his aunt. Yet, at that time you were only 3 or 4 years old. It was when you were naughty, you chased after me all day and wanted to play with me. Unexpectedly, you have become so beautiful now. It's really a big 18 girl. If it wasn't for you, the silhouette is so similar to my sister-in-law, and he inherited my brother's hair color, I'm afraid I won't be able to recognize you. Hongluan was full of excitement and joy. Originally, he came to the 20th district with the attitude of trying it out. Unexpectedly, he found his niece smoothly, and the joy in his heart was naturally beyond words. Slowly began to enter the plot. This chapter is the third and even more updated. Please collect. Thank you for your support. Chapter 55, Fanfiction and Dongxiang, for collection. Hongluan and Dongxiang's confession came to an end. On the other side, Yayu and Gui Bing walked straight into the inner room, and followed the powerful breath. Yayu walked into a guest room. Welcome guests from far away to our ending district, please sit down. As soon as he entered the door, a white-haired old man stood up from the sofa and smiled and looked at Yayu and Gui Bing and said, but in fact, he was also quietly looking at Yayu, only to find that he didn't even look at it. The strength of Zhuan Yayu. Gongshan Fanfiction, the manager of the coffee shop, the leader of the Anding district, an SSS Class 1 Night Owl, with his terrifying strength, it can naturally be seen that Yayu is still an SS Class Caney, but for some reason, Fanfiction is an extremely dangerous breath was sensed in Yayu's body. Naturally, it is impossible for Fanfiction to be threatened with the strength of the SS rank, so the only explanation is that the real combat effectiveness of the boy in front of him is not limited to the SS rank. Yayu didn't answer, but sat down silently opposite Fanfiction. Her black eyes fell on Fanfiction, without any emotion, but it made Fanfiction feel a little cool. Compared with Yayu, Gui Bing seemed a little more cautious. Facing the looming powerful aura of Fanfiction's body, Gui Bing naturally did not dare to be presumptuous. Standing behind Yayu obediently, his eyes looked around, but he dared not dare look straight at Fanfiction. Fanfiction Gongshan, the manager of this coffee shop, I don't know what the boy is called? What is the purpose of coming to our ending district? Seeing Yayu with no waves on his face, Fanfiction frowned slightly, and the smile on his face subsided, but he asked the doubt in his heart without concealment. After all, the 20th district can be regarded as his territory. Yayu took the two inexplicably into it. If their strength is not very good, then forget it, but the aura of Yayu can actually make Fanfiction feel a little threatened. Fanfiction naturally want to know Yayu's purpose. Yayu didn't answer immediately, she still stared at Fanfiction closely, and looked up and down unscrupulously, as if she was comparing the strength between herself and Fanfiction. However, Fanfiction is an SSS level super canon after all, and Yayu can only roughly judge that his strength is not much different from his own, but can't accurately sense which is strong and weak. Fanfiction was not in a hurry, sitting silently waiting for Yayu's answer, and he didn't care about Yayu's impolite look. The girl outside is the one my sister is looking for. After the room was quiet for a long time, Yayu's voice sounded abruptly, with a bit of tenderness in the cold. Fanfiction heard the words, and after a little thought, he understood Yayu's somewhat insane answer. Yayu's words meant that their purpose was just to find someone. Although Yayu came in with the mentality of fighting him when she sensed Fanfiction's breath, but after seeing Fanfiction, Yayu gave up the idea. There is no reason for him, because he can't see the slightest desire to fight hope in this old man. Although the aura is strong, it has gradually weakened. There is a strong strength, and only 7 or 8 points can be displayed. Faced with such an old man waiting to die, Yayu couldn't take interest in fighting anymore. Manager. At this time, some excited voices came from the door. Following the cheerful footsteps, Dongxiang took Hongluan into the room, looked at the store manager excitedly and said, "The store manager, this is my aunt, it's here to find me." "Well, Dongxiang, I know everything." Fanfiction nodded with a kind smile, looked at Dongxiang's eyes full of love, and then continued. "Since your aunt came to see you, you are allowed to take a day off today and tell your aunt about the past. Let's talk about the other things later." After all, Fanfiction waved his hand and stood up and left the room, leaving Dong Xiang and Hong Luan staring at each other. What happened to the manager? Dong Xiang muttered softly. According to Dong Xiang's understanding of the store manager, he has always been very kind to his customers and kept smiling at all times, but today he left these customers alone and left. It's really weird. Dong Xiang didn't know that the reason Fankin was kind to his guests was because there had never been any guests who could threaten him, and naturally it would not affect the Anding district, but Yayu's few people were different from the previous guests. After 5 years of growth, Hong Luan and Gibing have experienced a lot of changes in their strengths. Hong Luan has been promoted to SS and is fully familiar with this stage, while Gibing has just been promoted to SS and is still adapting. 2 SS level ghoul species, plus a Yayu whose depth even Fankin can't see himself, he naturally felt deeply jealous. If Yayu had any other purpose, then he could hardly find it. The stable area just established, I am afraid it will be exposed because of this exposure. That's why Fankin chose to leave first, secretly arranging some manpower just in case. Dong Xiang, come, let me introduce to you, this is my brother, Yayu Kirishima, 1 year older than you, so you have to call him brother-in-law. Hong Luan didn't care about Fankin's departure, and directly took Dong Xiang to Yayu and introduced it. Nanny? He's about the same age as me, why is he a generation older than me? Want me to call him brother-in-law? I don't want it. Perhaps it was because of seeing the aunt who hadn't seen him for a long time, Dong Xiang was unusually indifferent and became a little lively, but in words, he didn't like Yayu. After all, an uncle popped up out of nowhere, or an uncle about the same age as himself, normal people can't accept it, right? Brother, she is the niece I am looking for, named Dong Xiang Kirishima, and also your niece in terms of seniority. Perhaps because of her good mood, Hong Luan didn't mind Dong Xiang's tone, and she still introduced Yayu with a smile. Oh! Yayu's reaction was also surprisingly calm. He had no interest in the cute and beautiful girl who looked a little cold, and did not even look at Dong Xiang. Really, you two, can you please don't do that? Hong Luan looked at Yayu and Dong Xiang's indifferent reaction with a headache, and couldn't help but said helplessly. It is a pity that Yayu is an extremely indifferent person. Apart from Hong Luan, the woman he trusts most, only the ghost Bing who has been with him for 5 years can make him feel better. He hasn't seen the face of SSS just now. Great Fankin Gongshan, Yayu didn't give him any face? And Dong Xiang is also a little cold and arrogant, and dismisses anyone except the people she cares about. Even if Yayu gives her a very dangerous feeling, she is treated specially because of this. Looking at the two who didn't catch a cold with each other, Hong Luan, who had expected the two to be good friends, shrugged helplessly and let them go. Dong Xiang, take us to the streets. We first came to the 20th district, and we are not familiar with it yet. Feeling a little awkward in the atmosphere, Hong Luan had to change the subject and proposed the idea of going outside. Yeah, good, and let's go. There are many nice places in the 20th district. Dong Xiang's indifferent expression instantly turned into a pretty face with a smile when Hong Luan's voice sounded, and he walked out holding Hong Luan's arm. Sorry, I forgot to adjust the time to release today. I just remembered that it hasn't been updated yet. The 2 chapters will be available soon. Please collect. Chapter 56, Idea Conflict, Seeking Collection. Ah, it's so comfortable. On the side of the crowded street, Yayu and a few people were sitting at the door of a human-run coffee shop, enjoying the warm sunshine and slight breeze. Hong Luan stretched out comfortably and exclaimed, showing her body a moving arc attracted the attention of many passers-by, making her the focus in an instant. Well, it can only be said that it is not bad. Our antique coffee is much more authentic than here, especially the coffee made by the manager himself, the taste is simply unforgettable. Dong Xiang put down the coffee in his hand and said with a proud smile in his tone. After that, Dong Xiang turned his head to look at Yayu, who had been sitting quietly, aside from the cup of coffee in front of him that had not been moved, and curiously asked, "Are you not satisfied with the coffee here?" Yayu didn't react at all, his eyes still fell on the coffee in front of him, but there was no focus in his eyes. He was obviously in a daze and ignored Dong Xiang's questioning. What a rude fellow! Yayu's ignorance obviously made Dong Xiang a little bit annoyed. She had always ignored others, but she had never been treated like this before. It's just that Yayu is her aunt's younger brother after all, and she can't do much, so she whispers quietly. But Ghoul's hearing is extremely good, even Gui Bing and Hong Luan can easily capture Dong Xiang's voice, let alone Yayu. It's just that Yayu is really not interested in arguing with Dong Xiang's weak scum, so she continues to ignore it. Instead, Gui Bing's aggrieved defense said, "Little Dong Xiang, Boss Yayu never drinks such boring things, neither can it's full of nourishment and it's useless." Hey, the guy who doesn't know how to appreciate. Dong Xiang curled his lips and made no secret of contempt. He didn't know if he was talking about Yayu or Ghost Bing, or whether they were both included. Ahaha Dong Xiang, since my aunt has finally found you, then Dong Xiang will go with my aunt. If my aunt will protect you, no one wants to bully you, okay? Seeing that the scene became awkward again, Hong Luan had to stand up again to make a round, staring at Dong Xiang and asked expectantly. "Ah? Will my aunt take me away? But, I live very well here. There are shop managers who take care of me, and they send me to a human school to go to school, and make human friends. I think this kind of life is pretty good, Dong Xiang was obviously a little surprised, explaining her current life state at a loss, but what she said had a great impact on Hong Luan. "What? Did you go to the human school? You also made human friends? Dong Xiang, are you crazy?" Hong Luan could no longer conceal his inner surprise, and even his voice raised a few degrees without consciously. Even the guests at the next table looked over curiously. Fortunately, they did not fully hear Hong Luan's words, otherwise they might find something. Right. And Hong Luan was so surprised for a reason. Since the birth of the ghoul species, it has been feeding on humans. Nature and humans are hostile to each other. Meeting you is life and death. Originally, when he first arrived in the 20th district, Hong Luan could still understand that the ghouls were hidden in the crowd, and hunted when needed. But from Dong Xiang's words, I learned that these ghouls in the 20th district, even if you don't eat living people, you still want to live in peace with mankind? OMG! Dong Xiang's words simply subverted Hong Luan's worldview. Ghoul lives in peace with humans, eats only dead human flesh, and goes to school for humans to make friends with humans. Does this really exist in reality? This is as incredible as letting cats and mice live together and making them good friends. Unbelievable! Not only Hong Luan, but Gui Bing's face was also full of shock. Even Yayu, who had been quiet all the time, couldn't help but look at Dong Xiang, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. For Yayu and the others who have been living in chaotic areas, the speech of peaceful coexistence with mankind is simply subverting the three views, and the impact on them is unimaginable. Yes, what's wrong? Maybe you can't accept it for a while, but our store manager has built a stable area with this concept, sheltering the weak and small, so that we can live in the crowd, and at the same time avoid after being chased by Beiju. I think this idea is very good. Baga. Obviously a wolf, but trying to get rid of the habit of eating sheep, and trying to live among the sheep, it is extremely stupid. The cold voice sounded, Dong Xiang could clearly feel the unabashed contempt in Yayu's words. Asshole! Don't insult our store manager. Even if you don't understand, you can't insult his ideas. Do you know how much effort the store manager puts into his idea? Dong Xiang looked a little excited, slapped up and shouted at Yayu. The pedestrians on the side of the road looked at Dong Xiang, wondering why the little girl lost her temper. Dong Xiang! Don't be so excited. Yayu is right. Our identities are different after all. How can we live peacefully with them? A wolf is a wolf, and this fact cannot be changed even in sheep's clothing. Once after being discovered by the sheep, you will usher in the disaster of destruction. Hongluan dragged Dong Xiang to sit down again, speaking warmly but with a sense of dissuasion. In Hongluan's view, Fangchen Gongshan's approach is simply undesirable. Maybe they seem to be living very well now, but this is based on the premise that they have not been discovered. Once human beings discover the fact that they are a ghoul species, they will definitely be greeted by CCG's aggressive attack and merciless massacre. No human being will allow a ghoul who can kill him at any time to live around him. This is the truth, a cruel and unchangeable reality. And, you? Dong Xiang stared at Hongluan with wide eyes, but her voice was stuck in her throat. He didn't know how to refute Hongluan's words. After all, Hongluan's words were true, even if she supported Fangchen's actions no matter how much she said. Humans, ghoul, are born hostile, no one can change. Yayu's voice is very cold, but with an indisputable tone, because his words are the rules of this world. All existence that violates this rule will be obliterated by the will of the world. Squeak! Yayu stood up, didn't even glance at the sluggish Dong Xiang, turned around and left without looking back. Brother, where are you going? Hongluan asked with some worry. I'm hungry. Yayu's voice came from afar, but he knew what he meant. The evil spirit is going to hunt. Oh boss, wait for me. I'll go too. Ghost Bing's voice sounded immediately, and then disappeared in the breeze. The second chapter is here. Please collect it. Thank you for your support. Chapter 57, Nishio Nishiki, for collection. Hey! Tear! In the deep and secluded alley, a black shadow flashed by, blood splashed, and a corpse fell to the ground, instantly disappearing. Boss Yayu, your speed is still so abnormal. On the side, Gui Bing walked slowly with a corpse, looking at the figure lying at Yayu's feet and exclaimed. Yayu ignored Gui Bing, squatting down and biting herself. The deliciousness of human flesh made his appetite especially good. In the past 2 years after leaving the 3 districts, he basically feeds on ghouls and rarely encounters humans, so after coming to the 20 districts, Yayu will of course choose to taste the long-lost human flesh first. Haha, humans really are our real food. This attractive human breath is simply fascinating to me. Gui Bing had long been accustomed to Yayu's ignorance, and grinningly tore off the corpse in his hand and tasted it carefully. His face was full of intoxication. Suddenly, Yayu, who was eating, stopped, and the scarlet hay looked to the high place on the right with cold eyes. Noting Yayu's movements, Gui Bing also stopped, turning his head to look at it, and his expression suddenly became colder. Get out! With a wave of Gui Bing's hand, a shuttle of bright red kazuna shot out with Gui Bing's soft drink. Ding ding ding! Kazuko shot into the wall, but the figure hidden behind the wall had to jump out. Hey, I said, can you be polite to the owner if you hunt on someone else's land? A slightly mad voice sounded, and only a young man wearing thin frame glasses fell not far away, and under his short brown hair was a face with dread. You mean, this is your site? Knowing that Yayu was not interested in such a small role, Gui Bing became a spokesperson, staring at the young man with playfulness and asked. The young man raised his head slightly and put his hands in his trouser pockets, as if I was the master. So sorry, starting today, this site belongs to us. While talking, Gui Bing stood up, reached out his hand to wipe the blood remaining at the corner of his mouth, but the color of joke in his eyes became thicker and thicker. Asshole! This is where I belong to Nishio Nishiki. Where did you 2 rookies come from, you dare to my hunting ground? Upon hearing this, the young man who claimed to be Ziwei Jin suddenly raised his brows, and shouted at Gui Bing arrogantly with his head held high. Nishio Jin's attention has always been on Ghost Bing. As for Yayu, who has been silent, is automatically ignored by him, because with his strength, he can't feel the depth of Yayu at all, Plus Yayu's age is so young. Nishiojin has already assumed that Yayu is just a rookie. Rookie? Ha ha ha, it's really interesting, I don't know how long I haven't heard the term rookie. Boss Yayu, if they know that you are treated as a rookie by a trash, I am afraid they will laugh crazy. Hearing this, Gui Bing smiled without anger, glanced at Nishiojin with a joking look, then turned his head and smirked at Yayu. Long-winded. It's solved soon. Yayu's indifferent eyes swept across Ziwei-jin, and then squatted down to continue eating, leaving only a brief and concise instruction. However, when Nishio Nishiki was scanned by Yayu, there was an inexplicable chill all over his body, as if being stared at by a super fierce beast, but the feeling disappeared again in the next second. Just when he thought it was just when I had an illusion, I heard Yayu's voice. Cold, emotionless indifference, this was Ziwei-jin's first feeling about Yayu's voice. Even if he was confused, Ziwei-jin could not understand Yayu's thoughtless words. But there is no need for Ziwei-jin to understand it, because as long as Gibing can understand Yayu's instructions, it will be enough. Okay. It only takes 1 second for a that doesn't reach the level of S. Gui Bing's words solved Nishiojin's doubts, but before Nishiojin was angry to refute that she was not rubbish, she felt a cold wind hit, and the voice of Ghost Bing sounded behind him like a ghost. Hello, kid. What is your name, Nishio or something? Oh, it doesn't matter, I won't remember it anyway. Because, you are about to say goodbye to the world. Gui Bing's voice seemed to carry an icy chill, making Nishiojin's body stiff, as if even the blood in his body was frozen, and the shadow of death instantly enveloped him. Am I dying? Time seemed to have stagnated, and the only thought left in Nishiojin's mind was reverberating over and over again. There is no room for resistance. Nishio Nishiki is only close to the strength of the S grade, facing the SS grade and good at speed Ghost Ice. He doesn't even have time to react. He didn't even know when Ghost Bing disappeared from in front of him and came behind him. Slowly raising his right hand, Gui Bing aimed at the back of Nishiojin's heart. It only takes a moment for him to pierce Nishiojin's heart. Whoosh! A black shadow struck like lightning, and the ghost ice that had sensed it reacted immediately, and quickly stepped back to avoid the sudden attack. Just when Gui Bing was ready to fight back, the visitor did not continue to attack, because he had achieved his goal, and Nishiojin, who was about to die, was rescued. Yayu, who was interrupted again to eat, looked angrily in the direction of the incoming person, and narrowed his eyes. It was a young man with short silver ears and short hair. His mid-length hairstyle and the stubble on his chin made him look some veteran. Black hooded windbreaker cannot hide his sturdy body. Who are you? Is this kid's companion? Gui Bing's face was a bit solemn, because from the encounter he had just discovered, the strength of this young man was much stronger than his own. Perhaps, even better than the wild lion 5 years ago. Nishio Nishiki is 19 years old and Gibing is 25 years old. It is not an exaggeration to call Nishio Nishiki a child. What's more, the difference in strength between the two is the same as the difference between a child and an adult. The silver-haired young man didn't answer, instead he just stood there with the frightened Ziwei-jin standing there, silently looking at Yayu with cold eyes. Haha, I'm sorry, Jin is a poor boy, so his personality is a little bit bad, I hope you don't care about him. A kind voice slowly sounded, and several people turned their heads at the same time. Fankin Gongshan was walking from the corner with a gentle smile on his face. For collections and collections. Keep 2 updates for the time being these few days, and there will be an explosion on the shelves on Saturday. Try 15 more updates. See how many drafts you can save these days. Please subscribe after the shelves. Chapter 58, Conflict of Ideas, Seeking Collection. In an alley in District 20, Yayu, Gui Bing Zheng and Fankin were facing each other, and the atmosphere was a little serious. The hunting of Yayu and Gui Bing was interrupted by the short-eyed Ziwei-jin. According to the usual practice, Ziwei-jin's fate is naturally only death, but Pianfang village jumped out at this time and kicked it. Zai Weijin is just an ordinary in the 20th district, but his potential is not bad, so Fankin intends to find a chance to take him into the Anding district, so now that Zai Weijin is in danger, he naturally can't just watch Zai Weijin get killed. Yayu, codenamed Devil, is rumored to be the ruler of the 3 districts. His strength is unfathomable. He has been hunting for food in other areas for 2 years. Recently, I came to our 20 districts because of Dongxiang. Am I right? Fankin stared at Yayu with a smile and slowly said. Fankin's sudden departure in the morning was to check Yayu's information. The silver-haired young man next to him was his helper, and he would secretly help him search for various information on weekdays. I didn't know if I checked it, and I was shocked when I checked it out. Not only does this young man codenamed Devil look terrifying, but the power behind him is also terrifying. You know that is the strength of the entire 3 districts. Although the war 5 years ago has consumed a lot of strength, the remaining strength, plus the slowly accumulated over the past 5 years, has reached 300 in the 3 districts. Ghoul, there are 3 SS ranks and 4 S ranks if you count the advanced combat power. In the face of this behemoth, Fankin naturally did not dare to offend it easily, otherwise if conflicts between the 2 sides were triggered, it would be difficult to resist the attack of the 3 districts with Fankin's stable district. What's more, the battle between the 2 sides will definitely attract the attention of CCG, which is very bad for the stable area. So Fankin's idea is to not annoy Yayu and the others as much as possible. No way, although Fankin itself is an SSS level horror existence, there are also 3 SS level ghouls under his men, but besides that, the grassroots combat power is not much. If it really fights against the stars in the 3 districts, the chance of winning is very low. The world of Ghoul is like this, the king is the winner, the weak is the predator, and facing the starry Yayu behind him, Fankin can only choose to be friendly, although now he seems to have caused Yayu's dissatisfaction. You want to save him, I have no objection, but from today, this area will be my hunting ground. Yayu, who had been silent for a long time, said only one last word, then turned around and left without looking back. Although Yayu doesn't have to kill Nishiojin, but with his character, he doesn't seem to be a concessionary person. It's just because Fankin and Dongxiang are in the same group, and Dongxiang is Hongluan's niece, Yayu doesn't want to fall out with Fankin and the others. It's hard for Hongluan to be caught in the middle. Yes, in just a few short breaths, Yayu had already sorted out the consequences of the war, and finally made a slight concession decision to use this hunting ground in exchange for Jin Ziwei's life. After all, evil spirits are never the ones who suffer in vain. If you want to take something from him, you have to exchange it for something of similar value. In Yayu's eyes, Ziwei Jin's life was worth this hunting ground. Damn it! How dare you look down on me? I will make you look good next time. After Yayu and Gui Bing left, Ziwei Jin whispered in resentment, but it was only a moment of quick talk. If he really wants to see Yayu again, I guess he must be scared to pee, because he hasn't yet. Recovering from the shadow of death. Manager. Ignoring Nishio Nishiki's yelling, the silver-haired young man who had been silent finally spoke, with some doubts in his eyes. The quartet, our purpose is to help the weak and can live peacefully with human beings. If there is a conflict with them, it will definitely attract the attention of CCG. By then, will our 10 years of hard work have been in vain? Fankin slowly explained the direction in which Yayu was leaving. However, the gluttons who just came a while ago have already created a lot of chaos, and now there are more evil spirits. I'm afraid CCG will send more people over sooner or later, right? Quartet frowned and asked worriedly. Oh, yeah. God Dalishi, Yayu, are the little guys that give me headaches. But, it's good, they will meet sooner or later, and the same cruel temperament will be more pleasant than their meeting, right? Fankin sighed leisurely, looked up at the sky, his eyes flickered, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Hearing the words, the quartet fell into silence immediately, and only Nishiojin stood awkwardly, neither leaving nor staying. On the other side, after washing away the blood, Yayu and Gui Bing returned to the coffee shop on the street. Hongluan and Dongxiang had not left yet, and it seemed that the two had a very pleasant chat, even with a cold personality. Dongxiang's face was full of smiles. "Aunt, why don't you live here for a while? I believe you will like it here." "Okay." Dongxiang shook Hongluan's arm in a rare ego tone and said, eyes full of expectation. "This." Hongluan hesitated a little bit embarrassed, not knowing how to answer, because she didn't want to refuse Dongxiang's invitation, but after all she followed Yayu, she would go wherever Yayu went. If Yayu didn't want to, she would naturally will not stay. "Sister, just do what she says. Anyway, it's boring, I feel that something interesting will happen here." Just as Hongluan was in a dilemma, Yayu's voice sounded, and she directly made the decision she was most satisfied with. "Really? Brother, you are so kind. Sister is so happy. Since we are going to live for a period of time, let's find a place to settle down first." Hongluan looked at Yayu sitting back in surprise, her beautiful eyes blinking, and she looked very beautiful. When Dongxiang saw that Yayu actually agreed to stay in District 20, he was happy, and at the same time had a better sense of Yayu, although he still didn't want to see Yayu. "And, great! By the way, if you are looking for a place to settle down, you can rent a house. There are vacancies for rent near our antique coffee shop." Dongxiang suggested with some excitement, but when she said her proposal, she found that all three of them were looking at her with weird eyes. What's wrong?" "Don't know what he said wrong," Dongxiang asked timidly. "Dongxiang, we are ghouls, do we still need to pay humans to rent a house? Is this what the store manager taught you?" Hongluan said that it is difficult to understand why they find a place to live but still pay for humans. "That's it, wouldn't it be okay to just eat the owner of the house? Why bother? Can you never need to spend money?" Gui Bing said in agreement. "This is a conflict of ideas. Yayu and the others live in a chaotic and murderous ghoul group. For them, human beings have always had only one identity, that is, prey. Who will pay for his prey? And Dongxiang has been living in the crowd for a long time, and they have been accustomed to living with human thinking, so they are also used to using human money to buy what they need, instead of what they want like normal ghouls. Just take it away. It's about to break out on Saturday. See how many manuscripts can be saved in the past few days, try to break out more than 15 more. Please support and collect." Chapter 59, Weak Existence, for collection. "Who are you? Do you know it's illegal to break into a home? Damn bastard, I'll call the police if I don't go out again." Pouch. What? With a soft sound, the original curse turned into a wailing before death, and the two corpses fell to the ground, blood slowly flowing on the smooth floor. "Hey, really ignorant human beings!" Gui Bing contemptuously curled his lips in disdain. Yayu walked to the window and looked through the glass to the crowded street, and diagonally across it was the antique coffee shop. "Brother, it's really nice here. It's a small 3-story building with a roof on top. Although it's noisy, it's really convenient to be close to Dongxiang." Hongluan was looking at the house, nodding her head while talking. Unlike Yayu, who struggled to survive in the ghoul population since childhood, Hongluan and Gibing had a comfortable time. At that time, they would live in this kind of human-built house and enjoy a comfortable life. From today onwards, Yayu will also personally get in touch with how the human species lives. Yes, Yayu and the others finally chose the residence opposite to the antique coffee shop. They replaced the original owner of this small building, a middle-aged couple, in a ghoul way. Of course, this middle-aged couple who has become a corpse will inevitably play their final role and become Yayu's rations. Dongxiang couldn't change Yayu's thoughts. Although she had paid for them to rent a house by herself, she did not have enough money to support her actions. Therefore, even if Dongxiang was reluctant, she could only help her. Looking at Yayu, they revealed the Kenyan nature. While Yayu silently looked out the window and was in a daze, Gibing and Hongluan had already consciously inspected one side of the house and processed the corpse. Yayu, Guibing and I went out to get some daily necessities back, and you can just stroll around by yourself. After Hongluan confessed, he took Gibing out with him. At their speed, it is not too easy to take what you want from the supermarket without knowing it. As the sun sets, the sky gradually becomes dim, the neon lights on the street are gradually lit, and the people in the 20th district have begun to enter the rich nightlife. Crack! The door lock made a soft sound and a creak, and the door was pushed open, but it was not Hongluan and Gibing who entered the room, but an 11 or 12-year-old child. Pattern. The light was on, and the child faced Yayu's eyes. Yayu's face was calm, but the child's eyes were full of surprise. He couldn't figure out why a stranger appeared in his home, but his parents had disappeared. The child had the same broken black hair, the same delicate face, and the same short and thin body. Everything was so similar to Yayu's original appearance. If you have to find a difference, then it is the look on your face and the breath on your body. Yayu has always been indifferent, exuding a dangerous aura, but this child is innocent and harmless. Are you a cousin? The child asked a little hesitantly, then his face became joyful, and he exclaimed with a grin, "That's right, you must be the cousin who will be a guest at home these 2 days as your mother said. How about mom and dad? Did they go shopping for groceries and haven't come back? Really, how can I leave my cousin at home alone? Cousin, you must be boring? I have a computer in my room, do you want to play games together?" The child said a lot on his own. Not only did he make up for the reason of his parents' absence and Yayu's origin, but he also went upstairs and pulled Yayu upstairs. Yayu silently watched her hand being held by the child, and her heart was slightly touched. Is this a human being? Excluding those directly eaten by him, this is Yayu's second close contact with humans. The first time he caught a female human in the 9th district, but at that time, the woman had only fear of him, and now, this human child regards him as a kind. This feeling is very strange. Yayu doesn't know how to describe it in words, he only knows that this kind of feeling is something he has never experienced before, as if he is no longer a ghoul, but a person similar. Yayu can feel the blood flow in the child through the palm of her hand, can feel the beating of his heart, can smell the alluring taste of him. The child turned on the computer proficiently, clicked on the mini-game saved on the desktop, and started to play enthusiastically, and Yayu just glanced at it and understood how to play this boring game. Game over. Soon, the child lost a game. Although a little annoyed, he gave up his seat to Yayu. "Cousin, try it." Yayu didn't refuse, her fingers jumped quickly on the keyboard, controlling the villain on the screen to kill the enemy monsters wantonly. The child was dumbfounded, and his eyes were full of worship. "Ya win." In less than 5 minutes, Yayu easily cleared the level, won the game, and the children couldn't help clapping and applauding. "Cousin, I really didn't expect you to play games so well. You can come to my house more in the future and teach me how to play so well. You will be very prestigious in front of your classmates by then." The simple child put forward his own ideas, but did not notice the change in Yayu's eyes. "It's so boring." From the time the child entered the door to now, Yayu finally said the first sentence, and her words were full of sarcasm and disdain. This was originally Yayu's first contact with humans in the true sense. He thought that human life would be so interesting. He couldn't imagine that he was just playing a fake killing game on a computer. In fact, humans themselves are vulnerable to a single blow. What is the point of such a weak existence? What? Does cousin think this game is boring? It doesn't matter, there are many other fun, let's try the next game. The child was frightened by Yayu's cold tone, but said with a calm smile. No need. This kind of boring game can only be imagined by weak humans. With a wave of her hand, Yayu stopped the child's movement, and a wicked smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. A red light flashed in her eyes. Watch, cousin, what's the matter with you? Are you uncomfortable? The child instinctively felt the dangerous aura emanating from Yayu's body, and his whole body began to tremble unconsciously, but he didn't know what was wrong with him. Weak existences should be eaten. Humans. Sure enough, they can only exist as food. Yayu said to herself, her black pupils slowly transformed into scarlet eyes, staring at the child closely, slowly approaching, 1 step, 2 steps. It will be on the shelves on Saturday, and I will save the manuscripts in the past few days, and then it will explode. Ask for collection and subscription. Thank you for your support. Chapter 60, Interesting Things, Seeking Collection. Hey? Boss, are you enjoying the dessert before dinner? After Gibing and Hongluan returned to the small building, they saw the mutilated corpse of the child on the ground and the blood on Yayu's mouth. They were not surprised or curious. Some were just jokes. Well, the 2 human children just now happened to be back. Yayu just responded indifferently, and continued to immerse himself in his dessert, letting Gibing and Hongluan, who came back with a lot of things, to decorate their new home. Although it is not a legally registered new home, but who cares? As a ghoul who was born with the advantages of speed and power, under the command of Hongluan, Gui Bing quickly refurbished his new home in accordance with Hongluan's requirements, completely unable to see the traces of the previous one. Okay. You're done. Brother, let's go to Antique. Dongxiang said that their coffee tastes the best, let's try it. Hongluan clapped her hands, looked at her new home and nodded in satisfaction. Whatever. Yayu is not too picky. For his new home, it is enough to live in. After all, his home when he was a child was in ruins. Tingling bell. The wind bell rang, and Yayu took Hongluan and Gibing to the antique coffee shop again. Gujian Hiruhian consciously bowed and said welcome, while Dongxiang smiled and ignored Yat. Yu walked in front of Hongluan, held her hand in her hand and took her into the seat. Auntie, sit down first, I'll ask Uncle Gujian to make you a cup of coffee, I believe you will like it. As soon as Hongluan sat down, Dongxiang couldn't wait to help Hongluan and the others order 3 cups of coffee, just like a child showing off in front of his parents. Hongluan couldn't help but look amused. Yayu and Gui Bing sat beside Hongluan indifferently, glanced casually and saw a guy staring at them with hatred, Zai Wei Jin. Nishio Nishiki is wearing the costume of a waiter, standing beside Gujian staring angrily at Yayu and Gui Bing, his face is full of anger, but deep fear is hidden deep in his eyes. Although Nishiojin was very angry that Gibing almost killed him, and was even more angry that Yayu robbed him of his hunting ground, he knew better that he did not have the strength to avenge him. Now, Gibing, have you seen it? That's the look in the eyes of the weak. The corner of Yayu's mouth twitched slightly, revealing a ribbon of sneer with contempt, and whispered softly. Hey, boss, I saw it. Gui Bing Xiao understood Yayu's meaning, and then smiled badly at Zai Weijin, and provoked a little with his eyes, but Zai Weijin was very clever and did not impulse because of it. Yayu's words were not wrong, only the weak, when facing the guy she hates, they can only look at each other with irritation and hatred, and there is no use other than showing their cowardice. And when he is a strong one, he will directly rush to show his attitude with actions in the face of an enemy. Who is he? Hongluan noticed the gazes of Yayu and Gui Bing, and also looked at Zai Weijin. Seeing Zai Weijin's eyes, Hongluan asked with some doubts. Auntie, he is a waiter who just joined us today. His name is Nishio Nishiki. He seems to be a sophomore in university, but his personality seems a little bad. It just so happened that Dongxiang came back after placing the order and heard Hongluan's question, so he answered smoothly. In the afternoon Fankin rescued Zai Weijin from Yayu, then it would be natural to let Zai Weijin join them in the stable area, and Zai Weijin did not have the right to refuse, whether it was from the perspective of strength or life-saving grace. Oh, looks a little unkind to us. Hongluan nodded, gave Zai Weijin a meaningful look, and then looked away. She would not put Zai Weijin in her eyes, although the other party seemed a bit unhappy with Yayu and the others. No matter from which angle, Hongluan didn't think Zai Weijin would threaten Yayu and them. Ignoring the weak, this is what Hongluan learned from Yayu is considered an advantage. Hello, the coffee you ordered, please use it slowly. Soon, the waitress came to the table with a tray, lightly put the 3 cups of coffee in front of Yayu and them, and smiled slightly. Thank you. Hongluan nodded and smiled, picked up the coffee and took a sip. His face suddenly appeared astonished. Oh! I have to say, this is the most delicious coffee I have ever tasted. I think I already like it a bit. Up! Hongluan's admiration obviously made Dongxiang and Jinjian both smiles with pride, and Yayu and Gui Bing also tasted curiously, and Gui Bing was naturally amazed, even the always indifferent knight. A hint of admiration flashed in Yu's eyes. And, I'm right. This is a craft handed down by the store manager. If the store manager personally makes it, it will taste better. Dongxiang happily hugged Hongluan's arm and said. At this moment, Yayu's expression, who was still enjoying coffee, changed, suddenly stood up and looked at the night sky outside the window. It was already night, and the streets were full of neon signs. I found something interesting. You guys are waiting for me here, I will check it out. After Yayu left this sentence, he hurriedly walked out of the coffee shop, disappearing instantly. Hongluan and Gibing looked at each other, and they both saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. Yayu has always been like this. With his keen perception, he can often perceive things that happen far away, so he often runs over to watch good shows or participate in some good shows, but Hongluan and Gibing can't catch up with him. The speed, so over time, the two of them also followed him. And in the night sky outside, a helicopter is flying in the sky, and messages are transmitted to a distance through electronic communicators. Report: this information was transmitted from the 20th district to the CCG headquarters. An illegal intruder was found in the 20th district commercial Daxia. It is preliminarily inferred that it was the work of the Ghoul under the code name Daegu. Please send someone to handle it as soon as possible. And in the tall building in front of the helicopter, a woman with long purple hair was making joyful calls. It was an extremely enjoyable voice. Tear. The gnawing sound reverberated constantly. Upon closer inspection, the woman was lying on a pile of corpses and ate her head, ignoring that the splash of blood made her whole body covered, but her face showed a joyful happy expression. Obviously enjoying it. Snapped. The sound of metal tapping came from behind the woman, and a big man wearing a mask was walking slowly, the wrench in his hand and the metal finger caught slightly collided, making a soft sound. It's worthy of being a big guy. The big man's mask is covered with small holes, which are similar to the hockey mask of the murderer Jason. He has short yellow hair and a very burly figure. The wrench in his hand looks extremely small compared to his big hand. On Saturday, ask for support and subscribe. Xiao Fei broke out when she got the manuscript these days. Thank you for your support.